Doopa doopa doo. Dooba dooba doopa doo. Ba dooba doopa doo. Doopa doopa doo. Can I hear me now? Can I hear me now? Good. Doopa doopa doo. Where's my record box? Nope. Where is my other record box? Properties. Wait a second. Music. DJ Evil Cat. Where are you? Where are you, cat? U esta legato. Okay. Peoples, welcome, welcome. How beautiful you are, and Glencoe, and Niraj, and Herm the Hunter. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Seeing me isn't really all that critical. Make sure to hydrate. It does the body good. I want to see if I can get this to work. Ooh, pop out chat. What does this do? Can I zoom in on this? No. Wait. I can zoom in on the chat. Awesome. Is this a poll? Yes, is this poll a poll? Did you see both options or just the one? Aha! Perfect. I'm gonna... Ooh! Everyone voted that it was a poll. Interesting. Chef, welcome, welcome. I'm thinking we need... I need your help with... Not with recipes, but with some... What do we mean, no participation acoins? Soon. Soon. Al-Azad, good morning. I will have some questions, and that will be Pro Max. Good morning. I will need your help with picking some old footage, old pictures to see if it's worth putting into a compilation for the wrap up for the 5th anniversary. Oh, you hate plarium now because of the 6th wave rebalance? I actually think it's a good thing. Hot take. Waiting for everyone to freak out at that comment. I get the frustration. Anytime things change, anytime things get nerfed, people are going to be upset. Okay, I'm just going to move this chat box over, and we can start by going over the rebalance. Where is... I guess I can see the rebalance on my other screen. Okay, here we go. I believe I hid my ugly mug. I believe I'm hiding. Am I even on the screen? My face should be hiding. Book. Wait a minute. How many faces do I have? There we go. I'm so professional. I'm so very, very, very professional. Okay. Rebalance, 6th wave. 6th wave. I'll let you know what the end game perspective was for the last more than a year. When there was the... I'll turn my face back on. When Revokers were the king, they were the big bad bogeyman, if you will. They were the ubiquitous, that means ever present and all over the place. The meta was basically Stormracks and Revokers. Put Stormracks on Deathwalker, put Revokers on 2 or 3 Scouts. Void Soul, thank you. Thank you. I hope you had a good week too. Less than ideal, but good. It was good enough. Oh yeah, I'm getting to burrow beams. So the typical hanger, if you could afford it, was 2 or 3 sets of Stormracks and 2 or 3 sets of Revokers, and that was your hanger. And then when burrow beams came out, and they were better than Revokers in, I want to say all situations, but close enough. It was 1 or 2 sets of Stormracks and 2 or 3 sets of burrow beams. That makes for a very unhealthy meta. That makes for a very boring game. That makes for a very unhealthy game. And the problem when a weapon or a mech, or especially a combination, is so obviously overpowered and just driving sales, you know it's going to get nerfed, but you have to stay current with the meta. And you probably know, and this is, again, this is for end game players. This isn't for free to play players that are in the like 3,000 to 7,000 power range. And I'm not saying anything negative about people in that range. I'm just saying that for the cutting edge, the leading edge, bleeding edge, heavy cashers, this was our world. And we knew burrow beams were going to get nerfed, and they did. And some people complained because they invested a bunch into it, but the vast majority of everyone said, yeah, they were kind of broken. They were kind of totally broken. And spoiler alert, they still are. But apparently, some people higher up in the food chain thanked me for showing the details of exactly how they're broken. So it's being looked at, and feel free to yell at me when they get properly fixed. But in the meantime, burrow beam on Surge is still very broken, very cheaty faceable against most mechs, not all. Okay. So we have a history in this game of some weapons and mechs taking over the meta. Way back in the day, it was Eclipse with disc launchers and Surge with arc torrents. Those were the main combos. And then those got nerfed, replaced by the sniping meta. And a few months after the sniping meta took over, because this was pre-mod, Mods were introduced, which completely nerfed sniping. And that's when, my friends, I was this close to rage quitting the game. Because I was hit very hard by the Arc Torrent and Disc Launcher nerfs. And I was hit equally hard by the Sniper meta. Not Panther with long arms. I'm talking like EMs on everything. Like EMs on Eclipse, EMs on Surge, EMs on Redeemer. The one neat thing about long arms was at range, they gave the burning effect back then, not weakened. Same thing. And 15% chance of that was actually not bad. And even today, low key, long arms aren't that bad. They're not that bad. But yeah, railgun, depending on the map, the difference for the legendary snipers was if you were close range, if you were dashing around and you were getting up close to take advantage of the surge stun, you wanted railguns, otherwise you wanted EMs. And they're basically unplayable now. Outside of Orion, and even with Orion, you're better off with Quasher, you're better off with Tetra Rifle, even though it's overkill. You're much better off with Gemini. Shotgun Guardian. Well, if you can get close. If you can get close. Just want to see if I need to make a quick adjustment on my face here. Any adjustment on my face is always an improvement. Transform. And adjust the right. See if this works. I need to take a little bit off the top, although I'm already bald. Okay, now you can see the text on the right. And bottom, I guess I can show a little more beard. I have a bit of an awkward setup here, and I don't have a permanent fixed place for my camera, so I do have to mess around with it. Why am I not able to count? Chef is bad with basic arithmetic today. What do you mean today? Okay, that's much better. Close this, lock that in. Let's get back to the chat. Somebody stole my chat. How's that even possible? I have no idea either. There we go. Okay, 2021, 22. Yeah, things were very different. That's actually before my time. I started 23. Yeah, I think I started playing the game around March 2023. Give or take. Okay, so let's get back to the rebalance of Sixth Wave. When one weapon or mech or combination takes over the meta when every hanger has it as an auto include, that's a good indication that the meta is unhealthy. All the top players way back then were playing Eclipse with Disc Launcher and Surge with Arc Torrent. Ember guns were playable. Frag guns were also playable. But the Arc Torrent and Disc Launcher, you expected to see that in every hanger. There was some guided spam. Helix were still kind of popular. Yeah. Well, Embers are still good up to mid game, but when you're dealing with people that have shields and mods, you have to cut through those mods first before you can land the burning usually. And Eclipse, which is still making a comeback again, I think, is immune. So, and that's what kept Embers from being a top weapon, was the fact that everyone was running Eclipse. Frag gun are still playable, and they still hit like absolute trucks on Seekers, and there's an achievement for it. So it's really handy. Blizzfrost or Surge, who's better? That depends on your playstyle, depends on what map you're on, that depends on the format. I think it really does depend on a lot of things. In general, in theory, Blizzfrost should be better because it's got on-demand mitigation. Surge can protect itself in more situations than Blizzfrost can. Blizzfrost also can't be used aggressively on maps that have any sort of terrain because it's a flat plane for the icy grip. So yeah, it really depends on the situation. If I had to choose between let's say compound beam on both, because it's a perfectly fine weapon on both, in the void, not knowing the format or my opponents or what we were doing, I would take Surge because I'm more familiar with it. And with Surge, if you're patient, if you're careful, you can set up assassinations with charges and a better stun lock, I think. Because your opponents are stunned while you're building up the charge, and then you just cycle between both beams. And I know that Blizzfrost can do the same thing, but with Surge, you get a faster cycle time on the stuns. And that's kind of the only real difference. But of course, Blizzfrost has better mitigation. It has mitigation, Surge doesn't. If we're talking Nomad, that's a different story. Yeah. Jack Rapid Ma. Hello, hello. Redux with mods or Citadel? Citadel. Hands down, Citadel. I always had a soft spot for Redux. It was one of my first. I was this close to getting it to be my first maxed out mech because I really enjoyed the mech that much. But I looked at the cost and I realized, mathematically it's kind of garbage. I'd rather spend all those acoins and credits on something that's, better. Call me crazy. So set the fast forward machine to recently. We saw a fairly significant nerf to Revokers. We saw a very significant nerf to Burrow Beams. Storm Racks, I'm just going to jump into it right now. Storm Racks aren't getting nerfed. They still hit very, very hard. Very hard. I still think you're better off staggering your shots, especially against modded opponents. Just to give yourself a better chance of getting side hits to just plow through your opponent's slot A mods. And for people in the very end game that have max legendary reload implant, going from 5.5 to 7.5 second reload, 7.7. Like I've said before that a second delay in this game feels like an eternity. It does. Which mech are you putting storm racks on? Now, if the first thing that came to mind isn't Deathwalker, you need to uninstall. I'm kidding. Well, sort of kidding. Now, there's a few other mechs that make perfectly fine use of storm racks, but the big bad boogeyman for storm racks, bottle opener. Oi. Of course, is Deathwalker. Deathwalker is waiting for the reanimate to reload to refresh anyways. So the 2.2 second difference in reload is mostly irrelevant. I know people are going to chase you to your spawn point, and not having your storm racks ready to go right away is going to cause some deaths. Personally, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that mech being a little more vulnerable. Lacewing is a very, very good pick for storm racks, and yeah, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt, especially the 12 energy versions of storm rack. Slowing down from 5.5 to 7.7 second reload, that is going to hurt. We also knew this was coming. We also asked for this a year ago, that if you're going to nerf to plarium, if they're going to nerf Deathwalker, i.e. Stormrack, because that was the real culprit, change the legendary reload from 50% to 30%. That's all you need to do. Instead, we have a totally degenerate outlaw meta now. And that's one of the 3, maybe 4 mistakes that I think Plarium's made since the new management took over. Did the bug that gave the Deathwalker 5-second ability cooldown go away? I think what the display was when there was the 50% cooldown, it looked like it was 5 seconds, and then there was another 7 seconds. The total time is normal. And in fact, the first time that Deathwalker was nerfed or rebalanced, the timing was changed to what was displayed on the stat sheet, to the way it was supposed to be from day one, the way the mech was designed. So all the time that we had the shorter cooldown for reanimate, that was unintentional. So the nerf was actually going to the original design times. I'm not going to complain about that. Just like I'm barely going to complain that Redeemer, when it first launched, had an instant backtrack. I don't know if anyone remembers that, or I know a few of you will. Yeah, Redeemer's backtrack was instant. The mech was, if played cautiously, the mech was unkillable, basically, when it was maxed. Because until it was maxed, the status clear didn't affect a whole lot until it was maxed. But that's why in free-for-all, Redeemer with EM rifles was basically the best platform. And all you had to do was just like ADHD kid move back and forth to keep the 10-second rewind going. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I mean, not gonna lie, I rushed to level mine up, but yeah, it got caught pretty quickly. Okay, so rebalance 6th wave. Silverthorn, here's a good one, because people have heard me say many times, even though I did the analysis on Silverthorn and I knew the mech was piling. I'm not allowed to swear, am I? It was a steaming pile of garbage. It was pure, utter poop. Is poop a swear? I'm going to pretend it isn't. It was bad. even then, my finger on my mouse button was hovering over the spend way too much money to buy it. Because I really, 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 really wanted Silverthorn. And I really, really, really wanted it to be good. But it was such utter poop, I just couldn't justify it. The reasons it was poop: you had to hit your opponent with a poorly targeted ability. Then you had to do a bunch of burst damage. And then when the ability wore off, you would do 50% bonus damage of the damage inflicted while the debuff was in place, up to a maximum of 60,000. Does that sound convoluted? It is. You hit your opponent with something, you shoot them a bunch, the debuff wears off. The damage in that span, 50% of that, up to a maximum of 60,000, gets done, and there's like a minor splash radius, which is irrelevant. Mid-game, that sounds like a lot, I guess, if you can do 120,000 damage in a few seconds, which in mid-game, you might be able to do. If you did, you probably killed your opponent already. End game, 60,000 damage is, let's see, scouts have over 700,000 damage. I'm going to round that down to it's irrelevant. Basically irrelevant. Is it weird that you see Silverthorn as a rejected Volti design reanimated? No. Volti's far more degenerate and oppressive, and I'm glad it got nerfed. I think it needs a complete rework, personally. Especially for Hangar Showdown. So we have the Ghost Mech, which may or may not be Byform. It's codenamed Ghost, allegedly. Coming out soon. I'm assuming it's at the end of this season. By assuming, like, that's what Pasha said in the dev blog interview. What's happening? I'm just going over Silverthorn, and that when it first came out, it was garbage, and I really, really, really still really wanted to buy it, even though I knew it was garbage. I can't stress enough just how close I came to buying it, knowing full well it was an unplayable steaming pile of scrap. I didn't say crap, I said scrap. And then I said crap. The change is kind of amazing now, because it turns Silverthorn into, wait for it, a slightly weirder and arguably better version of Tailsting. Easier to aim ability. So now Silverthorn, instead of doing up to 60,000 damage, now does a fixed 80,000 splash, and it gives 30% damage boost. Sorry, the blade damage is increased by 33%. It does 70% shield penetration, and that's for all hits. So it's just like Tailsting. I mean, Tailsting still increases the damage taken, but you have to be closer. The range is 80. And Tailsting is still kind of squishy, and without modifiers, I don't know if it's going to see much play. In the right situation, on the right map, Tailsting is still absolutely devastating. It's also very devastating against newbies that don't know how to play the game without rotating their turret. So the too long didn't read. Silverthorn is playable. It's more than playable. I think it's going to be good. And yeah, you can just pretend that it's a better version of Tailsting. Other than, what do you think looks cooler, Tailsting or Silverthorn? Because, man, just the base skin without any cool like actual skins, just the base graphics. I really like Silverthorn. Yeah, it's like Orion's penetration. Well, it's a little different. It's more very close to exactly like Tailsting's penetration. But yeah, it's a debuff that slows down. Did they mention the snare? Because this was also supposed to slow down your opponent. Either way, yes, it's a debuff that that makes the target take more damage. So not only does it make it easier for you to rack up kills, if you're actually a team player and you see that your teammates are outnumbered somewhere, or they might need some more support, if you've got an Orion and you've got anything resembling a line of sight, you can just start spamming that area with Hunter's Mark and help your teammates kill what's otherwise going to be a bad situation for them. Even if you're not shooting that way, like you could be focused on something else and say, oh, teammates are in trouble on the right. I'm going to turn to the right and start spamming the area with Hunter's Mark. People barely notice when that happens, but you'll see it because you'll see the kill messages start flying by. Plus, with Hunter's Mark, a little known fact is when the target dies, if there's time left, the debuff jumps to an enemy within 20 meters. Yeah, most people skip that part. It's very, very, very meaningful if there's a cluster of enemies. Yes, Citadel does counter Deathwalker. Sort of. I think both mechs are really good. They're both very good for pushing. I think Citadel is strangely more survivable than Deathwalker. Okay, so Silverthorn, I think it's fantastic news. Charge rockets. Here's another excellent change. Normally you have to hold down the buttons to do if there's a cluster, if there's like a melee and there's a bunch of damage happening, you can swing the battle. So charge rockets, you don't have to hold down the button the full time forever and then fire it by releasing. Now you hold it down, charge up your 5, and you can let go. That's going to make it a lot easier for mobile players who aren't used to the claw technique. Apparently that's how people were doing it. I'm too old to play on mobile. The damage increase of 30%, I think, is a bad move. It was not necessary. I don't think it had more DPS than Stormrack. It was close enough. The weapon itself is useful in more situations than Stormrack. And the top build, in my opinion, is still Outlaw with Charge Rocket. Basically, anyone that can run Charge Rocket and knows how to use it is more effective than using Stormracks. Just for the 100% speed increase. 100% speed is a lot of speed. It's almost double. Math. Also, we increased its damage by roughly 30% to make the weapon more viable. That was completely unnecessary. And this kind of tells me that we are coming to the end of the Stormrack meta, and we are moving to charge rockets. Except Stormrack still has that massive bonus damage against shields. So if you want to cut through somebody's mods, Stormrack's still your go-to. If they wanted to say we increase the damage to bring it more in line with Stormracks, that would have been a little more honest, I think. Orion or Hemlock? Orion all day long. In most, excuse me, in most CPC, my Orion, I'm going to get 7 to 15 kills, especially against bots. Hemlock, you're not going to get nearly as much. Hearn the Hunter, thanks for hanging out. Great to see you. Get some sleep. Oppa. Orion is the last thing that is one of the last things that you should buy from Gear Hub. Everything else is that's legendary. You should pick up from crate rushes in general, unless it's for credits, and then it's usually cheaper from Gear Hub, just because it's usually one rank higher. When do we play? In a bit. I want to finish going over this, and then we have some fun polls to go over. One legendary implant will be nerfed to keep the weapon fun and effective, but less dominant. When's it going to come in Crate Rush? I have no idea. If I did have an idea, I would not be able to tell you. Otherwise, I'd get kicked out of the official content creator program. And that's why I, in general, don't like guessing. Because if I happen to be right, and the information was spoiled on the OCC Discord, I don't want to accidentally get in trouble for being right. And I hate the idea that I have to go check like 5 places before I make a comment on anything, just to make sure I'm not spoiling something. Parasite is coming soon, actually. Like, if you saw it spoiled somewhere, if somebody leaked it, awesome. Does it really matter? Like, if you don't have the acoins to get it tomorrow, you're saving up anyways, right? The modifier schedule is a really good predictor, but it doesn't guarantee what's coming up next. And we saw that last month. I think it was last month. So that's it for the... You're broke. Yeah, 600 isn't a lot these days. So that's it for Rebalance. Join the resistance. Okay. I got a question. Wow, there's so much old stuff here. How long is this video? It's 2 minutes. Good. I believe there's no audio on this video. I'm going to set up a poll. Okay, so I'm doing a wrap up for 5th anniversary before the end of the month, and I have some old footage. Most of today's is from 2023. I'd have a silly one from 2024 that I want to check today. Actually, most of these are from June 2023. This is back when I was in Void. You might recognize some of these names. Oh, before I forget, Compound Beam, I fully expect is going to be up on the chopping block for nerfing soon. What I'm expecting is a 10 to 15% damage reduction and an increase of around 0.75 seconds for the charge time for the fan for the second mode. Well, Citadel is going to... I don't know that it needs a nerf. I mean, I wouldn't complain too much, but compound beams, I'm expecting are going to get nerfed. I had another prediction too that I think I mentioned it in one of the videos. Okay, so here's the video. I will be right back. Why do I think they're nerfed? Yeah, thanks, Alazad. If anyone can run more than one set of compound beams, they are. They likely want to be running 2 or 3 sets. Whenever you have a situation where you want to be running 2 or 3 sets of the same weapon, that's a really good indicator that it's broken and it needs to be nerfed. Okay, so back when I started playing, I ran into this cool dude named Wrathful Zulu, and we played together every day for like at least 2 hours a day. And we ended up applying to Void when we were at like 5,000 SP, when Void really wanted us to be around 9. And we're like, it'll be fine. They said, well, you have to do tryouts. I'm like, it'll be fine. They thought that we'd be demoralized by getting owned repeatedly. Spoiler alert, we weren't. Zulu was he's easily one of the best players in the game. I was usually playing more of a support role, so he could be a lot more aggressive, i.e. suicidal. And yeah, we did very, very, very well together. And then about a year later, it turned out that there was a group of about 10 of us that were playing together all the time anyways. And Void we were in Void Defenders. It was the lower tier of Void. Void was slowly fading in overall power, and people were pushing Zulu to make his own clan. So that's where Lunix came from. You have the good night. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be getting to the play probably in half an hour if you want to pop back for that. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to go reload my drink, and I have the poll up, and let me know if I should use this footage. Vote once, like, share, subscribe. Here we go. And I think this is quiet, so I'm just going to throw on some music. I think. And remember, this is 3 years ago, so this is very much the ArcTorrent meta. Okay, that's kind of perfect timing. Like, is that footage worth using? Let's find out what the poll says. Oh, before I forget, back then, opponents couldn't shoot through their own dome from Aegis. So the game was very different then for that mech. Like, that dome was impenetrable. And one of the pro tips for fighting against Surge with Aegis, of course, is to push yourself up right against the dome, right against the barrier, because even if they slightly penetrate the shield, they're not going to do any damage to you. But like if you're right up against the shield and they charge, it's not going to do a whole lot to you. Goofy Gooberman. It was a very effective shield, so I mean, it wasn't the worst thing that you could do. You're a chef? Welcome. I want to vote on this too. Okay, I don't. Let's see. And the poll says there were some no votes. Interesting. Okay. $86 yes, 14 no. What do we have here? This is another throwback to 2023. I love the triple surge or quadruple surge. We back in the day with Lunex, we would win in like 70 seconds or less in CPC. Didn't matter if it was against players or not. We would have a team of at least 4 surges, and we would just rush. And I mean, absolutely blitz the enemy, and we'd be in their home base within like 20 seconds. Yeah. We actually liked having a bot on the team just so they could capture our home beacons, because we'd ignore them. Back when Surge was completely broken, I know, right? Look at that damage output on discs. Good lord, that was disgusting. Oh my god. I feel dirty just looking at it. And dirty isn't always a bad thing. I'm such a coward here. I should have been zerging. Oh my god, look at that damage. That's insane. Oh no, I'm being attacked. And now they're completely useless, I know. And now they could completely reverse the nerf and they'd be okay. How's this poll doing? 100%, 7 votes. What do you guys think? think I'm going to end the poll now. 100% liked it. Yeah, it's good footage. Okay, I'm not even sure that this needs to be voted on. I will use this at some point. Here is when Helix 16 came out. And it was in a crate rush that cost money to buy tokens. So I spent like 16 bucks US to buy 2 spins. I don't even know why. I think I was buying 2 at a time because I hated buying 1 at a time. And I didn't want any excess tokens left over. So it was a convenient / lazy thing. I guess I can skip this while my transaction goes through. So I bought 2 tickets. Indian Bharat, hello, hello. So my first of 2 spins. 5 blueprints. Yay. Customs, yeah, we'll do customs soon, probably in 15 minutes or so. I'm even skipping tournament tonight just for you guys. So I did get it on the second spin. Helix 16. And you know how many times I used it? Yeah, I think the correct answer is around 0. Yeah. Now it costs credits. And I got mine for $20 Canadian. Here's Archangel getting it on the 20th spin. There are other images like this where I had to buy my spins for real cash. I think it was 6 in a row. It was 5 or 6 in a row where I bought these tokens for cash. And yeah, I got the jackpot on the last spin. Yeah, this was November 1st, 2024. Yeah, I was really surprised when I found this image too, because this does not seem right. This very much seems like a mistake, but the timestamp on the file is November 1st, 2024, which is why I was probably all over it and did not care if I got it on the last spin. But I think it was more than 20 spins. I think this was like 30 or 40 spins. Yes, back when Helix, like real Helix spam was a thing on the starting Pokemons, that was another reason why Surge and Eclipse were so popular, was because you couldn't target them. Otherwise, the guided spam really would have taken over the meta. But Eclipse and Surge, not only did they nerf, like they were a perfect counter for guided spam, they were also incredibly powerful mechs with their other abilities, like being immune to status effects and dashing and stunning for like half an hour at a time. Should you still get Eclipse? I don't know. I don't know. The durations, the cycle time for activating your stealth and running around, it's a lot shorter. It's still a really powerful ability. It's also a perfect counter to Outlaw. So if you're an end game, it's not a bad mech to have. Is that full circle? If you're like back in the day, Eclipse, you'll see a lot of footage with Eclipse where you can just run around with impunity. You're stealthed most of the time and things can't target you and you just kill everything. Pew pew daka daka. Now you can't. You're mid-game spam game. If you're careful, you can make really good use of it. The ability is still very strong. Is it fun? I don't know. I don't know if you would find it fun. Somebody was looking at my hangers the other day and they sent me a DM and said, hey, Chef, WTA something between E and G. And they said Eclipse question mark, compound beam question mark. And I'm like, yeah, Eclipse compound. It's the perfect way to hunt down outlaws. And that's a good point. A hanger showdown with Eclipse. Yeah, because you can start moving up, and once you think that your opponents are ready to engage with you, you pop off a phase cloak and you zerg them. And you just walk up and usually kill with impunity. Oh, yeah. So somebody asked me a while ago how good Orion really is. This was from a 2v2. No, this was a hanger showdown. Sorry. This was a hanger showdown. Me and a bot. No, was it? It was. No, it was 2v2. It was 2v2. It was me and a bot against two bots. And it was 2 rounds, and I literally got all 20 kills. And that's with a substandard weapon, EM16 level 6. And this is all close range. Like this was a red carpet. Go figure it was red carpet. I had close to 20 a bunch of times, and I'm like, you know what? I just have to do this. I have to grind this out just for the screenshot. It's less impressive than it looks, but it's still whatever. I'm actually more proud of this screenshot than the 20 kills. Frame it. It's really hard making Podgun Redeemer work at 19K because pod 12s just don't hit quite hard enough, and backtrack has too long of a cycle time. If pod guns were like 10-15% more damage, I would be running Podgun Redeemer in my end game hanger. And again, somebody asked if Orion is good. I have Gemini Orion in all 3 of my hangers at 19K. It's my starting Pokemon on almost every map all the time. That's how strong I think it is. For me, it's one of the strongest builds in the game. For me. Am I saying it's meta? No, but it generates a lot of kills. You're going to make an espresso? Nice. Yeah, Gemini Nomad, Gemini Surge, Gemini Eclipse, Gemini anything with movement, Gemini Tail Sting, soon to be Gemini Silverthorn. If it moves, if it has a pulse, Gemini. That's why I think Gemini might be the other weapon that's on the chopping block for a bit of a nerf. Yeah. So Gemini and compound beams, I think if both of those were announced in Rebalance 7 or 8, I will not be surprised. You can push a little bit. If your opponent has something like a surge and they get a drop on you, you're cooked. If they have compound beams, they can keep disrupting you before you have your 2-second targeting time on the Geminis. If you really, really have to push, Orion still has a high movement. I don't like pushing to cap with it, but if I have to, I will. This was a CPC. I don't know if you can see the whole image here. Yeah, this was our team. 16 kills with Surge EMs. And I had, it was 2 versus 2. And sadly enough, we didn't actually get 25 kills. It was only 24. Yeah, it's funny. People are calling for Orion to get nerfed. It's been a good, solid mech since it was released. And it might get nerfed now. It might get nerfed now because it's the easiest, most obvious, and best counter to mods, and mods are what slowed down damage in the game. I'm going to say it again. Scouts have over 700,000 effective hit points because of mods. If you have something that ignores mods, go figure it's going to be insanely strong. That's why burrow beams were insanely strong and had to get nerfed. Yeah, it'd be pretty insane to nerf a mech that's that old that's only epic. I know. But yeah, Burrow here got Surge Arc, was easily one of the best builds back then. I don't know how they can't put the toothpaste back in the genie bottle though. So I don't know how they can rework mods. There was talk about reworking mods. I hope they don't try because they might screw it up. Yeah, Tail Sting. I had a lot of hope for Tail Sting. It's kind of squishy. Silverthorn is the better version of Tail Sting after Rebalance 6. So expect to see a lot of Silverthorns. It's not that I don't trust them. I don't trust their math. And I don't want this to sound mean, but I can say with complete sincerity, I don't think the devs actually play an endgame. I don't think they know what endgame play looks or feels like. They can look at the numbers all day long. Now, whenever Pasha is available to play, it's usually my Friday morning at 5 a.m. So I never... Archdemon, like, as much as I want to totally agree with that, I shouldn't. But yeah. See, sometimes there's also decision, there's information behind the scenes that we're not privy to, which I do believe influences their decisions. I do. But the Friday mornings where the devs show up to play, it's happened twice, I think, since I became a content creator, and 5 a.m. is way too early for me to play Friday morning. Yeah. Because I'd love to see how they actually play. Like, I'd love to be in the arena with them, with real hangers, to see how they actually move and play. No, I think the suits are fantastic. Since MTG took over Plarium, they've only made a few mistakes. Yeah, only a few mistakes. And the one thing that I think we all need to accept is it's a game, it's owned by shareholders. The board of directors has a fiduciary responsibility. They have an obligation to maximize profits for the shareholders. So if they introduce a point of frustration, a stress point that is easily solved by players spending more money, we call that scummy. They call that good revenue. That's the reason. And they still need to make money. Is it the best way? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm sure they have bean counters that know more about what happens behind their scenes than I do. So I really can't comment on it. Oh, I also had the stupid font for Chef Vlahos like everyone in Linux did at the time. Like, it was kind of cute. It was also really annoying to type. Yeah. I'm going to let you guys know a little secret here. When I see people poo-pooing pay-to-win people as being losers or being wallet warriors or using mommy or daddy's credit card or... Well, I'll let you guys figure out what this is. Yes, it's a rooftop surge. When I said cheaty face, I wasn't kidding. Not only am I immune to blind, I'm immune to gravity. I'll just let that sit for a while. I had an arachnos on a rooftop, but I couldn't get the screenshot fast enough before I died. This image was from May 13th, 2023. What do you mean rooftop Koreans were cooler? I had arc torrents. I couldn't do anything from the roof. Now, if I had my EMs, that'd be awesome. Not like I could really... I guess I could dash into the corner of those lanterns. How? What do you mean how? Don't pretend that you don't know how to do this. Come on. Well, my running joke has been that after spending thousands of dollars, I finally unlocked the pay to win button and I just press the button and it costs $5 and I win. Or I only get newbies. Okay, so it's a joke, right? The reality is the barrier of entry for spending money on this game, I think is absurdly high. I think it's way too high for the typical teenage kid that's in high school that doesn't have access to a credit card, that doesn't have access to a part-time job, that goes off of allowance, and their parents forbid them from spending money on a video game. What? My boy Zulu cheating and abusing collision physics and getting on top of something? Say it isn't so. Yeah, and it's a lot of people, and a lot of people, depending on your country's, like your region's economic situation, spending $100 US on a mech is like your food for the month or something. It's ridiculous, right? Apparently there is some regionalized pricing, but yeah, I think the prices in this game are way too high, and if they were literally a quarter what they were, I think more people would be able to afford to spend money on the game instead of relying heavily on whales. Yeah. Yeah, they removed ads from new accounts on mobile. They were playing around with it about a year ago. And if you're on Plarium Play, you can play on desktop exclusively like I do. I used to, until a few months ago, actually, I would log into my cell phone just to watch the ads because it still adds up. The adds up. So yeah, pay to win. The reality is, and this isn't a hot take or anything, the reality is anyone that complains about other people being pay to win, it's just envy. I'm not saying it's completely unfounded. People that have more cash to spend on the game are going to advance faster and have better bling and be in a better position to SP drop and abuse the game than free-to-play players. So there is an advantage to being a casher. There is, for sure. I don't feel that my life is ruined because Elon Musk is a trillionaire. If Bill Gates moved in next door to me, I wouldn't feel like my bank account got nerfed. I think gamers are inherently a little too competitive with each other across all dimensions or across more dimensions than they should. And exactly, the whales keep the lights on. Well, exactly. And if Bill Gates did move in next door to me, my place would sell for a lot more and I would actually have more net value. But the way a lot of gamers look at it is I got nerfed because someone in the area has a lot more of something than I do. Back when I used to hang out with street racers, if somebody got a better nitrous kit or turbo kit or something on their car, it didn't make your car any slower. Your car was still plenty fast. It just wasn't as fast as the guy that bought the latest upgrade for their car. So compared to them, yeah, their car became faster. Your car did not get nerfed compared to the entire meta. Your car is not slower than everyone else. We are going to do customs in this stream, but these screenshots are very important. Now, I'm obviously going to use this, and to answer the question of how I got up here, I think Zulu bumped into me. I think we dashed into each other, and I got launched on top of this rooftop. And this was I think this was one of my first triple MVPs that I actually took the screenshot of. I mean, it's only 11 kills and like 4 caps. It's not. It's nothing to write home about, but I think this was the first time it happened. And it's hard to triple MVP when the majority of your games are with some of the top players in the game. It's really, really, really hard to do that. Now, I probably did this solo. I can't remember. I'm assuming I did this one solo. Yeah, the virtue that people claim for grinding, for earning their way, like, oh, wait a second. I paid cash because I have a good job because I went to university for 14 years. So I didn't earn my money to buy faster advancement in my game. I didn't actually work towards that. You're right. The guy who's living in mom's basement, who's, for whatever reason, who grinds 40 hours a week for whatever reason, they're the virtuous one. They're the ones that are doing it the smart way. Instead of, I don't know, stocking shelves at Walmart for 2 hours and getting a battle pass and an upgrade every month. Yeah. You had no shoes and you saw a person that had no feet. Yeah, no kidding. I can't tell you how much I miss playing with those guys. And here was one of my first posts about a really, really, really unfair match. The unfair match was in my favor. I had literally twice the squad power of someone else. Two and a half times the squad power of someone else. I don't know if you can see this all on screen. I'll zoom in. So here's my ubiquitous all pink hanger. I miss the old models. I miss the old graphics. I had so many people comment in the chat about the all pink hanger, and they made a lot of assumptions about me because of my all pink hanger. I personally like the intimidation factor because nobody wanted to lose to a person who had a stereotypically pink hanger for whatever reason. Up to and including an actual death threat. But I'm not kidding. I think I have a screenshot of that actually. Somebody was outraged that they lost to somebody who's clearly gay homosexual person. I actually just like the color, and that was it. But a lot of people out there, and again, it's younger people that aren't from North America, and I'm not making any judgments, but they their culture, alternative lifestyles aren't really condoned or accepted. I'm completely straight, but I've also had non-straight friends most of my life. It is what it is. That's all I'm going to say about that. Normally I'd make various jokes about it, but I got to keep it very mecharena friendly. Got to keep it very E8, maybe E9, very PG, like PG-13 at worst. And I already dropped the C-bomb twice for poop. Anyways, here was my opponent from Lucky, 2000 squad power. They had pilots, I didn't. This wasn't intentional SP dropping. They were full of missiles. MD bot, really? Versus this. So my hangar was 2.5 times their power. And yeah, this was a complete massacre. Redox with nades. That's trolling in action. I miss my redox. Can I use this in the custom today? You know what? I will. Let's do that. Oh, speaking of, I can't even talk about limoncello because it's. I picked up this amazing soft ice cream maker and it makes slushies with anything. I'll let you fill in the blanks, or drop a DM on Discord. I'll tell you all about it. Speaking of which, I'm going to have some water because that's all I mostly drink. Coffee is the vast majority of the rest of the stuff that I drink. Do I have any other pictures? Any other fun images? I think, I think that's good for today, but I think most of these clips would be interesting. I did not get cooked. My guests did. I think some of this to show like evolution over the years, and I have a bunch of pictures like this. Okay, SP dropping. Here's, man. SP dropping usually works like this, and the devs are constantly tweaking it, so sometimes it doesn't work. But in general, you have maybe a single mech that's between 4 and 6 star with max weapons with no pilot, and usually no mods. That will usually get you into a ridiculously low pairing where you can walk all over everyone. Or you can have like rank 3 and 4 mechs with rank 5 or 6 weapons, usually with no pilots, with no mods, and you're going to get paired down. You are a softer target because of no mods. The superior weapons, and if you're in a position to make that choice, you're probably an experienced player. The experience alone is going to carry you, usually. Where it gets really tricky is when people buy, and I have a ton of examples of this, and I have very mixed feelings about it. You'll see people that have obviously spent cash early on, and they have nothing but rank 3 mechs, and you know they're taking those rank 3 very strong, very meta mechs, into Hangar Showdown League 4, and they're completely crushing newbies. They're taking those rank 3 mechs with decent 6, 8, 10 energy weapons, and they're absolutely crushing newbies in the 1500 to 3500 power range. In their eyedroppers. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Yes, the number 1 player in the top 500, they have more than just a nomad with revoker, don't they? Well, we'll just skip the hackers for now. But the top people in the top 500 are usually very low SP, and they run things like Volti. I think the entire design for Hangar Showdown is backwards. I don't think that you should be unlocking things like pilots mods from having ranks. I think you should have a minimum amount of ranks and level of weapons and level and rarity of mechs and level and rarity of pilots and level and rarity of implants and level and rarity of mods. I think there should be like 5 or 6 leagues, and the top league should be basically you're maxed out. You have at least 4 legendary mechs that are at least 6-star, at least. Same with your weapons, same with your pilots, same with your mods. Like all of your mods, 3 of your 4 mods should be legendary. Like basically you're running a 16k hanger, basically. That should be the top league. I don't want to see, and I don't care how awesome people think it is, I don't want to see a maxed out Lancer in League 1. The last time I played Hangar Showdown, I saw that twice. My teammates, one of them had no mods, and it was a different player. Like, there were 2 that started off with their Lancer. We got crushed, and then I just quit. One of my teammates had no mods. I quit before the first round was over. Another teammate, they had 1 epic mod on their starting Pokemon. I also quit that one. I played 4 matches that day. That was the first time I played Hangar Showdown in like a month. I think I've played Hangar Showdown maybe 5 times in the last 3 or 4 months, because the matching is completely asinine. TTT, if you ask me one more time, you get a bonus prize of a ban. Not a timeout, you get a ban. If somebody has a question and I don't answer it right away, feel free to post it again. If I can see your question more than 2 times, or your post more than 2 times on the same screen, you're getting banned. It's in the rules. It's in the rules for the channel. And if people get offended by that, or they think that I'm especially mean, I don't particularly enjoy banning people as much as I joke about it. I would rather lose 1,000 subs and keep my chat good and clean and relatively wholesome and productive and constructive, even if people are disagreeing. I don't want any annoying spam. I used to stream on Twitch. Humble brags, I was the #1 mecharena streamer on Twitch for 3 months with a whopping average of 16 viewers. So that's not exactly a humble brag. Twitch is not the platform for mecharena. Neither is Kick. YouTube is basically the only streaming and video platform for this game, which is fine. In real life, I've terminated at least 150 employees, at least. It was probably over 200. I have zero hesitation about banning annoying people from my own streams. Danger Dragon, the first two MAQCs that I played, I had friends that were in the top bracket that lost the 2 matches they played. They won 2 matches because their opponents couldn't be bothered to reply to them. So they went 2-2, and they got the same rewards or better than I did in the bracket down, winning a legitimate 3 wins, 1 loss. Mr. Bottle Opener, I think it's a bit of a culture thing. I think it's a brain rot skibbity generation where these kids, and I'm just gonna call it like I see it because I'm an old man. Get off my lawn. Most kids these days completely fail the marshmallow test. They have no sense of delayed gratification. That's why they rush to gamble. That's why they can't wait to save up their resources. That's why they get themselves in trouble. That's why they repeat the same question over and over and over. That's why they yell in the chat, "Hey guys, guess what?" It's like, you know, you can just make your statement without trying to get our attention first. If your statement is interesting, people will respond. If you're looking for attention, saying, "Hey guys," you're just annoying people. I don't think it's just me, but it's the way children act. I have 2 kids. Both my kids did the same thing when they were toddlers. They'd say, "Hey dad," I'm like, "I'm looking at you." You go ahead and ask me or say what you're going to say. Even the "Hey dad, guess what?" I don't know, potatoes. That's just silly. Yes, it is. What's your question? So yeah, the kids spamming with questions, and they demand instant answers. I'm not your pet monkey to dance for you and entertain you. If you like my content, you'll be here. If you don't like my content, you're welcome to leave. But nobody tells me what to do on my channel. Just like the people that hate my AI slop, anyone that tells me what to do with my channel, they can make suggestions, and I'm totally open to suggestions, and I'm very much open to criticism. If somebody says, "I think this would be better," or "I've seen other people do this," or "Have you thought about doing this?" Those are all awesome suggestions. Even if I don't agree with it, that's a respectful way of saying, "Hey Vlahos, I don't like what you're doing." And I get it, that's fine. And I know my AI music and some thumbnails don't appeal to everyone, and that's fine too. One's turning 18 this year, and the other one's 23. Marshmallow test is dumb. Eat the marshmallow walking right out. Yeah, but if you're told there's 100 marshmallows if you wait, I don't know. The rolling, the fact that the game community is very international and there's a lot of younger players makes scheduling MAQC during the weekdays very, very, very problematic. Oh God, no, I would not get my kids into this game. God, no. Far too much racism and being a minority. No, they're not into games like this. Archdemon, if you're happy, post it in here or just DM me on Discord. One of my friends, he recently got into the game, and his little one is he's having fun with it. But the chat's supervised. Like I would not let. I would have some reservations about letting a young teenager on any online game these days. Best weapon for Deathwalker after Storm Nerf is still Storm Rack. Charge Rocket is the better weapon. Oh, here's a hot take. Here's a very, very, very hot take. Use the default weapons. That's hilarious. I do like that. Yeah, don't look at COD lobby. I know, I know. And that's exactly why we're never going to get in-game comms, because nobody wants to deal with the fallout of like racism or like all sorts of bad words in comms. Because and then the customer service will just be flooded, and they'd also have to be recording all the communications. Like the system requirements would be high, and it's a needless expense, and I don't want to deal with it, and I wouldn't use it anyways. I probably wouldn't. If people had to, like, if it was a paid subscription, no one would do that because they'd risk having their account removed. Um, I think if there was proof that somebody was being, like, if you're looking to punish people in the most severe way for making the game inhospitable, you're just going to be alienating your player base. Like, there's no benefit to it. That's actually it. There's no benefit. What do you mean the stream's still going on? Of course it's still going on. No, my kids don't play Mecharena. They're all grown up. They're all grown up, and they have their own hobbies and stuff. And nobody wanted my Magic the Gathering collection either, which is weird because it's like half a Lambo. Hey, speaking of which, maybe I should just sell my Magic and get my second Lambo. Here's a really interesting take for Deathwalker. In endgame, when it's fully maxed out, I hope you're sitting down. Bounce Critter. I think Bounce Critter on Deathwalker fully maxed out, like 70% crit rate maxed out, I think is very viable, because you're going to end up with, the floor is 19 shots per mag, which is more than enough time to walk. Like, it's your full Deathwalker reanimation duration. You're going to get your 19 shots out, and you can rush towards groups of peoples to get the maximum rebounds. Bounce critters are bad until they're maxed out. We'll find out if they work well when they're maxed out, because there was a bug briefly where they ignored mods, but we don't have the blueprints. Why does chat even exist? Yeah, like the rate my hanger is people fishing for compliments. That's why I just say 12. Top 3 weapons right now: charge rockets, storm rack. What's the third weapon right now? Compound beam. Yeah, easy. Yeah, charge rocket, storm rack, compound beam. After the storm rack nerf, it's going to be charge rocket, compound beam. Maybe, just maybe, just maybe, just maybe, maybe bounce critter. My favorite mech, podgun redeemer, Gemini, Orion. Best build in the game, outlaw charge rocket, I think. No, well, bounce critters at max are really good. If you do the math, like on paper, they're very strong. The sustained damage output is very comparable to storm racks for sustained damage. It doesn't need a buff. It's 70% chance to crit when it's fully maxed out. Math, GD Vision, math is like a language or a musical instrument. You can't cram it. You need to practice a little bit every day. Treat it like a language. And for algebra, it's just a bunch of proofs. So when you understand the theorems and the proofs, and you can do your own proofs, and you memorize it, because there aren't that many theorems to memorize. I still remember most of my algebra. I mean, I should. But I still practice. I still read math stuff a few times a week. I am expecting a cooldown nerf for compounds. Like 0.75 seconds is about right. And 10 or 15% damage reduction, then they'll be perfectly balanced, I think. Okay. We need to get some games going. Let's fire up the old mecharena. In my world, the difference between real math and fake math is statistics you can cram the night before a test and do well. Calculus, if you're cramming the night before, you're failing. Just want to close a bunch of these tabs. I don't need this calculator, don't need this notepad. It's my rebalance notes. Why do I even have other games active? This is crazy. How many games do I have active? Why am I playing the finals? I'm kidding, I'm not. How many people out there play Marvel Rivals? Out of curiosity. Oh yeah, suppressors. I have friends that go mental glazing just how amazing suppressors are. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that they are hyper aggressive players and they lose their minds when they're under the effect of suppressor. So because they hate being debuffed by it, they think it's the best weapon ever. That's not entirely irrational. Like, I get where they're coming from, and there's some validity to it. Do I think it's an amazing weapon? No. Do I think it's effective? Yes. Do I think you might be better off just killing your opponent instead of debuffing them and beating them up? Probably. If you're in a mech that has built-in mitigation or a shield, you don't need it. Or the other way to look at it is your mitigation is amplified that much more. Like Blizzfrost with suppressor. You activate Icy Grip, you've got 50% damage reduction on top of the suppressor effect. I mean, it sounds kind of good. Your birthday's next year? Okay, I'm doing one quick hanger review, and then I'm going to set up that one hanger, and then we can do some customs. Okay, decent enough win rate. Let's check out the Orion Tetra, Outlaw Charge Rocket, Laser Storm, Vegas Overdriver, Podgun. Yeah, Julian, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Like, that's like borderline ideal. I'm a huge fan of Gemini Orion. As far as using an actual sniper rifle, sniper weapon on Orion, Tetra is the right way to go. Charge rocket on Outlaw, you can be aggressive and you can push with it. The speed boost is absolutely insane. Outlaw is kind of OP right now, and that thing also needs a nerf. Lacewing Stormrack is great. Your Aegis Overdriver is, like, Overdriver's best places on something that has a shield, so Aegis, Blockhorn, or something super mobile like Eclipse. But I preferred on something with an actual shield. And Quasher, the fact that you have to charge up the Quasher means you're beating up your opponent's multi-layer perimeter, and then when you're using the enhanced bolts, you're killing them. So a single 16 works in that case a lot better than if it was a Gemini, because Gemini, you don't want a single 16, you want 2 8s. Because you need those like 4 sets in those first 2 rounds just to beat up the shield, and then you're doing damage. But with the 16, you have to shoot like 4 times. Hornets are really strong. They're really strong because they ignore mods. If someone has a personal shield, that's one thing. But against a normal, like, Pokemon in the wild that just has mods, the venom from Hornets go through it. You also don't need a missile pilot to make Hornets work, because the venom damage isn't based on the affinity type of the pilot. And the Hornets themselves don't really do all that much damage. And if you're running Hornets and they're mismatched, like an 8 and a 16, shoot the 8 first and then the 16, because the venom is based on what fills the debuffo meter, that venom meter. So you start it with the 8s and you finish it with the 16, and you do venom based on the 16. It's huge damage. Blizzfrost doesn't need nerfing. It's a skill check. If more people were better at using Blizzfrost, then it would need a nerf, because you'd see it all over the place. The reason you don't see it all over the place is because there's a skill check to it. Same with compound beams, there's an actual physical skill to feathering your weapons. Same with charge rockets. And even with the change to make it easier for mobile players, I think people are going to be forced to use it because of the nerf to storm racks. Like, people ask me if I'm a total newbie because I still run Hornets on my Redox. Like, you know that's been fixed, right? And I'm like, I know what's been fixed. It's still a nasty combination. It's an excellent weapon on a mech that's buffed right now. What am I missing? I don't care about an extra 20% damage. It's nasty as it is. Nasty. Okay, back to this hell. Oh, a Deathless One skin. Damn you. I wanted this one. Storm's good. Beautiful reload time. Rip. See, and I'm totally spoiled, like with the duration and the cooldown. I just have the set of 5 legendary that are maxed out. Deathwalker, Stormrack, Reload, and Radius are the 2 that most people go for. I would pick Radius over Damage if I could only pick one. Sometimes, because I'm crazy, I run cooldown, not duration, but I run cooldown, damage, reload, radius. But when I do that, I have to be extra careful that I'm only acting my reanimation when I can guarantee I'm gonna die, or I can guarantee that I'm not gonna die, like take no damage. You got big news, what do you have? Eclipse Revoker. What I don't like about Revoker on Eclipse is, even though Eclipse is fast with Phase Cloak active, it doesn't instantly close the distance. Oh, you're keen on Hellfires. Nice. Mechs that dash, mechs that teleport, mechs that freeze or slow your opponents make better use of Revokers than Eclipse. Now, having said that, Eclipse strikes out of nowhere. So, I'm willing to be a little flexible with that hard and fast rule about Revokers should only be on mechs that can dash or teleport. What do we have for implants? Please don't say there's range. Oh, perfect. Perfect! Duration, cooldown, speed, and damage. Awesome. As long as you can get up close and personal, you don't have to be up close and personal for very long when you're running the damage implant, and you're way faster than your opponent. So as much as I don't recommend this, I don't hate it. Ooh, Gemini Orion. Don't even have to look, but I'm going to. Reload and damage, perfect. And shield pierce. Legendary shield pierce, very nice. Yeah, that's solid. Burrow beam surge, if and only if you know how to hack or hacksaw, take advantage of the stuff. I prefer to see... Personally, I'd rather see duration and the 3 beam upgrades. This is always a tough call. Cooldown, maybe for sure. Duration, though, if you're just going to run the 1 for Surge. And for anyone that doesn't know, I do have a video on how to abuse the system on this. You can ignore mods on most opponents with Burrow Beam Surge. I go into the detail of it in the long form video, which not enough people watched. Shame on you if you haven't seen it. And Citadel is the other mech that doesn't obviously dash or teleport, but it does keep your opponents locked into place. And you can just walk up to them with your Revokers, with your massive damage, shield mitigation, and abuse people. We have cooldown, damage, range. Yeah, and here range kind of makes sense, and the mech duration. Yeah, this is fine. Normally, I don't like... I have a hair in my mouth? How does that even happen? Crazy. What I don't like about Revoker range is if you miss, the Revoker dart goes out even farther and takes even longer to slowly work its way back. If your accuracy is 100%, then it's fine. The power of their... No, it wasn't from the beard, it was an eyelash, I think. Okay, I'm going to play a tune. I'm going to reload my drink, and then... Did I play this one? Yeah. I will be right back. Any 32 energy mech with strike rockets, with savants, with pods, they do really good damage. Basically, all 16 energy weapons hit really hard. You might notice that my hanger, he's mostly scouts. I'm all on team 24 energy, except of course I have an outlaw and my Deathwalker. But in general, my hangers have at least 3 scouts in general, or 3 mechs that are 24 energy. This middle one doesn't. It's about the redox. I need to clear out this message, and I want to make sure that it's nothing too dramatic or crazy. Okay. Ooh, someone got banned by a moderator. Offensive language? Did they maybe say poop? Okay. Oh. Need to find out that build. Okay, I'm going to build that hangar that we saw before, including the paint jobs. I kind of miss the old paint jobs. Skins. What am I doing here? Apply. Nah, no. I mean, this is as pink as I can get my Orion. No pilot. Yoink. And this was a EM16. This is going to be impossible. Against real players, that's fine. It's about having fun, it's not about winning here. Next. Oh. This is funny. My hangar's almost the same order. I gotta show this, hang on. Yeah, so left to right, it was Orion, Eclipse, Surge. I already had that on this hangar. And then Redox Bastion. I mean, whatever. Don't mind me, I thought it was funny. Discs, ugh. I'm gonna use the max energy versions. Or should I use... No, I'll use what I had there. That would have been disc 8. I need another song. Duke, and Duke. Okay, so disc 8 and no pilot. I might remove the mods. This takes so long. Okay, no pilot and arc torrents. Yeah. Wait a second. Arc torrents aren't that. Arc torrents aren't this. Arc torrents are beam. What the heck's wrong with me? Wait a minute. Why are they not showing up? Am I really that brain dead right now? I think I am. Where did I put them? Guys, I think I'm going blind here. Guys, am I blind here? Am I having a stroke? What was I running back then? Yeah, I'm having a complete mental breakdown here. Yes, there are no arcades. You're all right. I'm a moron. I am so regarded. I said regarded because I'm looking at things. Do I have... Niraj, you remember when I put up the rule about don't beg? Yeah, that is my #1 rule. You can call me stupid, you can call me old bald guy, that's fine. The second you suggest that I spend my money on your video game, no. That's it, no. And bye-bye. When's the last time I slept for 8 hours? What year is it? Yeah. Well, I don't think there's 12s in this picture because I was at 5,000 power. Somebody wanted me to play what was in there. We'll figure out the... No, arcs are bad. Like, you'll see that I'll run out of battery right away. Like, I might be able to kill one player at 5k, and then I'm gonna completely be out of steam. Do I remember King Arnab? There's actually a bunch of King Arnabs. No, Surge Bug Zapper 12 is bad. It's literally the worst. And you know what's even more the worst? Yes, it's not well aligned. Hang on. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. No, the graphic. It's because I had the overlay on. This is what it's supposed to look like. Thank you. See, it's a team effort. Oh, did you happen to send me a request asking me for money? Asking me to buy something for you? Asking me to gift you something? Because if you did, that's an instant way to get banned and blocked and unfriended. I don't get mad. It's just very disappointing. See, this pink skin is horrible, and that's why when I saw Cupid's Touch, I used my hard-earned money that I don't give to beggars, that I give to myself, and I picked up Cupid's Touch. And then when I was able to find it eventually on Redux, your cousin was talking to my alt account. Oh, are you the cousin that he was threatening me with? Oh, yeah, I do remember. Yeah, no. I need zero drama in my life. I do remember now, yeah. Your cousin was lipping off about the most ridiculous things, and then threatening me somehow with you being a big player, that you were gonna teach me a lesson or something. And I'm like, he's on my friends list, because I did remember. But yeah, your cousin's really mouthy. So unfortunately, you're a victim of his stupidity. Well, so, I vaguely remember something about that. Either way, I'm not a fan of the drama. If I didn't block you on Discord, just shoot me a message and explain what happened, and I'm sure I'll change my mind. But for right now, I'm far too old and far too senile to remember to change anything. See, even this pink it's not a pink. And if you accent it with white, it looks a little cooler. Like having the slight pink tint is more of a purple. And then I'd rather just run the purple, right? But for the low price of $7 Canadian, when I saw this was available, yeah, my Cupid's Touch skins I paid cash for, and then it was in a crate rush. Those bastards. But I really like the skin. I'm really disappointed though in the Eclipse. Like the thighs are just weird, dirty camo. Like it's desaturated and gray. Oh, if you slapped him, that's totally different. Sure, let me unblock you right now. Hang on. I don't condone violence. I'm not condoning violence. Shut up before I get myself in trouble. Hang on. I'm literally the worst. What was your best heavy-duty weapon? I think is suppressor. Hellfire is not bad. That was heavy-duty weapon. Ronnie Dawasi, I'll hang on a second. I'm just gonna make a note of this and I'll fix this later. Send me a friend on Plarium Play because my in-game list is full. And use the Chef Vlahos that has my real-life face, not my logo. I think the upgraded Hellfires are perfectly fine the way they are. I didn't get Cupids for this, did I? Does it even exist? I think it exists. Okay, and this was supposed to be a pilot remove. This is a redux. Bastion. Wait. I have them backwards. Do I have them backwards? Yes, silly me, I have them backwards. This is supposed to be a redux. And this is... what weapon is that? Arcs. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That'll be another 10 and 6. Ronnie Dawasi, you. Send me that the friend request in Plarium Play and I will add you instantly, and I will fix, if you had me in Discord, let me know. I'll fix you in there as well. I don't condone violence. I don't approve of it. Okay, so I wanted redux. I'm a horrible person. What's your ID? I'll see if I can make room. Yes, Mr. Bottle Opener, you got me. You got me. I do need a new prescription on these glasses, actually. Barrage. what nades was I running on this? This is a throwback to 4 years ago. I think it would have been 12s. Yeah. And no pilot. Because 24, might have been 10s. Did I have 10s doubled? I'm just gonna double check this. No. I wish there was a way to remove mods in one click. I get invited to do no mod customs at least 5 times a week, at least. And the reason I don't is because I'm actually too lazy to do this. Because I need all of my hangers, because they all have different rules. The question was, why don't I just have a hanger with no mods? It's because I'm silly and I have 3 specific hangers for CPC for tournament, but I'm not doing tournament today. I'll probably do the set tomorrow. Yeah, there's 2 days left in tournament. I even had mods on this sucker. Okay. What's the total? Is 6,500, so this is a little bigger than... Oh, that's just going to be the mechs, because the mechs are all maxed now, and they weren't back then. Okay, so what do we have for players who's in this range and wants to beat me up? Using this throwback from 3 years ago, piece of garbage hanger. We'll just go make a custom. So anything 4 to 8,000 power, feel free to hop on. Pre-pilots, wow. I got the, thank you. Pre-pilot's arrow is probably the best. I'd have to think about that one for a while. Because pre-mods for sure, but I think there might just be some rose-colored glasses there for nostalgia. Oh, speaking of which. I do have rose-colored glasses, but they're in my car. The meta right now is the healthiest it's ever been in the game. Hands down. Hands down. Let's get a shorter map. I don't want to do a big map. Goofy Goober, welcome back. I'm going to hit shuffle a few times and hopefully we have slightly more balanced teams. Yeah. Now keep in mind, I have no mods and I'm using very, very, very substandard weapons. So feel free to pick on me and laugh at me when you blow me up. You not only have my permission, you have my endorsement. Not quite. Yeah, music. I need theme music here. This actually looks okay. Oh, I didn't change the paint job on my Bastion.
Let's get things started.
I am fired. Oh, you tail sting. Dang you. Okay, do I have any... I don't have any stuff to deal with this. Oh, this is just going to be all sorts of bad. Foul play and jammed at the same time. You guys are the best. That's too funny. Yeah, those acoins do nothing. No, it's my friend. Yeah, I ran out of battery. That's funny. So throwback Thursday. It's too funny. Save me, team! Save me! Oh, team saved me! Holy smokes! Well done. Go team, go! Win team. Yeah, there's a lot of chef going on. I don't know why other content creators get all, salty about it. It's totally expected, and in fact, I encourage it. You guys should be picking on me. I deserve it. I'm a horrible person. Look at my batteries doing no damage. It's so much fun. Oh, get that.
Three, two, one. Defeat.
Podgun
I got 2 assists. Pretty good. Yep. I'm gonna tweak up my hanger a little bit. I'll keep the weapons, I'll just throw in some pilots. I'll stick with the minimal weapons. I'm just gonna add pilots, see if this helps. I don't want to go full mods because that's just silly. Radius damage, reload duration. Sure. MRX Mecharena. I am Vlahos. King Arnab, yeah, I have it saved on a notepad, and I will add you later today. I'm gonna have to remove a friend to make room for you. I don't get the Heisenberg thing other than I'm bald and I have a beard. Chemistry is like one of the worst of the sciences. It's a step up from biology. Ugh. The toy. Range damage. Gonna go with the presets here. Radius, damage. There is no reload for that. Okay. Was I running 2 sets of arcs? No, that surge was no, it wasn't DMs. Was it? No, okay. Oh, you know what? I think I scrapped those. Huh. What's the default weapon on Bastion? Like autocannon 4? Fine, I'll pull out the 12s on this then.
Chef Vlahos, event review. Tournament, is it good? Is it bad? No, it's worse. It's worse.
Yeah, let's see where my power is. Oh, geez, no. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. But I'm just gonna remove this. You know, bring whatever you want. Let's just blow each other up. MRX Mecharena. I did a long, an in-depth review of the 6th rebalance and some questions. Yeah, everyone just join in. Let's just have some carnage, have some good clean fun. Yeah, nothing's gonna go wrong. So it was a review on the Rebalance 6, predictions for what's coming up, a bit of history on the meta and why the meta right now is the best it's ever been, and input and votes for content for the 5th anniversary recap for my video. And I think I went over my 8K acoin giveaway and how you guys can all enter to win. Or did I? Huh. Maybe I'll do that later. I'm such a jerk. Fox. Are you really at 563 power? I mean... Yeah, this looks... Shh. That's our secret. Don't tell them. They'll never expect it. Lacewing Gemini. Okay. I see a bird over there. I'm amazed I survived. You talk about random stuff as long as it's not dramatic or current affairs or hot button topics or anything, you know, dumb. Sure.
5 or 20 is silly. Fortune vault, fortune vault. YouTubers extra lucky. Fortune vault, fortune vault. Do I like these skins? Fortune vault, fortune vault. Secret codes don't work.
Ow! Stop it!
Fortune vault, fortune vault. At least it's not.
Three, two, one.
Fortune vault, fortune
Well, that was surprisingly not bad,
per spin. Fortune vault.
considering I'm mostly useless.
Shop on extreme. Fortune vault, fortune vault. 5 or 20 is silly. Fortune vault, fortune vault. YouTubers extra lucky. Fortune vault, fortune vault. Do I like these skins? Fortune vault, fortune vault. Secret codes don't work. Fortune vault, fortune vault. Technically not gambling. Fortune vault, fortune vault. At least it's not great.
No! Someone killed our burb.
Fortune vault, fortune vault. It's 10 keys per
Called S Laughter. No, I've never heard of it.
fortune vault.
Neat.
Got shop on extreme. Fortune vault, fortune vault. Extra lucky,
Really, guys.
extra lucky, extra lucky, extra lucky. Fortune vault, fortune vault. Do I like these skins? Fortune vault, fortune vault. Secret codes don't work. Fortune vault, fortune vault. Technically, not gambling. Fortune vault, fortune vault. At least
And a seeker. Wow! Degenerate builds.
Three, two, one. Defeat.
I demand a rematch. Okay, sometime in the month of September, there is going to be some sort of an acoin giveaway. And I need to know from all y'all. I'm going to start a poll here. Okay, there is a poll up. I'll give you a hint. There's only one right answer on this one. Okay, so far, well, one person changed their mind from the right answer to the wrong answer. Oh, and back to the right answer. Good. Teams. Oh, this is gonna be totally unfair. I mean, if it's a little unfair, that's fine, but totally unfair is not fine.
Let me give you
everything,
everything.
everything you ever wanted.
Do you
I guess
need
people don't like the fun multi-part puzzles. Need people to not be moving themselves around. Yeah, this looks okay. Let's do it up. And of course I get bugged, so we're gonna have to reform after this one.
150 and we can, yes we can, maybe just chef can, but still.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, of course you can play. The code was on the screen. Helping on the next game. See ya. Dang it, I died. It's no Pharisees. I only got 5 kills there. I mean, I've been accused of being competent before, but
3, 2,
that
1.
bird, ugh. Bird's working overtime. What are you doing? Danger Dragon, what are you doing? Don't look at me like that. I'm feeling uncomfortable. Stop it.
Double KO. Well done.
It's too funny. What do you mean I'm winning? We weren't winning. We're totally getting our butts handed to us.
Identified. Critical damage.
Oh no! Oh no! I got bloated up. Nice work, team.
You have won the match.
What do you mean maxed out hangers? Mine's not maxed. I'm running 8K. Yeah, it's gonna be degenerate. We can't possibly balance this, so. We need to reform anyways. Hang on. Let me know that, oh, first things first, I want to take a look at this poll. So if I'm reading this correctly, 90% of you want ID and nothing else to enter the acoin giveaway. 91%. Which means 100%. Hang on. I'll take that under consideration. I will take that under consideration. I'd much rather do a bigger acoin giveaway and make people work for it. Naruto, I'm doing okay. How are you doing today? I still need to get together with BMP and go over his fun group activities and rules. Archdemon, I don't think we have enough people to do that. Can everyone make a decent 5K hanger without using any maxed out mechs? Like, I don't care if you guys are running mods. I'm running no mods just so it's like remotely balanced. Okay, let's try. I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, so 4 to 8K, no maxed mechs. I'm using garbage weapons and no mods, so I think it's fair because I'm super squishy. I think. Although I think my Redox is probably the strongest in my hanger.
Hey, that's me.
I'll do some hanger reviews in a bit. I want to get some matches in. Amy versus Knuckles. That's a Sonic reference. I know that. Okay, I'm gonna speed run this hanger review. 1 sec. We have an old player with the name God. Haven't I done your hanger review before? Super old player. Where's the Neymar's? There we go. Neymar. Citadel Howler's fine. Your pilots all need work. I mean, you've got your Neymar, but get legendaries. I mean, you know this stuff. Lacewing Quasher is okay. I prefer Gemini's on Lacewing personally. But I know there's the sniper achievement, so it's not the worst one. I think Quasher is probably the easiest sniper to use with Lacewing. Killshot missile racks, you should be looking at getting rid of Killshot. Surge Revoker is fine. What do you have here? Get the damage instead of range. And Gemini Orion is fantastic. I'm pretty sure I've seen your hanger before. Well, the next giveaway is very likely September. By very likely, I mean it is. I'm not sure if it's going to be, it's probably 8K, not 5K, which means I'm paying for it. And if I'm paying for it, it's not going to be a ID thing. You're going to have to work for it. So I'm talking like multiple super convoluted, super confusing, multivariate analysis. I'm going to give you guys one of the most insane puzzles ever. We're talking level of millennium puzzles. Lucky Charm finally caught a stream. Awesome. Not dubstep. Fox asked for a review. Here we go. Orion Railgun is perfectly fine. I personally prefer Gemini Orion, but rails are fine. If you can get the mod penetration or the shield penetration implant, save up for the legendary. You can use Orion to end game, so it's very, 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 very useful. Revoker Surge is all fine. You have damage and 3 mech implants. Back before the first nerf to Revokers, on my maxed out Surge, I was running Revoker 10s, not even 12s, but 10s, and I was running 0 Revoker implants. It was cooldown, range, duration, distance. Cooldown, range, radius, distance. Yeah. And my Surge was my #1 mech. And then I ran my Revokers on everything else. Eclipse Overdriver is fine. I think it's slightly better on Aegis and Blockhorn, but Overdriver on Eclipse is Eclipse is the next best mech for that. Stormrack, Deathwalker, of course. Those are all fine. And Aegis Quasher. Yeah, that's fine too. There's nothing wrong with these hangers. Like, of course, get more mods. Go for the legendary. For any mech you're going to use towards the end game, go for the legendaries. Like for Orion personally, I would get the legendary multi-layer perimeter, galvanic, and hardened hull. Canopy, you can get away with epic. Yeah. Okay, let's get a match in here. Battle. What's with your hanger? Maybe. Let's get a couple of games in first, and then I'll finish off with hanger reviews. Yeah, of course, Fox, anytime. What did I just play last? I hate how this thing doesn't show stuff in order. So again, 4,000 to 8,000 power, nothing maxed. I don't really care about the other stuff. Oh my gosh, we're almost full. Autopilot 999 finally made it. Is this balanced? I don't think so. Do I know how to cook in real life? Yes, there is nothing I can't cook in real life. I had a top 50 Twitch channel for cooking for 5 years. My cooking streams paid for a silly amount of my gear. Yeah, of course, join away. There's room for one more. As long as you're like around 4 to 8K, that should be fine. I'm an old man and I had a very, very boring childhood, so I picked up a lot of skills. So there's not much that I can't do well. Yeah, the whole theme of my cooking streams and my YouTube videos was to simplify things and save gamers and broke college kids as much money as possible so you can spend money on meaningful things like gear. How old am I? Guess. A girl never tells. Can I dance? Allegedly. The person behind me's never seen me dance, but I did take ballet for a number of years when I was younger, which is funny for a guy my size. I'm very light on my feet. Oh, we have full teams. Here we go. Everyone can dance. Does this look balanced? Good enough. Let's do it up. Older than recorded time. Pretty close. Pretty close. See, and I'm completely fine with insults that take some effort. Like I'm okay with a good burn.
2, 1.
67, you've got a few years on me, but not much. Not much.
Chef V. Chef V. For me. 10, yes, 10, up to 10. People will win, yes, win. 8,000. 8 coins. Not just ordinary average.
Oh, we need a bunch of Geminis here. I'm not going to do anything this match. Did I not get you with that caustic blast? I'm gonna call shenanigans.
Average, boring. 8 coins. It's pink and purple and happy and shiny and 8
Promax will get you in the next one. I pasted the ID in the chat and it's on the screen. Get out of my way!
It's pink and purple and happy and shiny and 8,000. 8 coins. Lambo coins. Lambo coins.
Doopa-doo. We need to... They're really a seeker on me. For serious? Come on. Come on. Quit picking on the old guy. For serious? For realsies? No, get me out of there. You're not supposed to do that. That's cheating. Don't mind me. Oh, we're getting crushed here. Yikes. That'll totally swing the balance. Yes, you may join next time.
2, 1. Defeat.
Guys, that was horrible. I thought I had more tunes queued up. Hang on. Collection 6. I have like an infinite amount of tunes here. Pro Max Meta. There's the code. Jump on in. Angel Onion? Yes, that G is screwing me up too. I studied martial arts for years when I was younger. I did a Hungar Kung Fu and a Shinru Karate and some Jiu-Jitsu. Seekers are illegal. Yeah, I used to bounce in downtown nightclubs for a number of years. GG's, that was horrible. Yeah. I do not recommend it. The world is a very different place now. It's a lot scarier too. The things that I did when I was growing up, I would not want anyone to risk doing just because the world's insane now. Like, I used to go out of my way to do dumb things just to have a fun story to tell. And I wasn't always the hero. Sometimes I was the villain, but I was usually the idiot. But it was always entertaining. You can't do stuff like that anymore. It's, the world's just way too crazy. Yes, you may join. Join. Quick. Hurry. Join. And I'm going to find a thing here. Where is my DJ Evil Cat?
Apparently they can't hear you or something.
You can't hear me? Why?
It's the same thing again.
I know there's a delay. Yeah. And Mr. Bottle Opener, and again, I don't encourage or really condone violence. When I was younger and I did something stupid, or if I was like being lippy or mouthy to someone, I would expect a retaliation with some force. I would. I'm not encouraging it. I will see you in game. Yeah, Ronnie, I'll make room for you when I'm back on. You have acoins. You know what? I have something better for you than acoins.
Bam!
Yeah. See, that's much better than acoins.
This is the person who wanted to join. Please.
Already done. Already done. The rules are clearly posted, right? Like when everyone entered the live tonight, the rules popped up, and I think one of the first two rules is don't beg. Begging is equals ban, something like that. This does not look fair. Why don't you give us acoins? Yeah, exactly. Bill, that's brilliant. I love it. Love it. Sure, good enough. Let's do it. Well, Striver, you might be in luck because it looks like I have... I'm bugged again, so I'm going to have to make a new custom.
3, go.
Here's the other question. Do we want... Am I getting seeked already? I'm actually disappointed it hasn't happened 3 times yet. You guys clearly aren't picking on me nearly enough. That'll learn ya. Yeah, that was a good shot. Do you want me to start these earlier or go later? Oh. Nice shot. Nice shot. Huh. Redux, you say? Oh my gosh, this is like actually close. What's going on? Guys. No! Team! Team! Wow.
Humiliation. Well done. Double kill.
This one?
Dominating.
This one.
Well done. Multi-kill. Well done.
Yeah, the song is so good. What? I mean, what? I mean, you can cover with a sniper, to be fair. Oh, Dragon, why'd you get my way? Yeah. I always get a kick out of doing that. Oh, I'm so dead. So dead. Chef with the clutch. Guys, that was shockingly fun and balanced. Ish. I have to reform the custom because I'm bugged. Which weapon on Orion? Gemini, hands down. Mr. Bottle Opener, thank you so much for hanging out. We will talk soon. Yeah, if you guys want to like, share, subscribe, do all the social media stuff, I do appreciate it. Whoa, I don't want that. No bots. You too, my friend. Have a damn good day and a damn fine week. Wow, I'm swearing up a storm. I'm swearing like a sailor here. Gosh darn.
I'm so on tilt. Cover me, bro, bliss. Cover me. Rage quit level 5.
I used to main Bastion with nades. It was my 5th mech, but I was still running it up to September, October last year. Sweta Kumari, you're just in time. You're just in time. Blasted him. Yeah, we're doing 4 to 8K, give or take. Don't expect balanced teams. Well, the highest damage in one shot would be something EM at range with a crit, with Hunter's Mark, with after Silverthorn gets released with the update, and Tail Sting. So all of those debuffs stack with Brickhouse. And that'll give you, on a crit, 1... If you're the Orion, 5-1... Like 1.7 million? Yeah, yeah, you can use the Blockhorn buff too. You'd be pretty crowded, but the real problem is you're going to have to be using an EM at max range, and hitting the person with all of those buffs and debuffs. But I think you might even be able to break 2 million. Okay. We have room for 3 more. So hop in if you want. Yeah, you know, it's a good question. Is Stalker with a self buff better than the Hunter's Mark for the self buff side? It might be. Yeah, 2 million, around 2 million sounds right. Okay, I'm going to shuffle a few times, try to find a balanced match here. It is close. No. Oh. This isn't bad. Because the other team has the much better hangers. Yeah, let's do this. Except for somebody came over last second. So guys, just so you know,
1.
in the future, if somebody's shuffling teams, don't try to help by moving yourself around, because it doesn't help. You know, Sweta Kumari, I've always wondered why the captain, like the match host, why they can't move people specifically and like control stuff. Free for all in the future, bring your best hanger, because that won't be fun for most of the players. Because people don't want to go up against 20k hangers. So if I do make the next level of content creator in the next couple of weeks, which I don't think is going to happen, then the acoin giveaway will be 5k, and those ones are random draw only, like open to everyone that I haven't banned, and it's just enter your ID and you randomly get picked. And that's why I had like 15,000 people enter the last one. The ones for 8k are the ones that I pay for out of my own pocket, and those ones we're gonna have some fun with. Multivariate calculus. That's what we need to do. No, if there's any math, it's stuff that can be done by a kid in grade school, or an adult in grade school if you're, you know, going back. I'm kind of curious if people are making hangers just to sandbag perfectly for the next I make QC.
Victory imminent. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Have I played this one yet?
Chef V.
I'm Chef V.
Chef V.
That's this guy.
Pay to win.
Wait, what?
Prodigy.
Does that mean I'm a prodigy at paying to win? Shouldn't it auto-spawn me already? You know, you figure it would have, right? But it's one of the many hacks that I run. Anti-spawn. I'm not playing because it's 5 versus 2.
Have won the match.
Yeah. Let's try this again. I want to get one, you know, decent match in. Since I'm giving up like 400 acoins worth of tournament. I don't care about 400 acoins. No, like me personally, I don't care about 400 acoins. I know 400 acoins a day from tournament is very, very meaningful. There isn't much that I need with my acoins. If it was a bunch of credits, that would be very different. Plarium has a bunch of cheaters and they rig accounts. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Push it to win. Cost $5.
Cost $5. I know some people are very attracted to Promax. Don't switch sides, please. Promax, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Do I have to roll up a newspaper, swat you on the snout? They'll never take me alive. That's awesome. Okay. Is this... No, it's not fair. That's definitely not fair. Is this fair? Close. I mean, close is gonna count. Or do you want CPC? Yeah, you know what? Let's do CPC. Yeah, good enough. And I'm bugged.
5th anniversary. Plus, Chef V.
Why does the bugging happen? Because Plarium needs to stop relying on interns to do their programming. By interns, I mean AI.
1,000 each or 10 winners, 500 each.
Excellent work, team. Love the aggression. Oh.
Thanks, Plarium. You're the best. Happy anniversary! Do you want 5 winners?
Who's vulgar, Ruffles or this other guy?
500 each. Coming. Your ID. That's it.
The dude's name is the gold color. That's awesome. Yeah, sounds like a real winner. Oh, that Eclipse did some work. Team, go, we've got all sorts of caps and beacons and doodads. I dare you. I double dog. Ah, couldn't double dog dare him. Ow! Stop it. Stop shooting me. It's not your job. Your job is to make me look good. That's a tough job. Oh, guys, this was a little one-sided. Yeah, we, that early swarm was, good.
You have won the match.
And you see, Orion with a single sniper weapon is still taking out modded opponents. Yeah, so I'm gonna break all the TOS right here. It's not even like a dark secret that content creators get some stuff from Plarium. You see that most content creators, a lot of them, get stuff on day one. And I don't see how that's rigged. Someone in the chat actually got banned for going off in the game chat, for going off about the game is rigged and content creators are cheaters and hackers, and were given max out hangers for free. I'm like, far from it. I've spent a significant amount of money on my game. Yeah, and none of us cheat, because why would any of us that have put in a lot of time building up something of a community and regulars, followers, and spending money to get end game hangers just to risk it? Like, you don't see end game hackers, you see hackers in mid game and earlier on. Mr. Enigma, yeah, I will add you to the list and I will do these before I wrap up. I think we can do one more. I'm gonna shuffle because this was, sorry guys, we have to re-enter the queue because it's broken. Well, I have a bounce critter that's almost maxed. I think I have a rank 10 that's at rank 10. I have a 10 energy bounce critter that's at rank 6 and a 6 that's at 6. So I was trying to do the Lancer challenge, but I couldn't because I couldn't build a balanced enough hanger, so I wasn't getting one-shotted by bots. Yeah, that Lancer challenge was really tough for some people to do. Do I have access to test server? I'm 99% sure I do have access. I've never tried to log in because unfortunately I haven't had enough time to play around with it. No, join this one. I'm deleting that comment. Remove. Aha. Deleted. Just so there's no confusion. I appreciate you trying to help, but that was the previous code. I got bugged, so I had to drop out of that custom room. I still don't know why the rooms get bugged. It's been doing this for a year. I think it's just sloppy. See, content creators were allowed to be critical of Plarium. There's only a few things that they've done in the last, like since MTG took over. There's only a few things I think that they did wrong. One was releasing burrow beams. That was just a monstrosity. The initial rework of tournaments was awesome. The revamp was terrible. Outlaws did not need the buff they got. Deathwalker should have been nerfed properly. And of course matchmaking. But other than that, I think they've done an excellent job for the last 18 months. Like, of course there's things we can complain about. But I think under the new management, Plarium's made some really, really good changes. And I can still call them out for things that they screw up on, like math and being silly. Mother Plarium content creates you. That's genius. If we have less than 8 players, I'm just going to switch it to 5v5. Or we can put everyone on the same team and we can go pick on bots. Yeah, let's just do that. Oh, wow, we've got an almost full team here. Okay, sure, we can do CPC. This is not... Poor Archdemon. I think this is okay. Yeah, it's Modern Times Group. Owns it now.
Three, two, one, go.
Ow! Stop beaming me, bro. It's been like that for 3 years, maybe. I don't remember it being this bad. Uh-oh.
Victory imminent.
Nice one. I don't know how to pronounce that. And it's weird because I speak a bunch of languages.
Have won the match.
Woo! MVP, look at that. Arc Torrents, good lord. I think taking out Archdemon's Volti early on, that was a really lucky kill for me. That I think that did not help. Because he's the heavy hitter on your team. Yeah, I hit you. The EM landed right when the Hunter's Mark landed, so it's a maxed EM 16 with Hunter's Mark. It's gonna one-shot most people. And now it's doing the same damage when I was at like 6K power. Like I was still running a 4-star Orion with EM16, with a single EM16 when I was at 10, 11K power. And that was in my main lineup. Like I didn't just recently jump on this whole Orion's OP thing. I've always had Orion in my hangar. I've always used one. Because the ability's just dumb. And I didn't really... I hope it stays goated. I'm actually worried that it's going to get nerfed. I'm actually concerned. Oh, players. Not free-for-all. Do you guys want to do free-for-all and pick on me? Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, guys, free-for-all. Feel free to pick on me, because I know you will. I would. And then I'll do some hangar reviews and wrap it up. This was fun. Perfect, and I'm bugged again. I don't even know this map. What am I playing here? This. Dook, dook, dook.
3, 2, 1, go. Get out of my way. Double kill.
Wow, look at you, Mr. Stunlock. I want my revenge. Grr. That was a good kill. Doopa-doo. Doopa-doopa-doo. Doopa-doopa-doo. Daka-daka-doo. Small G. I didn't know you were on. Sanji, how you doing, my friend? Didn't even notice. I'm a horrible person.
Tracking target.
Why would you interrupt me killing someone? Oh my god. Okay, thanks. I'll let it slide.
Incoming fire. Noob identified.
Am I getting lightning? Stop it. Stop shooting me. Wait, didn't I ask people to pick on me? Oh, you survived it! No! No, I demand a recount! I demand a rematch! No! What's with all the...
Well done.
You stop being stealthy. Nice. Ooh, I see a real question there. No, running out of time! Running out of time!
3, 2,
Need a seeker and outlaw to replace Aegis and Vortex. Yeah, I
won the match.
Oh, that was pretty close. Pretty close. I would, yeah, I would replace Aegis and Vortex. What's your power at, VJ? I mean, assuming you're like 7,000 or 8,000 and up, yeah, for sure I would. But it's not a race to upgrade, right? I'm glad you popped by. Great to see you on. You need to stream more often. You keep vanishing on us. Okay, I have a couple of quick hanger reviews to do. So for anyone that doesn't want to stick around for the hanger review, I would appreciate a like, share, subscribe. No pressure. And be on the lookout for the acoin giveaway. I'll announce it by the end of the month. And again, if I do make the next level of content creator, it'll be 5K, but it's probably going to be another 8K. Which means fun puzzle. I appreciate that, Mr. Enigma Incognito. It's terribly mysterious. Okay. I've already reviewed your hanger. But it's exactly 7,500, so let's do it again. Lacewing Hornets is good. Again, if you could do a 6 and a 10, it might be arguably better. No, this is fine. Range damage, reload. I don't know that you need the range, but with Lancer or Lacewing, all you really need is the jump distance. It's not like you're jumping nonstop. Yeah, I like that setup for your implants. Surge, Compound Beam, I think that's the way to go now. Damage, reload, distance, and cooldown. Yeah, that's fine. You don't need the duration on the stun because you're able to stun with your compounds. Star-Lord, you will be the final one for the night. Just going to finish this off. Outlaw Stormrack's perfectly fine. I mean, technically, I kind of think that Charge Rocket is better. I also like the range implant. The foul play range for Outlaw. Depending on your map, like, you might even want a second hanger just to have the longer range. Maybe. And last but definitely not least, Gemini Orion. Yeah, this is standard awesome. Shield piercing almost maxed, perfect. And that's good enough. That 33% on top of the 66, it's good enough. There's a petition for which to not nerf. Okay, so that was one. That extra 1.1 seconds on most mechs is irrelevant. Managing change is always tough. People don't like things being nerfed. I still think that Storm Racks will be perfectly fine and playable. No, it's more than a 0.7 second difference. It's a huge difference. Because without the mod, it's 11-second reload, so the 50% brings it to 5.5. 30% only brings it down to 7.7. And 40% would be 6.6. Yeah, it's a big difference. Like 2.2 seconds, you're not going to really notice that on Deathwalker, other than somebody chasing you to your spawn point. If you're firing as you're getting killed, which is the ideal, because you still keep firing. Wow, a bunch of people last second requests. Okay, not a problem. King Arnab, what do we have here? You're an endgame player. Stop it. Stop it. Compound Eclipse, totally love it. I'm running one. Burp. Let's check your implants. I mean, you could get a canopy mod, but whatever. You probably should. You probably should. 60 to 72, I don't know. I don't know if the range for compound beam is really that meaningful compared to the reload. I'd run a reload over a range. Revoker's on surge, always a classic, and you're running damage and range. I wouldn't run range, especially on surge. You're closing the distance right away. Reload good. Cooldown and the 3 big implants. Reload damage and radius. Yep. And very likely the same thing here. Nice! 2 full sets of implants. Very nice. Yeah. You don't need a review. Your hanger's fine. Just fill in those slot Bs with some like 3 levels of epic canopy. That's all you need. If those are going to be your final mechs and you want to fully load your mechs out, for sure get the legendary canopy. I don't think it's necessary. Anik, that's good. It's good that you're close to getting your Deathwalker. Personally, I would highly recommend that you wait for a crate rush. Everything after Orion that's legendary, you shouldn't get from Geared Hub. You should only really get to 6. Geared Hub rank 6 or tier 6. Everything else, almost everything else, should come from crate rush. Everything for acoins anyways. You remember when Stasis Beam Juggy was A tier? Yeah, it's funny. Your inventory is only 21? That's surprising. Oh, that's really efficient. I like that. Okay, what do we have here? Lacewing Hornet? Yep. And, ooh, all 3 good. The Venom damage is the most important one for running Hornets. Surge Compound is good. Distance cooldown, damage reload. This is what I prefer. Yeah, this is really solid. What's your win rate? Solid. Yeah. Outlaw with Storm Rocks is good. You've got the good Storm Rocks. Again, I would recommend that you have a hanger set up with the foul play range, because the 100 meters isn't. It's not enough on some maps. It's enough for most. But I think if you get another 20 meters from even the epic range implant, I think it's worth getting. Deathwalker... Yeah, this is fine. Like, of course you want a legendary pilot. Are you old enough to have a Neymar or no? And Gemini Orion. Oh, what a classic. 33 shield pierced. Yeah, this is solid. Very good hanger. Speaking of BMP, he totally called me out on all of my shorts being on red carpet. And I'm like, you know what? I think you're right. So I wrote the song for him. Another focused hanger, good. Compound surge, yep. Implants need a bit of work, but that's fine. Mods are good. 3s and 4s, 6 on the perimeter, that's good. Gemini Clips is solid. Yeah. And you know you need a legendary pilot there instead of Maverick and Rosa, but you're not quite endgame yet. You're like next door to endgame. Citadel Revoker, again, it's one of the few builds that mechs that can run Revoker that doesn't dash or teleport. Range and damage makes sense on this while you're closing the distance with seismic effect in place. Seem Ayadav, yeah, I got your ID. I will get you soon. Maxim, hello, hello. Anik, I will review yours. Where are you? You two. Yeah, I already had you on the list. Stormrack Blizzfrost. I don't see this very often. It's effective. The on-demand mitigation, just pushing the button and getting... Anik, there's a rule about spamming. If I see the message more than twice on the screen at the same time, I'm seeing it 5 times. I guess I don't need to review his hanger either. Ooh, fully loaded. Reload and radius. I'd go with damage instead of radius on the 12s. Yeah, I already said I'm reviewing yours. It's coming up. Inpa, you're literally next. I'm thinking about this Blizzfrost though. The radius is nice, the cooldown is good on the ability. Reload for sure. I mean, it's always a toss-up, radius or damage. I find that Stormrack 12s, you want the damage over the radius, usually. Podgun Redeemer takes too long to... It doesn't do good enough burst damage. Like in No Mod Customs, it's all about the burst damage. So you've got EMs, you've got Rails, you've got Stormracks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all you need. Blizzfrost, Legendary Radius or Epic Radius? You know, that's a good question. Like it's 23 to 30. The radius is 30 normally. Yeah. So you're it's like a difference of what, 1.7? If you're hardcore, you want that extra 1.7 meters. In general, you can get away with epic implants, but when you get to later on, if you want to maximize your performance, the legendary is the way to go. If you have budgetary concerns, if you're not grinding like a fiend and buying all the battle passes and everything else, the 23% versus 30% on something with small numbers it's a rounding error. It really is. So, is it good enough? Yeah. Is it ideal? No. Obviously. Podgun Redeemer is, I think it's an incredibly strong build up to like 6,000-7,000 power, possibly later. I was running it main until the fall 2025. The damage is a little lackluster. The delay in the pods blowing up is what makes it weak. Like if they blew up on impact, I'd really reconsider using that build in endgame. But the 2-second delay giving people a chance to kill you first, I don't know. It's not quite enough. Yeah, that copy to the clipboard. I want this copy to the clipboard. Okay, close enough to 4K, just getting into mid-game, but you're a dirty pay-to-win person. Thank you. And here we go. Citadel compounds. Good. Yeah, once you get more implant parts, you're going to max these out. That's good. Except for it's the wrong pilot. You have a heavy-duty pilot here for beams. Crow guided on a close... Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Your pilots are all wrong. I think that, yeah, Bill, I think there was a bit of power creep, and pod guns just, like, they were substandard damage to begin with. Doesn't matter how much I was glazing it. It was always substandard damage. But in a bigger map with some terrain, in a prolonged dogfight, you could outplay your opponent. And that's where the real strength of the build came from, is that you could cat and mouse. I don't know why people are incapable of reading. I don't understand it. Yeah, like on a bigger map or a map with cover, you could run around with your podgun redeemer, load up traps. You could drop pods on spawn points. You could get people to engage on your terms, not theirs, and then backtrack out of trouble. And as long as you could keep track of where you were 10 seconds ago, you could pull off some amazing plays. With the increase of mechs that teleport or slow you down or disrupt movement, like, you can still backtrack out of everything, but your normal movement itself can get backtracked and your plans can get disrupted. I think that's why Podgun Redeemer isn't quite as amazing as it used to. Now, if you are playing the theme music, you do get a plus 10 charisma and plus 15% intimidation buff, plus maybe some damage or a crit bonus. We're still waiting to see the results. Theme music helps a lot. Again, Crow, wrong pilot. Akanta, assault for your beam mech. Do I have to wag my finger at you? Fix your pilots. Otherwise, the content is fine. For Seeker, you want the warp damage and the... You either want fire rate or magazine. Not reload on burrow beam. Oh, sorry, yeah, burrow beam, no. Burrow beam, you don't want to reload time. When you're seeking, you want magazine capacity. Or fire rate. Yeah, and invest in bigger pilots, because legendary pilots are forever. And other than... just pick them up in the crate rushes. Like, second worst case, because remember, worst case is always zombie apocalypse. Second worst case scenario, you're going to get a free spin on the event crate rush for legendary pilots. So you're spending 3,800 acoins to get a pilot that you'd normally spend 3,840 acoins for, plus 19 extra chests worth of loot. So just get them in the crate rushes. Just pick them up over the next year. It's not a race. If it is a race, spend money. Tetra rifle on close damage pilots. Alazad, welcome back. And last but not least, Continuum with finally the right pilot. See, normally I would be laughing at you. I'd be mocking you mercilessly for the Silverthorn, But now, my friend, it turns out you're the genius. You're the genius. Yeah, this is going to be fantastic in a couple of weeks. Win Silverthorn. Fix your pilots, otherwise your hangar's fine. What's your win rate? It should be good, though. Should be better. Yeah, swapping your pilots around will make a massive difference. Massive. Next. 36 inventory, 65-ish. Win rate coming up to the beginnings of endgame. Yeah, VJ, I was expecting a little higher for your win rate. I'm very confident if you fix your pilots, just put the right pilots with the right weapons, your win rate's going to start climbing up pretty quickly. And I saw you play. You're a fine pilot. Just fix your pilots and away you go. Outlaw Hornet. Interesting. Close range Outlaw. Outlaw's kind of broken. You want the Venom more than the reload time, but beggars can't be choosers, and you need better pilot than if you have the Venom damage implant, just put any legendary pilot just for the hit points, because the Venom damage isn't based off of your mech or off of the pilot. It's just a flat damage. So it doesn't matter what pilot you have, the Venom damage, the actual Hornet damage is affected because it is a missile, but the Venom isn't a missile. Eclipse Gemini, that's good. Yeah, like you're gonna look like a genius now after the nerf because you don't have the max reload. C6. Next, we have Blizzfrost Revoker. Revoker is Blizzfrost is the other mech that can sort of get by with Revokers. If it's a quick mech, and as long as you can get your opponent within the icy grip radius, you can beat them up with Revokers. Notice how many ifs are in there. I'd rather see charge burrow beams or compound beams. But this is fine. Like, Blizzfrost is still a quick mech. It's one of the quickest base speed mechs in the game. And it gets a speed boost so you can chase people down. You're not going to have much hard time staying point blank with this. You're not going to have much hard time. See, when I get a little tired, my language chip totally fails and I don't work well in English anymore. Citadel. What a disgusting mech. Revokers work fine because of the seismic field and damage and range. Range makes sense on Citadel. Of course, you want the bigger implants. It's good enough for now. Yeah, hangar's fine. Fine, fine, fine. I like the win rate. Okay. The win rate here is concerning me. Let's see what we have. Mimicker with Continuum and Tetra. In general, I am the opposite of a fan of mixing weapons. Some might call it an anti-fan. I lean towards the word hate. At low power, you can get away with it. But once you're using pilots, you shouldn't. Now, should you be running Continuum 8s, like a pair of them, on your Mimicker when you have 20 energy? Probably not. Is this your best available option? If it is, then leave it. I would look for a different weapon. Now, having said that, Mimicker is a fun mech. Very, very fun. I don't know that sniping is the best weapon for it, though. Something guided, something indirect is what I'd be leaning towards. Lacewing Gemini is always good. Unfortunately, you're down like a lot of energy on this. Okay, VJ, I got it. I know it happens. I know it happens. But don't put the same message in multiple times. Plus, I already had you. So this is 12 energy. You should have 16 on the rank 4 Lacewing. But I know the 8s are expensive. I know the 8s are expensive. Although the 10s, I believe, are for credits. So you might want to consider that. But Gemini on Lacewing, it's fun and it's effective on most maps. Most maps. Citadel Burrow Beam, you're only using 2/3 of your energy. Always get weapons first. Oh, Brazil in the house. Welcome. Get your weapons first. I would rather have good weapons on a bad mech than bad weapons on a good mech. And I know beggars can't be choosers, and sometimes you just have to deal with what you're getting for cheap. Patience. Patience is a superpower, and this game very much rewards players being patient. Or spending money. Okay. Sure, this works. And last but not least, Versa. I am not a fan of Versa. I am an anti-fan of Versa. At least you're using all your available energy. When the season modifier for Versa goes away, I expect 0 people will keep using Versa unless they're heavily invested in it. Or really, 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 really like the weapon. Personally, I think it's a cool design. I like the flexibility. When the season modifier goes away, you shouldn't be using it. You're struggling with your surge, I will make a note of that. Surge. Okay, I have 5 more reviews. I'm going to make them quick, and I'll try to keep them interesting for everyone. King Lord. Okay, so you're coming up towards late game. Overdriver Deathwalker is fine. I'd rather see something with area damage. I like Night Fury. I prefer Deathwalker to have area damage, i.e. Storm Racks. Overdriver is fine though. And at least you have an assault pilot with good implants. Burrow Beam Surge, you have... Yeah, that's fine. Citadel Revoker, 18, yep. Range and damage, again, that's fine. Stormrack Outlaw is good. You're going to be another genius that has the epic reload instead of the legendary reload. And Mimicker with Quasher, this I can totally get behind all day long. You got full energy, and yeah, once you start loading up those quashers, it's good damage, and the enhanced mode, good. Yeah, I really like this. I really like this. Yeah, just keep grinding. Okay, we've got Hellboy AK. Good. Oh, good win rate. Coming up to late game. In my world, 4 to 6k around there is mid game. 8 to 10 around there is late game. You'll notice there's a gap of 2,000 power. It's there for a reason. And then 12k and up is end game. 16 and up is competitive. And at Gamer, I have you on the list, yeah. Cool Deep, okay, fine. Fine. Just because we went to school together, I will let that one. We went to school together, didn't we? This was a long time ago. Back to Hellboy. Stormrock Deathwalker, good. Genius implant. Gemini Hemlock, I don't hate this. I don't hate this. Neymar, wow, that's old school. Reload damage, cooldown duration. Yeah, this is fine. Eclipse Revoker. And Revoker. Oh, you don't have the 12s double, that's why, okay. You know, I keep hearing the comparison to 211. It's very flattering. Although I'm much better looking. But he is OG, definitely. And last but definitely not least, Outlaw Hornet with another Neymar. Personally, I normally hang back with my Outlaw. I've seen people push with Outlaw, but that's normally with Charge Rocket. I don't mind Hornets on it. I don't think so. I don't think he still plays. And if someone's not playing, making content, does he play? It's been forever since I was in a group with them. I think I was in a group or a custom with him like a year ago, 6 months maybe. Okay, here's the alt. This needs work, 14,000 power. We have, so your mid game, again, Overdriver, Deathwalker, that's fine. Stormrock Vortex. I don't like Vortex. Vortex is fine early on. Anik Gamer, you're coming up in 2 more. 3 more. You're coming up. Two more after this one. Okay, so Vortex, Wartex as a promo code is really strong early on. It's great for picking on newbies. I don't like this mech. It's got a place, but in general, I don't like it for CPC, and I don't like it at higher power. Where you are, it's fine. But once you're past like 6,000-7,000 power, I'd look to replace it. And out of your mechs here, it's the first one I'd replace. I would keep Aegis over Vortex, for sure. Aegis you can play to like 10 or 12k. Even later if you're really careful. Lacewing Hornet, I like. Do you have the damage? Venom damage? No, you need to get that. For Citadel Revoker, we've done. Podgun Aegis is good. Okay, next I need to look at somebody's Surge Gorluck. I've seen this before. Excellent win rate. Okay, so Surge with Revorker 10s was Osha Rajput. I am getting to yours, and yours will be the last one of the night. I'm absolutely cutting you off, cutting everyone else off. I will get your hanger. Before the first nerf, Revoker 10s were perfectly fine. I know you're not at max energy. Revoker 10s were good enough to do serious damage. I hope you have 12s ready to go when you finish your last level. How many blueprints do you have? Are you close? I hope you're close. And replace this range for damage. You don't need Revoker range, you need damage. Especially if you're running the 3 mech implants. Do I recommend Revoker on Surge? It still works, but I think compounds are better. Burrow beams until they're fixed on Surge are better. I think Revokers need mitigation because you're brawling for a while and Surges can't brawl anymore. The stun to prevent damage, it's like pseudo mitigation, doesn't last long enough. Yeah, it takes time to get. It takes time. But I would look at swapping these weapons out. Podgun Aegis, love it. And all you need is the reload and the damage. Yeah, that's all great. Yes, I'm going to review your hanger. Tetra rifle on Orion, I do like. Shield, oh, duration. Duration? What? Do you really need the stasis duration? With Tetra rifle, I will accept that as a valid time to use this once and only once. And if you hit all 4 times, you don't really need the additional shield penetration, because the multiplier on the Tetra rifle is going to blow everything to bits. This is the first and only time that I will approve of the Hunter's Mark stasis duration. Good call here. And Deathwalker Gemini works perfectly fine. Your energy is good. What do you have here? I prefer ability cooldown than duration for Deathwalker. Yeah, bro, I already said that I'm doing yours. Aush Rajput, I'm doing yours. In 2 more. It's coming up. It's coming up. Sparky wins. Always like this ducky. Ooh, Gemini Orion. Zheng Hao Chung. Oh man, you're killing me. Maybe. Outlaw Stormrax. Good. Reload. Rip. Seeker Revoker, are you running both the damage and the warp damage? Yes. Although your Revoker is not legendary. Better than nothing. And for people that don't know, mechs have genders? Absolutely. Absolutely they do. Yeah, the warp bonus damage and the weapon damage stack, it's not a huge difference. Like if you have a pilot for 70% damage and you have the max legendary weapon brings you to 100, getting another 30 from the teleport and then the 25, in the grand scheme of things, it's a marginal increase, but it's still an increase, and you need to do your best to maximize your damage output. So yeah, you run both the Seeker warp damage and the weapon damage. Compound on Blizzfrost is excellent. Revokers on Surge are excellent. You're a few levels away from max. Again, Legendary Implant would be best. Beggars can't be choosers. You're only at 8k, so and I know that it takes a while to build these up, but the absolute pinnacle of your hanger, the showstopper itself, Gemini Orion. Shield Pierce Reload, yeah, it's like, I mean, you should have a Legendary pilot and get damage. Hey! I'm doing well. I actually need to get a drink. I will be right back. I will load up another tune, and then we're gonna have like 3 more hangers. Is that my theme song? I'll fire this one up instead. I'll be right back.
Chef Vlahos, mecharena, newbie. Chef Vlahos, paid to win. He's always carried. Chef Vlahos, Chef Vlahos. Chef Vlahos, kitchen champion. Chef Vlahos, mecharena, newbie. Chef Vlahos, paid to win. He's always carried. Chef Vlahos. No skill. Chef Vlahos, hold W. Chef Vlahos, kitchen champion. Chef Vlahos, mecharena, newbie. Chef Vlahos, paid to win. He's always carried. Chef Vlahos, no skill. Chef Vlahos, hold W. Chef Vlahos, pay to win. Chef Vlahos, kitchen champion. Chef Vlahos, mecharena, newbie. Chef Vlahos, paid to win. He's always carried. Chef Vlahos, Chef Vlahos. Chef Vlahos, kitchen champion.
Went to reload water. Space UK. Yes, be like me and hydrate yourself. Okay, so we're just coming up to mid-game. Oh, I see some good stuff here. Mimicker Continuum is fine. Although Continuum is not a beam weapon. I do like these skins though. Do I still have add your account? Oh, maybe. What's the ID? I'll check to see if I have it. Okay, Blizzfrost Quasher. Quasher. Interesting. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. You have on-demand speed and mitigation. Saeed, good to see you. Or is that said? Deathwalker Storms is good. Ooh. That's some serious implants for your Deathwalker. Want to check Ingrid here? Yay. One thing that I really hate about English is pronunciation changes based on context, and you don't really know where stuff comes from. Yeah, rear pilots aren't worth, like, you kind of have to get them early on. But yeah, jump to legendary as soon as you can. I know your name's not English, silly. But just reading it, if you don't know, if you're not familiar with people from other countries, you have no idea if that's said or Saeed, right? Like growing up, the majority of my friends weren't white, and like, most of them were like Vietnamese, Indian, other Greeks. The list goes on. So I was exposed to like all sorts of everything, so it's good. Eclipse with Revokers, fine. Nah, your implants are surprisingly good. And Lancer Podgun, that's funny. I'm used to seeing people with Lancer and Gemini or Storms, but pods are perfectly fine. Pods have huge range too. Yeah, this is all good. Surprised your win rate isn't higher. Your hanger's solid. Niz Gamer. Just want to see if I'm missing anyone. 6, 5, 8. You guys aren't going to let me sleep tonight, are you? I see you're really old. Gautam Krishna? Yeah, I got you. You've got an old account. Okay, Niz Gamer, where are we? 694. Archdemon, I have not seen Discord for a bit, but I will as soon as I get off the stream. Yes, Hornets Daka Daka. Killshot pods, I do like the mobile podgun platform. MAQC4, I did a lot of damage with podgun on Nomad. I was a beacon capping machine and I was chewing up multi-layer perimeter shields like a beast. I didn't get a whole lot of kills. I wasn't even trying to get kills. I was doing my best to clear mods and capture beacons. That was my job. I MVP'd a lot doing that. It was surprisingly effective. The team did not think that would be good. Continuum isn't a bad weapon. It's not bad at all. Gemini Orion, always good. Again, just like everyone else, you need the 10 to use all of your energy. 12 is close enough, and this thing hits like a truck. It really does. Getting the shield pierce implant isn't all that critical for your power, but it will be soon. Continuum on Deathwalker is not bad, like you're gonna have sustained fire. I don't think it's ideal for what Deathwalker does, but I know that you're also running at 20 energy here. You probably don't have a lot of options. Mimicker with mortars and mortars and mortars. The fact that you can fire from stealth, the fact that you can heal yourself or give yourself 30% damage boost. I mean, I'm sort of fishing for a compliment on this Mimicker. I'm sure it's fine. Like, if these things hit, they're gonna do a lot of damage. I just don't like mortars in this game. And Lancer with disc launcher, yeah, get rid of the discs. At low power, all legendaries are good. At low power, all legendaries are good. By the time you get to mid-game, most legendaries start being less good. By the time you get to 8 or 10,000 power, most legendaries are bad. Like, they just don't hold up. So I wouldn't invest in the disc launchers, and it looks like you haven't, which is good. I'll leave them where they are and look to replace them with Gemini 8s or Pod 8s or Stormrack 8s. Oh, Scorpion. Hey. Next. Tengu Hellfire, that's just nasty. That's also kind of hilarious. Yoda Jarvis clips. If you took the hat and glasses off, I could probably recognize you. I'm pretty sure I could. I'm not a fan of Tengu. I know it's a crowd favorite. I know a lot of people glaze it. I'm not a huge fan of it. The XP. Oh, hey. It's going well. How old am I? I'm 55. I'm an old man. And I'm not doing tournaments right now. Cheers. What do you mean, oh dang? I don't mind the Stormrack nerf. I don't mind it. It affects me too. I normally run 2 sets of Stormracks. Citadel Compound Beam is good. Deathwalker Stormrack is good. Ooh! Duration and cooldown. You know, Stormracks do enough damage you can get away with this at lower power. Yeah, exactly. We all knew it was coming, and we all knew it was going to go from 50 to 30. Like, everyone was talking about it for at least a year. At least. There is Mitty Kikyu is 71, and he's an endgame player. Kumar, I've got you. Yeah, I'll get you. I don't think I missed anyone. Yeah, I'm still here. Hour and a half later than I was expecting. But that's why you guys pay me the big bucks, right? Salvor, Gemini. I do like Salvor, and I do like Gemini and Salvor. And Orion Podgun is fine. It takes a touch of timing, it takes a little bit of work, but Podguns have really, really, really good range. So does Hunter's Mark. So this does work. Personally, I'd rather see Geminis on Orion, but this setup works fine. Okay. I think we're still going to see some Stormrack appearances in competitive endgame. Lord play Zed, because I'm Canadian. Yeah, compounds are a superior weapon, but they serve a different purpose. Like, you're not going to run, you probably shouldn't run compounds on Deathwalker. So even though Stormracks have a longer, like 2.2 second longer reload, what else are you going to put on it? I didn't? Are you sure that I didn't? I'll make sure to get to it, killer. Okay, Gemini Lacewing, love it. Bliss Frost Revoker, I know it's good, I know it's fine. I prefer compound beams. It's fine. Especially on shorter maps. Shorter maps where you can close the distance faster, like a lot of Hangar Showdown, this becomes a lot more effective. Podgun Redeemer, love you. Compound beam on Surge, this is good. Distance and radius, interesting. The EMP radius I think is a lot less effective since the Surge nerf. I'm gonna pretend, Scorpy, that you did not say that. Oh, I am Jarvis. Sure. I saw you with Cax. I saw you with Cax on his video the other day. See, I was paying attention. I just needed a really big hint. Sort of. And last but not least, Stormrack on Deathwalker. Good, good, good. Rip, reload. The shoutout video I actually wanted to drop 2 days ago, but I'm going to be honest here. I have like 6 versions of the song ready to go. I can't decide which one I like the most. And that's what's holding me up. Void Soul, thank you so much for hanging out. You have a fantastic night. The math vid is going to come out before the next acoin giveaway that I am paying for myself. So probably not next weekend, but the weekend after. Oh, next weekend I might not be live streaming, so one of my old friends is getting married. The fool. I'm not going to put out 6 versions of the same song. Like, they're very similar. They're too similar. That's the problem. And they're all good, though. I do have a math video on expected value that I should just drop at some point. There was another math video. That something else interrupted. Yeah, I'll be doing. Well, I'm going to be doing a puzzle for sure for the next giveaway. Alpha and Pro Max, what you got here? Bro, I'm streaming. Yeah, Max, of course. Seeker, Revoker, Compound Beam. No, no hybrid builds. No, no. I kept thinking, hey, Happy Harry, you just woke up. Yeah, I guess. It's early. Your captain's asking if I make delicious food. I make the best food. I make the best everything. If you're ever looking for a recipe, feel free to check out my site. If you need recipes, where's my chat box? I'm going to get back to making, I'm not going to do lives for cooking, but I have, I'm going to be making YouTube videos. Hey, Galaxy MD. Speaking of shoutouts. Wait a second. That's not Galaxy MA. That's Galaxy MD. Totally different. Are you I don't know. I don't know. One sec. If you haven't already followed my friend Galaxy MA, please go MD, whatever. Go follow him. My opinion on Versa Outlaw Deathwalker, I don't like Versa, especially when the buff expires. I wouldn't use Versa on Outlaw or Deathwalker. The sniper mode isn't all that good. There's better weapons for them. Yeah, the 30% modifier is fine for now. When it expires, anything you've invested in that weapon is wasted, I think. That's why I don't like the weapon now, and I won't like it in a few weeks. Okay, Surge, Revoker, Compound. Yeah, you shouldn't be mixing your weapons here. Like, you have 16 energy of Revokers and Compounds. Just pick one and stick to it. Personally, I would use the Compounds on your Surge and use the Revokers on the Seeker. And for the Seeker, get yourself a Revoker damage and the Warp damage, and move this Compound Beam damage over to your Surge. I just want to check your implants here. And find yourself a Beam Pilot. Yeah. Citadel Burrow Beam is fine. Keep an eye out for your legendary pilots from Crate Rush. It's the best place to get them. It's not as critical at 4,000 power, but it will be very soon. Mimicker Savant is good, although 16, you're at 20 energy here, you're giving up some power already. The reason it's important to maximize your energy is because you're getting matched against people based on the rank and rarity of your mechs and weapons. The game thinks that you're using 20 energy weapons. You should have 20 energy on your Mimicker. The fact that you don't, you're not getting credit for that. Sniper Pilot, Tetra Rifles on Hemlock. See, and this makes sense because you hit someone with the ECM shot, you're going to get like 2, maybe 3 shots before they're unfrozen, as long as you can get that 4th hit to land. Or better yet, you shoot them a couple of times first, and then you stun them, and then the last 2 shots are guaranteed, and then you blow them to bits. Kaboom. Yeah, that's good. Killer. The EM Seeker won't work because you're going to be point blank and you're going to be giving up a lot of damage for being too close, for not being at optimum range. If anyone wants to run EM rifles, make sure you use the range implant because that mitigates the damage drop off for being too close. You'll never make up for the damage drop off for using for warping. Yeah, EMs are only good on Orion, and even then, not in regular play. Yeah, but the shield damage is where you're doing all the damage. Like once an opponent's mods are down, they're all squishy. Like everyone has, give or take 210,000 hit points. But getting rid of their mods is the most important thing, and storms have other benefits, like on Deathwalker you can keep shooting even when you're being reset. Further 5-2. Galaxy, I will definitely take a look at that. I haven't done an analysis. I haven't updated my damage calculator for quite some time. How do you make your every claimant a mod hate? Well, which mods? Like the player mods or the weapon mods? Or the mech mods? Okay, here we have Killer. Vortex, Embers. You're at low enough power that I will forgive this. Well, again, Vortex is really good early on. It stops being good by like mid-game. But and that's a really cute skin, the dragon heart. I like it. But personally, I would not invest too much into it. Just because you can't use Vortex too late in the game. Blockhorn Versa, again, all legendaries are strong early on. Versa's got a season buff right now. I would not invest in this. And it looks like you haven't, which is the right thing to do. Deathwalker with podgun. See, Pods technically are an area weapon, so you can get multiple people that are huddled together. It's not the worst weapon. I would rather see a storm rack here, but pod 8s are definitely not bad for Deathwalker. Yes, Kingdom Bleachers, that's the polite way of saying that I don't like it. Later on. Yeah, but you're forgetting the damage drop off for being too close with the Seeker EM. Yeah, like you can hit closer to 2 million in other ways, maybe even more than 2 million. Okay, Overdriver and Oracle. Again, I don't like mixing weapons. I don't like the hybrid builds, but you're still at 3,000 power. You're using most of your energy. Most of your energy. I really can't criticize this. It'd be different if you were like a huge whale, but you're obviously not, because you're only running 2 pilots. You might want to consider dropping the credits and getting some pilots. It's not really a weird build because he's only at 3,000. He's fairly new. 340 games played. I hid the face cam because my mustache is tickling my nose and I had to like rub, and I didn't want to see you guys like, I'm not picking my nose, I'm just pretending that I am. It's gross. Killshot Ember Gun. This is also fine, especially if you can land the weakened state before the Killshot Headbutt lands, because you can one-shot people doing that. But Killshot, I don't think you should really be upgrading. I mean, if you want the extra hit points for a while, you can keep using it, but I would definitely not be upgrading this too much. Did you already use the promo for your Mr. Nguyen? I got you. Don't spam, please. But I did get you. And yes, I know how to say Nguyen properly. Killer, did you cash in the Bounce Critter 8s? Just going to give you a few seconds for this to catch up. Killer, if you haven't, just let me know and I'll push it to you. Next, we have an old one. No, I didn't do tournament yesterday. I'll see if I feel like doing it today. Pro Max, I will get you. Yeah, just one second. Well, most of us in Endgame are, where am I getting the IDs? I saw them in the chat and I recorded them. So, Senior Killer, if you're still around, let me know if you want the Bounce Critter 8s. Okay, back to this account. Eclipse Gemini works fine. Outlaw Charge Rocket, I think this is one of the top builds in the game. What do you have for implants? Samsung missile with Charge Rocket range. Nah, you probably want damage if you can. Good enough. Surge with Revorkers. A classic. Again, you're coming up to... You're moving up towards late game. With the right implants, you can make this work. The damage is more important than the range. It's still fine. Deathwalker Stormrack, are you genius? Oh, you have a good reload. I'm not sure how to feel about this one. How do I feel about this? This is your captain. I will Pro Max Meta. Yeah, I'm getting you. Citadel, I mean, both of these weapons are fine. Personally, I would just stick with the 18 energy. I think I'd stick with the 2 compound beams. But the fact that you're going to stun people while you're moving up and getting point blank with the seismic field, I mean, I know this works. I just don't like... Yeah, Kingdom Bleachers, that's what I'm thinking too. Just having the constant stun, plus your opponent's not moving. Like, the Revokers are going to generate more damage. The compound beams are going to be more disruptive. I mean, at that point, it really depends on who your targets are, but I would rather... Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Hop Nguyen, I know. I'm getting to you. You're coming up. Relax. Relax. Hellboy, we've done your review before. You want me to check your second hanger, I think? Well, the only difference is... It was a lot of difference. The Revorkers and the Hornets and the first 2 mechs. You have compound on Outlaw. You're a savage. Savage. I mean, I know you can push with Outlaw, but I think the ability is so strong you need to... I think you need to be a little more protective of it. Hop Nguyen, you're coming up in 4 more. I haven't forgotten, I have it written down. Surge with Burrow Beam, as long as you know how to hack the mods, yeah, it's still really strong. No, I haven't slept yet. I've been up since... Oh, I took a brief nap earlier. But I was up like 19 hours ago so I could make sure that my neck worked and I was on the right amount of drugs for MAQC, which was a complete gong show. We won both of our matches twice. Hanger Showdown's different. Like when I said push, right? I mean for like CPC. I really hate that the match was so unbalanced and that it was still originally it was a 4v5. And I also kind of hate that my team didn't practice. I didn't even know what the strat was. Like, I didn't even know that we were in comms until after we were in queue. Yeah, wasn't a fan. It was a total gong show and I wasn't happy. I also didn't like that I was the smallest person in my team by far at like 18 and a half, 19K. And you guys had like a 15 and a 17K player. Like, it was totally mismatched. It was totally mismatched. And I know one of your guys was distracted because he had real life stuff, so just a feel bad all around. I want to say good game, but we both know it wasn't. It was poo poo caca. The first attempt second match, I was pretty pissed off about that. I was pretty pissed off about that. It was a totally Mech game, and it was very one-sided, and I don't like one-sided wins. Like, wins or losses, I don't like one-sided games. The ones that are close, where it's like down to the last couple of people, or, you know, the influences within like 5 or 10 points, and it's exciting, and there was like a swing, and there's a good, you know, rally and recovery. Those are the games that I like. And I know you can't always get them, but ugh, stupid matching. Pro Max, I think I got you, don't I? Okay, back to Hellboy. Revoker Eclipse, we know how I feel about closing the distance. Citadel Revoker is fine. Burrow Beam Surge, if you know how to cheat, watch the video. If you don't know how to cheat. And yeah, those are the best matches, when they're close and they're exciting and it could go either way. And you're like, damn it, I demand a rematch because it could have gone our way. Those are the ones that I like. Scorpion, again. What's the difference here? No difference there. Difference in these two. So Panther Gemini, I mean, it's going to sound so weird because Panther, as an old school attacker, has like 2/3 the hit points of a modern scout. And I know the stasis barrier is indestructible, but you can still walk through it. So once someone gets through the barrier, you're cooked. But 32 energy is a lot of energy. And Gemini 16s hit really, really, really hard. I wouldn't recommend this, but if you don't have any options, yeah, it's perfectly fine. And if you have a specific role, then I'm a lot more okay with Panthers. And Nomads with compound beams, I wouldn't run this. I would swap the Surge and the Nomad. Boom. That's an easy way to fix something. Next. Max. Again? Exactly 5,000. I love this skin. I thought I looked at your hanger before. Okay. Deathwalker Hornet is fine, but mixing with Gemini, and I know you're mid-game, so you probably don't have these at 6-star. I mean, you can spam most of this, you're going to get out of sync. At least you have a missile pilot. I don't know if I can get behind this. What's your win rate? Your win rate's fine, though. Bastion Overdriver is fine. I wish Bastion was better. Surge Revoker, we know. Compound Beam on Vortex. Now, this is not a bad place to put your compound beams either. Because you've got the mitigation for yourself with your field. They're taking damage from the field. And you're disrupting the heck out of them with compound beams. This is going to do some work. I don't like Vortex past mid-game, but for now, I'm sure this is one of your top mechs. And Citadel Suppressor and Compound. Okay. Like, you're going to get close. This is fine. Priam, I'm going to... You have a total of 11,000 acoins. Well, for a new player, sure. Priam, what's your ID? Or do I have you already? But if you're looking to buy things with acoins, if you're past Gear Hub 6, get everything from Crate Rush. Don't buy anything from Gear Hub. I was casually playing, and I mean very casually playing, on one of my free-to-play accounts, and I didn't start spending until I had like 15 or 16,000 acoins, and it didn't take that long to get there. Striver, yo. Well, you're not a beginner if you're on tier 9. Quashers Outlaw, I think they work. I think Quashers are a touch underrated. I think they're even better on Orion, because what isn't? It's not too bad to catch up on to building up the secondary mode for Quashers, like the enhanced shots. So as long as you're good for those first 8, then you can do some real work with Outlaw. I can't do like all 3 hangers. Let me see. Yeah, I've already got you coming up on that right now. We have a brand new player. Hanger's awesome. Hanger's awesome. There's not much to say here. You've played 5 battles. Why am I reviewing that Hanger? I copy and paste the numbers, so I know that that's right. Hack 11. Decent win rate, 6k power, so you're mid-game. Blizz Frost Tetra Rifle. Again, you have on-demand mitigation and a speed boost. I think there's better platforms for sniping, like Orion. Compound Beams, this is good. Revoker is good. Deathwalker Stormrack is good, and Lacewing Gemini is good. Yeah, the only thing I don't love is the Tetra Rifles. I think you're better off with Orion, or get a different weapon for your Blizz Frost. Otherwise, it's fine. And you can make Tetras work on basically every mech. Do I like Parasite? I think it's an essential mech, especially for Hangar Showdown later on. It might start seeing a bit more play, but it's a strong mech, for sure. I don't think it's quite meta, but it's really close. Who's this Promax guy? Please, 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 your ID. I'm looking at it. Should I review it or make him wait? I'll review it now. Okay. Mimic or charge rocket. This is hilarious, and I totally approve. Blizz Frost Revoker is fine. Stormrack Deathwalker is fine. Burrow Beam on Citadel is more than fine. And Gemini Hemlock is also fine. Why am I reviewing this? It's good. Although I really do like the charge rocket on Mimic. Did the zero get cut off? Okay, this makes a lot more sense. When I double click on the chat to grab a number, sometimes the YouTube interface wants me to report or block or ban someone, which is weird. Thanks for correcting that though. Okay, dark, here we go. Mech hanger. Good win rate. Good win rate. Orion Stormrack. Sorry, Deathwalker Revoker. This is kind of funny, and I used to wonder why people ran this. It hits really hard, and you can charge everyone and get point blank and get everyone's face, because the Deathwalker speed boost is no joke. I don't think it's the best weapon, but I think it's perfectly fine. Orion Stormrack is also fine. I don't think it's ideal, but it's perfectly fine. I would rather... Like, personally, I would swap some of these weapons around, maybe. Depends what else you have. Like, you can move the Gemini to Orion and you're going to clean house with this, although you'd be better off with Gemini 12s. And you can move the Storms over to the Deathwalker and then move the Revoker... What's your total energy here? 18, so that's already maxed. And... yeah, I mean, this might just be an inventory option. This works. I know this works. Having Gemini on the bunny so you can just hide behind walls and just keep spamming Geminis. I know it works. And Compound on Citadel is also fine. Bunch of meta stuff. Okay, I think I'm getting a little behind on the hanger reviews. I seem to be falling behind. I have like 8 in queue. I don't know how that even happened. Hack I already did. Oh, I also know because people are repeating themselves in the chat. Promax I already did. First is for CPC. This is good. CPC. Outlaw Compound. Yeah. Yeah. If you have to push to cap, then this is not a bad setup. Stormrack for CPC is fine on Lacewing and Deathwalker. Revokers on Citadel. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. And your third hanger is for free-for-all. Citadel Compound Beam, you're low on energy though. You have 18 energy, you're only using 16. Charge Rocket Outlaw is really good. It's good all over the place. Stormrack on Lacewing is good. Seeker Revoker, and you have the range and Revoker damage. For free-for-all, I'd replace the warp range with warp damage. That's just like a minor increase. So just being finicky here. Now here you have 16 energy, but you have 18 energy on the mech. Another example of you should worry about getting your weapons first and then upgrading the mech, not the other way around. This looks fun though, and it's obviously playable. Okay, VJ Kumar, this is your captain for MAQC. Cool. I was super grouchy earlier today. I was in tons of pain, and I wasn't taking the right meds for it, and I was not up for the shenanigans. I think that also gave me a less than stellar experience with our MAQC match. If I was rude to anyone, I do apologize. It was not intentional. Mimicker, Oracle, and Overdriver. Again, they're mid-game. They probably have budget reasons. Lancer with Quasher 16. You know what? I don't hate this. This needs to get swapped out, though. Like, end of mid-game is the end for Lancer. Stormrock Deathwalker is fine. Revoker Surge is fine. Citadel Discs. It looks like somebody upgraded the discs. Ugh. It's kind of a waste of resources. Yeah, don't max these. Like, what do you get for maxing it? Nothing in the bottom changes. You do a little more damage. I mean, the jump is meaningful, but it's still a bad weapon. I'll say it for the 15th time today, all legendary items in early game are fine, they're strong. They're playable to mid-game. After that, most of them stop being good. New player flexing with the 11,000 acoins. Sark. Sark, as a new player, has only been playing for... Hang on a sec. This is 2020, and we're currently in 2026, so... 2026 minus 2020. I don't think you're a new player. Well, you're not a beginner anyways. Inventory. You've played 2,000 battles. Come on. Eclipse Gemini is good. Overdriver Salvor. Like, the range is okay, but I think you need to be a little too exposed to make overdrivers work. Salvor in mid-game is pretty darn tanky. It has a fair bit of hit points and it heals itself up nicely. You don't have mods to protect it. I wouldn't have overdriver on this mech, personally. Tailsting Tetra Rifle, that seems like an anti-combo. In the Magic the Gathering community, we call that a wombo combo. You need to be within 80 to make this work, and you've got a sniper rifle that's got like almost twice that range. Snipe. And you don't need the extra shield bypass from Tetra Rifle and Tail Sting. Now, I'm sure it's all sorts of hilarious when you see the massive damage output when someone's being hit with Signal Jammer and Tetra Rifle for, you know, the second set of 4 shots going off at the same time. I'm sure it's absolutely hilarious to see the huge damage. It's unnecessary. Soulless Savant is good as Soulless gets. And Burrow Beam Deathwalker is okay, but your 20 energy is not 16 energy. Again, I know you're probably limited for your options. Upgrade your weapons before your mechs. Okay, that was Sark. Get all of your upgrades from Crate Rush. Super Kill. Mid-game, Stormrock Deathwalker, good. Gemini Orion, good. Revoker Citadel, good. Revoker Surge, good. What do you have here? Close and revoker damage, good. What do you have on this one? Damage range, this is perfect. Yeah, this is awesome. This is like textbook mid-game hanger. I'm surprised your win rate isn't higher. This is all solid. This is all solid stuff. Now I know that the matching in mid-game is god awful. It's horrible. And once you start doing well and you're getting like 5, 6, 10, 12 wins in a row, everything, including your human teammates, start working against you. Not only are your bots just spinning on the spot like morons, your teammates will start doing that. I don't know how Plarium does it. I'm very confused, but I'm convinced once you hit 20 wins in a row in mid-game, everyone is out to make you lose. Christ is king. Here we go. Another mid-game, Orion Versa. Like, if it's a budget sniper, it'll work. I don't like the delay. Hunter's Mark slows people's movement. I mean, I know this works. It's not ideal. Again, there's going to be budget concerns and just inventory option concerns. Citadel Reaver is also fine. Like, the range on Reaver is good enough. Burrow Beam Blizzfrost. I prefer Compound. Burrow Beam on Blizzfrost is fine. It's fine. I don't think it's ideal, especially after the nerf. Mimicker Continuum is good. I'm wondering if this is better. Probably not. Ooh, and the Mind Prowler skin podgun on Lancer. That thing just looks mean. I like it. Okay. I want to see if I missed any. Otherwise, I'm going to wrap it up. And I know my chat isn't moving and I haven't caught up with the chat for a bit. VC Shaurya. This looks familiar. Okay, Promax, I did do yours, right? Of course I did. I need 0. I did. G Fox Studio, yeah, your hanger is completely fine. For 2 months, yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I think I only have a couple left, which is good. Spoken too soon. Okay, 3000 power. What do we have? Killshot Particle Beam. You got the free Particle Beam. I can't fault you for using it. Particle Beams are bad against modded opponents, which you're going to start facing soon. No break for me. Yeah, I've only been doing this for 5.5 hours. I'm gonna say no on this. The range of 80 meters on Bounce Critter is you don't want to be that close with Orion. Now that I said it, it's still relatively low power, so your Orion can safely walk out for a little bit. I would find a different weapon though. I would use something like this. Continuum over here. Burrow Beam on Dreadnought is good. I do like that. And Quashers. But you want 16 energy. Quashers on Bastion are okay. Like, I know that your blast shield is going to take some hits. You're going to charge up your Quashers. You're going to get the enhanced shots and do some damage. In theory, it's going to work. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. Bastion is unfortunately not worth investing in these days. It just doesn't hold up. And even for being a really high hit point mech, this is one of the highest hit points ever. Mods are where all the actual hit points are. It might get a buff, this is true, but I wouldn't count on it. I hope it gets a buff. It's one of my favorite mechs. Unfortunately, my friends list is very full. And unless you're end game playable, I really can't afford the slots. Yeah, like I'd need you to be at minimum 16,000 power. Yeah, same with Onyx. And Doomslayer, I'm not saying this to be mean, I just can't accept invitations from people that are like basically under 16,000. I do have 291 friends, and that's the vast majority of the end game players. And I need that list for running customs. I'm surprised I wasn't getting more invites. Subham Sahu, how you doing? Yeah, you guys want me to never get any rest, I know. You're so mean to me. 8, 9, 8. What? Did I already do these other ones? I think I did. No, I didn't. Did I? I'm so old and senile now. Robot Hunter, here we go. Coming up to late game. Not quite there, but... Oh, you're in late game. Outlaw Hornet. I've gone over this. It's not bad. It's fine for pushing. Hornets are good weapons. You're still a little short on energy, but like going from 6-star to maxing out, it's forgivable. Burrow Beam's excellent. Ooh, 12s on Surge. I hope you've seen the Cheaty Face video. Getting damage implant would help. Personally, I think for Burrow Beam on Surge, you want the 3 Burrow Beam implants, and either duration or maybe distance. Probably not cooldown, because it's not like you can charge in and then you have your 3-second dash and then you start the cooldown, which is way too long. You're probably not chaining your dashes, probably. But if that's your playstyle and that's how the people you run with let you roll, any one of those 3 implants works. Deathwalker Stormrack is a classic. Gemini Orion is good. Let's see if you're a genius. Reload Legendary. I mean, that's the right call. And Citadel Compound, we have seen this a million times, and it's, I think, one of the better builds. I am Jarvis. Who's this guy? Stormracks. Gemini Orion, love it. Shield Pierce, damage, reload, perfect cooldown. Eclipse with Revorkers and Surge with Burrow Beam. Hopefully you've seen the Haxor Cheaty Face video. You're almost done upgrading these, and really this is good enough. This is good enough. If you're in the right position to bypass mods, this will 1-mag most of your opponents. If you're not in that position, you need 2 mags anyways. And last but not least, Stormrack Outlaw. Yeah, another classic. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. What's your win rate at? Snap! Huh. That's solid. King TOH7 ampersand tilde tilde. Mid-game, Lacewing Charge Rocket is the opposite of a combo. Lacewing is going to find a place to jump to and perch. You don't want to be running around on your perch. Citadel Revoker is good. Surge with Burrow Beam is good. Again, if you've seen the Cheaty Face video. Mimicker Stormrack is good, except for you might want to swap some of this around. And Outlaw Gemini is fine. It's fine. Yeah, I just don't like the charge rocket on the Lacewing. Doomslayer again. What am I looking at? Tengu minigun. No. That's just me. Yeah, Doom, I already reviewed this. But just in case I haven't, Hemlock Podgun, no, this is different. Hemlock Podgun is fine. The one thing that I was always concerned about is doing damage and reducing the ECM, like the days. Where you're at is fine. Like if you land your ECM shot on someone, you can kill them with pods, and you have the range for it. Onyx, miniguns, all of this is fine early on where you're at. Once you start seeing outlaws, you're cooked. And Onyx is, with the 50% mech cooldown, it's fine. Otherwise, I don't like it. Mimicker with a hybrid bounce critter and Gemini. Again, you're at low power. I know you don't have a lot of options. The bounce critter's not doing you any good though. Overdrivers on Aegis is fine, using all your energy, which is good. And Tetras on Blockhorn, this is also good. Because you pop up, you drop your barricade and you shoot a whole bunch, 4 times. You kill people, you win. It's good. NVIDIA SDK Manager, what? No, looks like I have a bunch more to do. Okay, hang on. One. Aditi Sharma, I got you. Neon Pangea, I got you. Subham Sahu, I got you. Raju Pet, I got you. Well, it's funny you mention that because where does Kratos come from? What part of Greece does that dude come from? It's not a trick question. Edouard, I got you. You guys are slave drivers. 437. I got you. What do you mean, who knows? What gets confusing is when people repeat checking. It takes me longer to go through the lists before I can get back to checking. So I also know that it's possible that I've missed you. Yes, he's Spartan. So am I. John Travolta agrees. Nice. Ashwindi, I got you. Yeah, my parents were born in a small village, 45-minute drive southeast of Sparta. Okay. Hang tight. We're coming up on the last stretch of reviews. Aditi Sharma. Solid win rate. Love the hanger. Lacewing Storm Rack is good. Revoker on Mimicker. Good. That's ballsy. You should have range on this one. I don't know if Revoker's the right weapon for Mimicker. Now, it's got better stealth. Not ability, but better stealth, duration, and cooldown than Eclipse. You can get close. You can get close to people. And it isn't a fragile mech. Edouard, you are coming up. 864. You're coming up. Revoker Citadel is good. Surge Burrow Beam is good. Outlaw Gemini is good. That was your free-for-all. What do we have here? I don't like the hybrid. Okay, now I know that if you get the weaken from the Ember Gun, your Revoker 8s turn into Revoker 8 times 1.5 is like 12. In theory. I think it's a lot more meaningful if you're running like a 6 and a 16 or something like that. Or an 8 and a 16. Mimicker Stormrax is good. Salvor Quasher is good. I don't like the exposure time for Salvor. How to put this? I prefer indirect weapons for Salvor. Even something like... For Salvor, I prefer things like Gemini, even Savant, Pods, Strikes, and even Stormrax, because you can be a little out of the way. Well, Cryo Javs if you can get them. Anything where you can mostly stay behind cover, I think are good. Galaxy MA is a miracle worker with Geminis on his Salvor. Yeah, Mr. Bottle Opener, that also depends if they have a personal shield or not. So if the debuff lands or not. So, and with Eclipse sort of maybe making a comeback, the Embers become worthless. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with fun builds. I mean, it's a game, right? It's supposed to be fun. Although winning is also usually fun. Except earlier today, I was not having any fun at all. Any tips for mobile, Jarvis? I will get to that in a second. I'll get to that right now. I'm not a mobile player. I've heard that the claw grip on your phone when you have your tablet or whatever your device is on a flat surface, you have more control if you're doing this. Getting a separate controller is not a bad move. But personally, I don't think I'm the right person to ask. Because I'm way too old and feeble to play on a mobile. There are some things on mobile that are difficult. Can we do a revolt? No. I'm at 100% in agreement and favor of all of the changes, except for the buff to charge rocket damage. That was unnecessary. The rebalance for Stormrack reload time, we were expecting this for over a year. You play on laptop, would it be easy to play if you got a controller? I tried using a controller, I didn't like it. But I've been a keyboard and mouse guy for when were computer mouses invented? I've been a keyboard guy since like 1982, 83. Yes, I'm that old. Shush. I know some people were using the those fancy like cyborg hand things that you put your hand into, where you can like push up and down and pull and push. Those fancy controllers. Yeah, well, I was playing video games in the arcade in the late 70s, pinball and stuff. And I grew up with the internet. Like, I was around day one when it became accessible outside of ARPANET. I was on BBSs in the early 80s. Up to the mid 80s. That's alive a long time. No, I'm old. It's fine. I've been on the internet daily since 1988. I never found POG interesting, like those I'm totally drawing a blank for the name of the original console, the Vector. Yeah, it was Vectrix, the console game. I never liked it. I haven't seen it all, but I've seen most of it, and I've seen the evolution of poor behavior on the internet. No, I didn't have one as a pet, but I am looking for a nice warm tar pit to settle into when I retire. Fun fact, 1983 was the first $1,000 I made as a pro gamer. I'm pretty sure it was 1983. Pro gamer. Like, technically, yes. And look at me now, I'm barely a competent pilot. Oh. Yeah, I actually got fair bit of prizes, like $1,000 cash. It was Pepper 2 for Coleco. The ColecoVision. There was a national contest I won for not just my store, not just my city, not just my province, because I'm in Canada, we don't have states. Not just my province, not just for my territory, but third nationally. So my dad and I were first Yeah, like I was a complete rock star for the people in my school. I was a total rock star for doing this. This is so funny. My aunt in her is my cousin heard that I won the contest, and she knew that I was at the bus stop to go downtown to the arcade. So she drove down to the bus stop where I was waiting, just to tell me that I won the contest, and then her mom was in the car. It was just such a surreal moment. It's like, am I that predictable? And like, I was like 12 at the time, right? Am I that predictable that they know that I'd be at that bus stop waiting to go downtown to play video games? The answer is yes. The game was Pepper 2, and I hated it back then, and I hate it more now. Yeah, I'm still awake. Okay, right, and I need gaming. I am adding yours to the pile. Okay. I did this hanger. Like, most of these hangers are just going to blur together because there's very little that's going to be different. I'm not saying your hangers aren't cool or exciting or fun. King, I already did yours. Didn't I? I totally did. ZX. Legendary mods on rank 4 to 5 mechs. As long as you're going to be playing them forever, yes. I didn't know there was a Pepper 1 either. I just knew it was Pepper 2. It was like a bad Pac-Man ripoff. Yeah. Z2. Decent win rate. Hitting that 75% range, which is good. Oh, before I forget. I don't think I've ever claimed to be particularly good at Mecharena. I know I'm competent. I know most of the math. I know how the stuff works. My pro ninja gaming reflexes are long gone. Where I make up for that is in strategy and evaluating the playfield. Anik Gamer, yes, I am. I'm definitely getting to yours. There are, I think, 6 ahead of you, but I do see you on the list. Hit him with Hemlock, I'll be asleep. Yeah, maybe. Okay, Blissfrost Compound, great. Stormrack Eclipse, great. I haven't seen this for a while, but I still think this is good. Death Rocker with even more Stormracks, even more great. A little light on the mods, which is fine. These implants are good. What are the implants like on your Eclipse? Whew! That's pimp. That's a pretty baller. Like, I know you're pushing your 10K. That's nice to see, though. And decent mods, good implants. Gemini and Outlaw, this is what I prefer. I know Charge Rocket is the better version, but I find that this is safe, and I'll say it again in case anyone missed it before. When you're doing a custom match, player versus player, like 5v5, your Outlaw is one of the most important pieces on the playfield. Caffeine doesn't affect me. Like, this coffee, I've been sipping for the last almost 20 hours, and it's still half full. I drink coffee because I like it. It does nothing for me. I also don't drink more than one of these big mugs a day, and if I skip coffee for a day or two, I don't get those weird headaches or crash outs. It's also Greek coffee. Because, you know, we invented everything. So yeah, despite what you see in my videos, where I put especially bad play and make fun of it, and people think, no, Chef's just, he's just trolling us, he's actually pro. I'm not. I've never claimed to be pro at this game. I know I'm decent. Like, I might call myself good once in a while, but I play with the best of the best in the game. So when I see who's around me, I'm nothing special. It does not have feta in it. Shush. So yeah, Outlaw. I like the Gemini because it's the only downside is if you get jumped with a Seeker. But as long as you're relatively protected by your teammates, being able to foul play everything is very, very important. Cax, the dapper cat, he's fine. I'm kind of mad that he doesn't want to like friend me on Plarium Play. I am a senior citizen. Up in Canada, it starts at 55. And last and definitely not least, Resurge with Revorker 10s. I don't think you need the range. I'd rather see a mech implant here instead, but this is perfectly fine. Next, I need to check the other preset on this, not report cheater, although I should. Robot Hunter. See, my mustache hair, I have like this one hair that curls back up and it's annoying me. I might have to go like pluck it or something. Outlaw with Hornet, I don't love it, I don't hate it. Personally not for me, but if you're aggressive and you play aggressively, it's fine. Surge Burrow Beam, if you know how to cheat, great. Stormrack on Deathwalker is great. Gemini Orion is fantastic. Compound Beam on Citadel is fantastic. There was another in here. What changes? Oh, Stormrock on Lacewing, also fine. I'm not sure which of these I prefer, actually. I think I'd run the, depending on the map, more than anything. Yeah, it's the only reason I change these. And, here we go. Charge Rocket Outlaw. Well done. Well done. Is Deathwalker OP? It's still very strong. If Outlaw didn't exist the way it does, Deathwalker with charge rockets would be the strongest mech in the game. Because Outlaw exists, it's only the second strongest mech in the game. I am due to shave off my beard sometime soon. But not today. Not today. Rate your hanger 1 to 10. I'll tell you right now, it's going to be a 12. Because that's what I say every time. And you're... Oh, it's number 1. You haven't played for a week. Yeah, this is utter perfection. Yeah, this is easily the greatest hanger I've ever seen. Seriously, can anyone point me to a hanger that's better than this? No plays, no wins, no losses. If you look at the win-loss ratio, it's infinite. Infinite. It's better than 100%. See, I control too. There was a question about Cax. Oh, Cax is perfectly fine. He's a good player. Always enjoy when I get invites from him through an intermediary. No, wait, no, we're friends in game. I think I had to make room for him, and I was all pissed off about that. I can't add anyone to my list unless they are really, really, really high SP, which you're not. I have a limited number of friends slots, like the game limits you to 100. The best weapon in the game is the one that does the damage you need, that does exactly what you need to kill your opponent. As far as the best build in the game, I think it's Charge Rocket Outlaw. I think that's the best build. The best weapon depends on the mech that it's on. There's very few absolutes in this game. Edward, I'm getting to it. I really am. Really, really, really for sure's and for reals. Robot Hunter, I did. Actually, you're coming up in 2 after this one. This player wanted me to make recommendations. Okay. Surge Revoker is fine. I would prefer to see compound beams. Yeah, charge rockets are going to become very popular. Eclipse with Gemini is perfectly fine. I actually like it. Podguns on Outlaw, it's not bad. I prefer something less direct, which sounds weird, but that's more of a playstyle thing. Pods have great range, and Outlaws, this is perfectly fine. Parasite is good. Overdriver is a good pairing for it. With Parasite though, you can get by with Savants. You can use pods. Those aren't bad. Compound Beam, because it does have enough range to slow someone down. Then you can make sure they stay in range. Yeah, Parasites are pretty flexible. You just have to be a little careful on where you are on the map. Like once you link, you want to make sure that you've got dumb bots around you from your opponent's team that will help kill your opponent, or really, really oblivious players. And Hemlock Stormrack is perfectly fine. Yeah, there's really not much to recommend here other than, get legendary pilots, max out your mods. Make sure what your final, set of Pokeballs is supposed to look like. Like Surge Revoker, I think is always going to be a decent build. Right now for you, it's probably very strong, especially with your mods. Yeah, especially with your mods. You want to get some Galvanic in here. Is it going to be strong forever? Maybe. Pitchers need catchers, pretty much. I think Surge Revoker is always going to be strong. I think Surge Compound is going to be stronger. Those are my recommendations. Your hanger is solid as it is. That's why I'm not going, oh my god, you have to change this right away because it's garbage. No, it's perfectly fine. Diamond. 60%, 12,000, coming up into end game territory. Panther Savant, again, this is perfectly fine. I'm not a fan of Panther in end game because it is a little on the squishy side. But, anything at 16 energy hits really, really hard. So as long as you're careful, as long as your teammates aren't completely letting you down, you can make Panthers work. It's not ideal. Bro, please check out this one. I already did. And 738 is a new addition. Okay, Surge Revoker is good. Deathwalker Stormrock is good. What do you have here? Yep, implants are good. Mina is good. Damage in the 3 mech, good. Outlaw Compound. Wow, that's aggressive. Again, it's a playstyle thing. If you're making it work and pushing with your outlaw, that's perfectly fine. Orion Disruptor. This is interesting. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. And I saw somebody recently at 24 energy with Eclipse, of all things, just wrecking house in tournament. Wrecking house. Did I think they were cheaty hacker face? Almost. They were that effective. It was mostly because it was unexpected and Eclipse moves around very quickly. Are Storm Racks still worth getting considering the nerf in the future? It wouldn't be my first choice, but I think they're still fine. You got to keep in mind, the people that are saying the sky is falling, they're looking at bleeding edge, end game, competitive play. Is there really a difference between a 5.5 and a 7.2 reload at 6k power? It's 2.2 seconds. I know it feels like an eternity. Is there really that big of a difference in the sustained damage? Well, storm racks aren't really a sustained weapon. It's a burst damage weapon. I think they're going to be fine. Now, all of the tryhards are going to say, oh, Vlahos is wrong, it's garbage. Yeah, if you're a bleeding edge player, if you're a heavy cacher and you're looking at squeezing out every last bit of efficiency, if you refuse to use epic implants or mods because legendary is barely good enough, if you're in that game, yeah, then they're not going to be as good. Is this nerf, is this bad? Is this nerf going to affect my hanger very much? No. I'm waiting for the blueprints and I'm waiting for the credits to max out my Charge Rocket 16s, which I have. And I'm still very likely going to be running Hornet 16 and 8s on my Lace Wing if I retire my Redox after the season buff is over. Do I review big accounts only? Nope. If you have an account and you want me to review it, I will review it. A Rhine with Disruptor, what I like about it is you can shoot the Disruptor bolts. If somebody's hiding and you can't get the Hunter's Mark on them, you can punish them for hiding. Which I've always liked the strategy of that weapon, and I wish that they would make the weapon slower. I wish they would reduce the speed by like 20-25% so you can get at least one more tick as that green ball of death is just casually going by going bazap, bazap, bazap. Double the Charge 16 and give it to me. We do not ever want in-game trading to happen because the game would be plagued by bots just farming. Not I mean player bots, I mean actual bots. A secondary market in this game would ruin it completely. TT the Pro 9. Here we go. Mid-game, you want to get rid of this Lancer. I don't like Overdriver on Lancer. See, I can be critical. Galaxy, great to see you. And that you're still here and lurking. I appreciate you. Yeah, Lancer with Overdriver, I'm not a fan. Anything that's guided is better. Or Storm Racks. You want burst damage, you don't want to be popping out and shooting, and then killing. You want to pop out, boom, 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 you're out. Oh, that's interesting. Have the Disruptor slow down once they start zapping things. Huh. I like that. Wishful thinking. Solus with Strike Rockets is just mean. I totally approve. Hemlock with Quasher. Well, if you land your ECM days on your opponent, you're going to load up your Quasher. I mean, it's not a bad combo. It's not ideal, but I think it could be really fun and really disheartening to your opponents, which is always a good strategy. If you can crush your opponent's morale, that's another victory. Outlaw Charge Rocket, again, this is one of the best builds in the game. And Deathwalker Revoker. And I always have a double take when I see Deathwalker with a close weapon. It's really quick once it's active. When the reanimation is active, it's a quick mech. Goku, I will review. Please don't spam. But I will get to your hanger. And weapon check for that hanger. Yeah, of course. I like this. I really like this. This is a mean hanger. This is a hanger that a very, very bad person would play. And I approve. Warrior. Let's find out. Mid-game, Lancer with Hornet. This I like. This is a good use for Lancer. I do like Hornets. Not as much as Gemini, but Hornets, pretty close on the list. I think I would go Gemini, Pods, maybe Stormracks or Hornets, something like that. Savants are also not bad. Citadel Revoker is good. Compound Beam on Deathwalker. Again, I think Deathwalker's best use is Area of Effect from Stormracks. And I don't mind Revokers on it just because you're going to get up close and punish people. Compound Beams still take a bit of time and finesse. And I believe, let me know if I'm wrong on this, but I think the charge on Compound Beam goes away when you reanimate. Because I know the charge rocket resets when you get reset with reanimate. Speaking of charge rocket, Aegis, this isn't the non-combo wombo combo that some people think it is. This is actually a good combo because you can push to mid really quickly and drop your dome shield and press up against the dome shield so your opponents can't get through while your teammates are catching up to you. This for pushing is really strong. And Ryan with Gemini is great. I know that you're missing your sixes, so Savant is the next best thing. I like it. I like it. Charge rockets work with most mechs, so expect to see a lot of them, especially with a 30% increase. Engineer. Okay. Engineering. Mid-game. More mid-game players. Panther endgame. Yeah, on some maps, maybe. If you're playing Panther for budget reasons, that's fine. If you have a budget, you should be getting rid of your Panther. Panther is probably the fourth best of the epic mechs to use in endgame. Goku, I have your ID in the list. It's coming up. With the number of dashers people have running around, with the number of scouts in general, Panther is susceptible on a number of the CPC maps. There's enough 3D, there's enough elevation involved that you can shoot behind with Stormracks and bypass the stasis barrier, which is why I don't like Panthers. Citadel Compound Beam is good. Eclipse with Hornets, interesting. Also good. Deathwalker Stormrack and Surge Revoker is good. And Gemini Lacewing. This hanger is perfectly fine. I'm surprised your win rate isn't higher. Do better. You should. You definitely have the hanger for it. Things to get here, of course, pilots, more mods, better implants, the usual stuff, but you're in mid-game. This hanger's perfectly fine. Oh, fix your skins. I never liked this living fossil skin. I don't know why. It just seems like low effort. Am I the only one? I mean, I love the design of the mech. The mech is cool. But this skin doesn't do it for me. Sparky wins. Didn't I look at this already? You changed something though. I can sense it. Cryo javelins, you sneaky sneak. Okay, so you have compound beams on Blizzfrost and you have burrow beams on Blizzfrost. Which do I prefer for Blissfrost? I think compound beams. Compound beams are just better than burrow beams on everything except for maybe surge in most cases. Yes, Senu Blow XO, I have you on the list and you want weapon recommendations. You're coming up in 5. What's the difference here? It's the same. You have that changed. Your Seeker moved over there, so you're replacing Outlaw. Orion for Nomad. Nomad Revoker isn't bad, because you can definitely push. Amazur, yeah, where's your ID? Post your ID in the chat. Goku, I've got you coming up in 4. The reason why Nomad can get away with Revoker is because of the mitigation. When you're dashing and for 3 seconds after, you've got 60% damage reduction. And that is very, very, very meaningful. It's very meaningful. Plus, the actual dash is going to knock off at least 1 shield. Burrow Beam Blissfrost and right. Seeker 16, you have the warp damage bonus. Nice. I would actually swap out the Seeker shield hit points for the Revoker damage implant. Personally, I don't find the Seeker shield increase to be that meaningful. Because you're adding 20% to 17,000, which is like 3,000, which is like 1 hit maybe from a weapon, versus doing an extra 30% damage, even 23. I'd prefer to have the damage, the weapon damage implant over the Seeker shield. Okay, that's a 75. Coming up to the last stretch. Guys are slave drivers. I hope I copied that down right. Jarvis, you're totally right. Yeah, this is absolute overkill. I have no idea how people, man, deal with that. Last online a week ago. M. Rishi. Do you need a legendary Stormrack reload? Well, it's still going to be better than the epic, but in all seriousness, 7% difference isn't all that much. So you can get away with the epic reload instead of the legendary reload. But that's true all the time. And now that the 50% is being dropped to 30, you can get away with it. Lancer Gemini, super strong. I mean, you're giving up 4 energy worth of Gemini, but they still hit hard. Onyx, Podgun, Bounce Critter. I'm not a fan of Onyx. Again, you're just coming into mid game. All of this is going to hit hard. Chungus, I don't like Chungus. I never have. I never will. The only reason I got it was because it was cheap and it's getting traded for 3,000 acoins. in like 2 or 3 months. Having said that, nobody ever complains about being within the aura of Chungus, because that extra damage bonus is kind of huge. Where to get legendary implants quickly? The Pilot Implant Shop. Get them for 3,100 acoins. Grind Hanger Showdown. Chungus better than Killshot? That's debatable. In all seriousness, that's debatable. Like, max Killshot, you can put Geminis on it and do more good work than Chungus with any max weapon. Because Chungus is a shot magnet. It's target practice, it's incredibly slow. Goku, you're coming up in 2 after this. And I'm not saying Killshot is good, I'm saying it's better than Chungus. For those reasons. It's more mobile, with mods, they have the same survivability. No implant is worth 3.1k. Well, it depends who you ask. I was in a rush to get my set of bounce critters, so not only was I buying them whenever I saw them, I was spending 80 acoins to max them out. So I really wanted to do that Lancer challenge, and then I realized I couldn't do it because I suck. Mazer, you're coming up in 4. I want to see who else is here. Memes Games. Got you. All Tools. AI All Tools. I can never tell if lowercase L's are uppercase I's. Am I pay to win? Let's find out. Paragon with a whole bunch of big weapons on it. Again, I know there's a real lure to maxing out your starting Pokemons. It's super cheap. The mods are cheap. You get really high energy. You also get no hit points. 85,000 on this Paragon is less than a rank 4 kill shot. There are 6 people on the list right now. Am I pay to win? No, I'm only at 8,000 power. Kind of. Some of these mechs are not maxed out either. Like this Redox, I'm missing mods, which I'm not going to finish because this build isn't going to be useful in a few weeks. My Outlaws mods are not maxed. I've only got level 3 on my canopy. Like the rest is trash. My Geminis are only level 5, rank 6. They should be maxed. Yeah. Hanger needs a lot of work. I'm gonna cry now. When I'm playing mechs that people don't mock me for, my power is like 19.5. But I like playing around 18,000 because this little guy here is probably the best mech. This mech does the most work for me in every game. Gemini Orion, it's crazy powerful, and I still haven't finished the mods. Yeah, Goku, it's coming up. It's coming up. Fire Draga. 724. Ooh, lots of inventory. Gemini Orion, love it. Piercing is good. Yeah, this is all. It's perfect. Surge Compound, good. 18, yeah. Bastion Revoker. I'm not a fan of Bastion anymore. You're coming up to late game. Well, you're in late game. Yeah, you should be retiring your Bastion. I hope Orion doesn't get a nerf. Lacewing with Stormrack is good, and Deathwalker Stormrack, yeah, this is perfectly fine. Max Reload and Epic Reload. Yep. That's Hanger's perfectly fine. I'm surprised your win rate isn't a bit higher. I know that win rate isn't everything. The reason I bring it up is if somebody's win rate is around 50%, they either screwed around a lot, like they were just messing around with just random garbage, or they took really bad advice, they got themselves in real trouble with their hanger, they got completely hosed over by putting together a mismatched hanger, and the game was matching them badly. If it wasn't those reasons, as long as you're having fun, that's fine. The reason I bring up win rate though is if people have an eye on being competitive, which is usually why they ask for a review. They want to know how they can improve, and they're more serious about winning and playing better. So it's a relevant statistic. Where it's a painful number is when people in the chat act like pros, like they know everything, and they're just telling people what to do, giving bad advice. And all I usually have to do is tell the person they're suggesting, bro, you might want to not take advice from somebody with a 50% win rate, just saying. At which point the person with the 50% win rate that's trying to be helpful / stroking their own ego, they usually get themselves banned for the profanity. It's all hours of family fun. It's all hilarious. AI all tools, it's coming up. Goku, you're up right now. And 5266 is a new one. Long Dong, I thought I had you in here. Okay. Ulternet. We need an umlaut on that. Yeah. Where's my umlaut? That's what we need. Certified game advisor. MRX, did I miss your ID? Post it in the chat. Okay, starting with win rate. Win rate is good. 74%. Yeah, I got you. What do we have here? Gemini Citadel? Not a fan. Gemini's better for range. Citadel's ability is up close and personal. You should get weapons that are up close and personal. Is it 6.5 hours? I need more of my coffee from this morning. Cheers. Hemlock Stormrack is fine. Again, when you daze someone and then break the daze, or towards the end of the daze, hit them with the Stormracks. I find it's hard to kill people with that. Huang Dong, you are on the list. ERPA or LRPAL. I can't tell if those are L's or I's. Yeah, I got you. Don't spam, please. Ziagle, yes. Arts Queen. Hey, you. Okay, back to this. Stormrack, yes. Clips, Revokers, yes. Killshot Embers, no. I would, and I know this is going to do some work for you against bots. It's going to work against... There's a rule that you agreed to. If I see it more than twice on my screen, it's spam. Maybe come back later when you know how to read or follow the rules. And since I don't know who it was, I'm probably going to review their hanger anyways. I'm not a fan of Ember Gun this late in the game. I mean, your hanger's obviously working for you because you've got a good win rate. I think those minor improvements will bring you up to the 80%. For everyone that I've confirmed that they're on the list, I'm getting to it in order. Yeah, quote me on that. Nobody cuts the line, and if people don't like how long it's taking for me to get to their review, I don't know, go to another channel. I don't know what to say. I know that you want to get your hanger reviewed, and I appreciate the enthusiasm. There's a line between being enthusiastic and spamming. So that line is, it shouldn't show up more than twice on my screen. Is this a hanger review stream? No, but it looks like it's what it turned into. Amishuku, yeah, I got you there. Mr. X. That's okay. As long as you're in the 60s, that's good. Like, I think if somebody is around 65%, they're objectively a decent player, like somewhere in the neighborhood of good. People that are, you know, like 75 plus, like those are obviously more gooder. I don't know how to pronounce it. MRX, I don't know how to pronounce that. Like, how do I say that? Or is it just the 3 letters separately? I mean, that makes more sense. Spidey. I will add you to the list. I don't already have you? No. MRX, here we go. Lacewing Stormrack. I still run this. Nice, you have all 3 And the jump, this is the right way to implant it. Like bumpa. Fun fact, there's no letter B in Greek. Do I think Silverthorn will be meta after the new rebalance? I think it will see more play. I think it will see more play because a lot of people really, really, really wanted it to be good. Okay, I'm just kidding. It was just me. I'm the only person that wanted it to be good. And right now, I'm wondering if I should pick one up. It's not going to be meta, but it's going to see some play, and it's going to be really annoying to see on the field now because the ability will be relevant. It'll actually be good. Not good enough to be meta because it's not quite as good as Hunter's Mark, so it's not quite as good as Orion. But it's close. Just dropping it here for later. I will drop that right into my list. Yeah, on paper, Silverthorn, the only thing it had going against it was the maximum 60,000 damage and the timing required to do that 120,000 damage. So you could do the 60,000 bonus splash. It asked a lot from the players. It was hard to pull off that damage, and 60,000 damage is kind of meaningless in endgame. It's kind of meaningless. Repeaters. This is the first Seeker with repeater I've seen today for review. This is good. Repeater damage and the change this shield to warp damage. No, I can't see your ID. There's a few people whose IDs just aren't showing up. Can you put like dots between the numbers? No, the reason why there is a limit, picture this. You have your knife rack, also known as Silverthorn, throws out a set of 5 knives, and the target also happens to get hit with a hunter's mark, or just the new Silverthorn. And it's at range. And you have somebody with, I don't know, EM16s at range, and they both crit for like 1.7 million damage each. So you do 3.4 million damage to that mech. 60% of that in a splash area wipes everyone out. Just saying. Just saying. That's probably why. It's probably why there's a cap on the area damage. Because personally, that would be the first thing that I would try. I used to have a knack for bug hunting and looking for exploits. Has anyone ever told me I look like Walter White? Yeah, all the time. It's because I'm bald and I have a beard. Do I think Silverthorn might get a modifier after the buff? No, it doesn't need it. The mech's going to become perfectly playable. I have done 4 kills with a single burrow beam on my surge before. I've never done all 5. Okay. You write it separately. I'll get back to this. Revoker. Seeker Repeater is perfectly fine. Again, weapon damage and warp damage. Surge with Revokers is fine. Damage good. Gemini Outlaw, this is my preferred build. Like, this is my preferred build because it's a lot more holdback and campy. The Charge Rocket version is superior. Whoa, okay. 5, 4, 7, 9, 5, 6, 7. 8. Citadel Charge Rocket, I do like this because you can get to the middle of the map, you can capture that middle beacon really quickly, and you're kind of indestructible while your team's catching up to you. Totally approve of this. I really like that hanger. It's good. It's really good. Nobody gets to skip the line unless I say so. This is good. 75%. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why your numbers weren't showing up. Okay. Podgun Orion is fine. I prefer Gemini. Pods are fine. Totally fine. Eclipse Revoker is also fine. We've gone over the reasons. Deathwalker Stormrack. Genius. No, not Genius. You're getting nerfed. Time to rage quit. More Revokers. Revoker damage on there. Revoker damage. Yeah, that's good. And Citadel Compound, yeah, this hanger's perfectly fine. Blankly, I will add your ID to the list. Yeah, this hanger's perfectly fine. Somebody wanted... Just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone here. MRX. Senu Boy 07 with Major the Giga Chad himself. You wanted weapons. See, I was paying attention. I was listening. Okay, so you're just getting into mid-game, so I know you don't have a lot of options. For weapons, you don't have a lot of inventory and things to look out for. Since you're looking at legendary, everything you get should come from Crate Rush. Having said that, Hornets should never be mixed up because you need 2 Hornets to shoot at the same time to fill the meter. So with this one, you'd have to shoot your Hornet twice and hit both times, which you're probably going to do. But you're going to be giving up a lot of damage for doing that. Like, your damage is going to be reduced, your venom damage is going to be reduced by something like 20-25% because you don't have a second arm. Like, even a Hornet 6 instead of the Charge Rocket would be more damage. Did I call myself Bottle? Maybe. My mouth's really dry. I need more liquid. Compound Beam on Hemlock. Not a fan of this. Your Hemlock needs something for range. You don't want to be within... Oh, you called him Bottle Opener. It got fixed. What should you replace for Guardian? We'll get to that. I don't mind Continuum on it, but you have more energy. In all seriousness, I would highly consider, for strict budget reasons, long arm 10s or long arm 8s. No, I would either get a combination of 12 and 8 or a pair of 8s, or if you do get a 12, find an 8 to go with it. Because 20 energy is a really awkward number, so either upgrade it and get a 16 and 8 or a pair of 12s for 24 energy, or hear me out, or skip it. Stop using Guardian. System Crash is a very, very powerful ability, but if you don't have good weapons, weapons are more important than the mech. Again, I would rather have good weapons on a bad mech than bad weapons on a good mech. And yeah, I don't like the compounds on Hemlock because you don't want to be that close. Compounds on your Guardian, even though it's only 16 energy, I think would be more effective. Yeah, not using Guardian anymore is probably the right option, but we'll go through the whole hanger. Surge Revoker is good. Continuums on Parasite are fine. You're losing a bit of energy here, so again, you might want to find... Do you have bounce critters? One sec. Sunboy, I want to give you a gift. May I give you a gift? Did I say Sunboy? I meant Senu Boy. Well, Galaxy MA was playing around with charge rockets on on Guardian. Senu Boy 07, waiting for you to confirm that you want the bounce critters. Are you even online right now? 43 minutes ago. 43? Yeah. Well, he is a mad lad and he makes stuff work. The ability is better. It is better than foul play. You already have bounce critter 8s. What's going on? You should use your bounce critter 8s. Use them on yeah, your parasite. Tetra on Sentinel isn't bad. Personally, I would rather see the Tetra rifles on your Hemlock. And you can take those compound beams and put them somewhere over here. Or put those compound beams on your Guardian. And even though you're missing 4 energy, it makes your Guardian a lot more viable. Just some ideas. The number one thing, of course, is to have fun. Imagine system crash, but with the 100-meter range. No, that's ridiculous. Blockhorn, Overdriver, Charge. I don't like this combo. Pod. You have pods. Whoa, 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 whoa. You didn't tell me you had pod 8s. What would I replace for Guardian? None of the... Maybe Blockhorn. Maybe. Yeah, maybe Blockhorn. But try those different combinations out. Let me see if... See which one works better for you. you have decent pieces to work with. Like, it's not ideal. I'm just going to be blunt about this. It's not ideal, but you have good pieces to work with, and it just takes time. The growing pains in mid-game are really annoying, and this is why a lot of people stop playing the game in the 4 to 6K range. Because your progress slows right the heck down. To keep up with people you're getting matched against seems like it's going to be a very, very expensive ordeal. It's been more than 5 hours. We're coming up on 7. Yeah. So you do have options here. You do have options. But play around with it. MRX, you have some lunch. Thanks for hanging out. And Senu boy, the other thing is, what I recommend you do is make the changes and then go make a custom against bots and then play around with it. That's where I do all my testing, is against bots. I know it's not quite as good as against players, but at least that way I'm not going to pick up more losses for no reason. And I'm not going to bring down my team because I'm doing something, you know, possibly catastrophically dumb. Compound Guardian, yep. Revoker Surge, Tetra Hemlock. Yeah. Amishuku, yes. Okay, next we have, how did we pick up another 10 people? Freezer. %63-ish percent win rate, 6K, so you're the end of mid-game. Mimicker Stormrack is good. Surge Gemini. Before anyone says that's silly, you have a whole bunch of mobility. You have a lot of options for avoiding being targeted and getting right the heck out of the way of trouble. Silver, I got you twice. Please don't spam. Mr. Bottle Opener, we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, Nomad, Killshot, Slingshot, Surge. As mobile weapons platforms, even as snipers, although I always preferred Surge as a sniper, these mechs work just fine. Just fine. Not being up close and personal, you don't need to be charging headfirst into your enemy to be effective. Yes, Surge's stun ability is powerful. Yes, Nomad and Killshot and Slingshot do damage when they hit people. Yes, Nomad gets ridiculous mitigation when he's dashing. It also happens when you're dashing away from people. Just saying. Just because you're not taking advantage of every last little bit of potential damage doesn't mean it's the wrong thing to do. I did review your captain like an hour ago. A while ago? I actually did. Okay, Citadel Revoker we've done. Outlaw Burrow Beam, again, very aggressive, not the worst. And Deathwalker Tetra Rifle. The Tetra Rifle doesn't need to be on Deathwalker. Like, Deathwalker's job is to charge forward, absorb hits, because it is a tank. And you do want to take hits because the hits that you're taking, you ignore. I mean, you mostly ignore them. You want them to hit you, because those are shots that your teammates aren't taking. Yeah, VJ, that was like 20 hangars ago that I reviewed it. Like, over an hour ago. Yeah, unless there's an outlaw on the other side, whatever. Should you rank your Citadel to 6-star, or should I buy Hemlock? I don't know that I would get a Hemlock. Like, wasn't it in a crate rush last week? You just missed it. I think Citadel is more important than Hemlock. Even without the season buff, I think it's more important. Hemlock with the 50% cooldown is disgusting. Mr. Bottle Opener, thank you very much, sir. Have a fantastic day. Rank 4 everything is good. It's for medium mechs, it's 16 energy. And for me, I always thought that was the sweet spot because your 8s are doubled and you only need to worry about getting the one weapon. 4-star for your mechs is the best spot to be at for budget reasons. Won't Citadel get a nerf? Well, depends how you define nerf. I don't see anything in here that's getting nerfed. Tail Sting in a week and a half is going to be even squishier. Like, we had Tail Sting with 30% extra hit points, and it felt really squishy. Redox with 30% bonus hit points felt pretty darn tanky. Outlaw with 40% more hit points was just a nuisance. I think the people that were pushing with Outlaw, you won't be able to push quite as hard anymore after this goes away. Now, keep in mind, this 30% hit points is off the base. The mods do all the heavy lifting for defensive ability. Because with mods, all of these are like 700,000 to 1 million hit points. You heard that right. Will Redux be worth it after the modifiers go away? It's not going to be like top tier, but I think it's going to be top 10 mech. I think the ability to rack up assists just for doing achievements alone, like daily events. If anything says get assists with a whatever, yeah, Redux, hello. For sure, it's A tier, for sure. The speed increase and like the way they rework the ability, I think is going to keep it in A tier. The reason it was super popular during the last few months was because of the bug with Hornets. Yeah, Versa's definitely on the chopping block. It's people shouldn't be using it after the season's over. Same with Continuum. Like, Continuum is going to be okay, but this 40% damage is not good. Quasher is... it's going to be okay. It's not going to be anything to write home about. Is Citadel going to get a nerf? I don't think so. I don't think it needs one. Like Pasha said last year, before they nerf anything, they look at how many matches are played with it, and like they look at the stats. And if a mech is outperforming everything else, it needs to get nerfed. If that mech is in every hangar that does well, it needs to get nerfed, especially with weapons. That's why when Revokers were 2 or 3 of in every hangar, and Storm Racks were 2 or 3 of in every hangar, so the entire meta was Storm Rack and Revoker, one of them needed a nerf. Actually, both did. Give us Brickhouse meta. No. Welcome back. freezer we did. Next is Mayank OP. Hemlock, I got you on the list for 2-1. Pushing 70%. This is good. Okay. Stormrack Nomad, yet another example. Why did I laugh on Orion Podguns? It wasn't from you. Like a Podgun on Orion is fine. I don't think it's ideal, but I know it works. I'm pretty sure I was laughing at something else. I wasn't on about that combination. So Storm Rack with Nomad is another example of people might think, well, that's kind of a weird pairing because you're not dashing in point blank. Aqua MA, the so-called nerfs to Deathwalker were setting the values that were listed on the mech originally, and people were ordering all the flaming pitchforks from Amazon. It was ridiculous. No, if I was laughing about something, I'd let you know. Like if I'm gonna poke fun at something, I'm gonna stand by it and keep poking fun at it. But I don't think I was making fun of your Podgun Orion. VJ, you're killing me. Hang on. Okay, Revoker, Surge, done. Outlaw, Stormrack, good. Compound Beam, Deathwalker. Again, not a fan. I'd rather see more area damage. You don't really need to be disrupting people with your Deathwalker. That's the other thing. I think you're wasting potential here. Not dubstep. Welcome back. And Blissfrost Burrow Beam. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, I like this hanger. I like this hanger. I've always appreciated using a dashing mech as a mobile weapons platform. Why do I always want to report cheaters? Okay, back to Plarium. Your fearless team leader. I'm not a fan of this mimicker. I'm mostly okay with the Lancer. I'm okay with the Lancer. Deathwalker Stormrack is fine. Surge Revoker is fine. Disc Launcher on Citadel I don't like. Disc Launcher is a bad weapon. Mid-game, like this is borderline the last place that you should ever be using Disc Launcher, and I'm sorry to see that they ranked it up to 6 because it was a waste of resources. Not dubstep. I will take a look. Cube TL. And guys, I need to wrap this up after this next set. So no more. I can't take on any more. I've had enough. Bellbed, what was your ID? Sporky. Yeah, like the edge cases where the reload for Stormrack are going to be very meaningful. Somebody chases your Deathwalker on Reanimate. And if you need an extra 2 seconds to get off your second salvos after you've torn apart your opponent's mods, you're still gonna kill them. Okay, Sparky. I can't accept any friends unless they're super duper high end. Like if somebody's under 16K, I really can't consider friending them on my main because my list is full. And I'd have to drop somebody that is a daily endgame player that I do customs with. Yeah, I know it was your captains. Feel free to taunt them. I saw they changed their name to Plarium, like you said. Orion Overdriver. Not the best combination. I know it's going to work. I just think there's better weapons to put on Orion, especially in late game. Guardian Storm. Wow, Guardian that late. Wow. Wow. I mean, it's a good platform for 32 energy worth of weapons, but so's Deathwalker. It's also cheap to upgrade. That's my spirit animal. Nice. Wow, we see a lot of rares. Crazy. Stalker with a Disruptor is not bad. It's not bad. Like if you can pop off those 2 bolts from Disruptor and you think you're gonna land a lot of pulses, hit your Predator drive and yeah, you're gonna do a ton of damage. Like this isn't as bad as a lot of people think it is. It's low-key good if you're careful with it. Having said that, it's got like no health. What are we at, like 13,000 hit points tops? 14,000? I don't care if it says 140,000. This might as well be 10. It's gonna die in 2 hits after the mods are down. The one saving grace to rare and common starting Pokemon is the cost of mods. It's nice and cheap. Yeah, but here's the thing. 50% damage when you know your Disruptor is about to land, this is going to ruin someone's day. So if you're careful, if you can line up your shots, if you know you're going to be getting a ton of damage, you go click and just I can't swear. You're going to do a ton of damage and you're going to giggle like an imbecile, like me, giggling. Could I reply to your question, Silver Gaming? Did I miss a question? You have Surge and Citadel, but only Revoker 10 dual. Which should you use them on, Surge or Citadel? I would use them on Citadel. I think Citadel is more generally useful than Surge. Because you're asking that question, I'm gonna guess that you're not an expert with using Surge or Citadel, that they're both probably like relatively new for you. Like I can do really good work with Surge because I've used that mech daily for 3.5 years. I've got some practice with it, with all weapons. If you're not that comfortable using Surge, in a vacuum, in a void, I would suggest that you use Citadel first. If you're seriously good with Surge and you can stay point blank, then use the Revokers on Surge. But Citadel, you're going to get better use out of it. Yeah, Galaxy, I totally agree. I totally agree. Because Lacewing and Deathwalker are the 2 most commonly used mechs with Stormrack, and they make the best use of them. And if those 2 mechs get toned down a touch, I don't think anyone's going to complain too much. Oh, if you also have Gemini 10s, I'd put the Geminis on the Surge and put the Revokers on the Citadel. The real Zonk de... Good night. It's almost over. Cube, it's still a good implant. It's still a good implant. It's not the end of the world. And if you hate it that much, just scrap it for 4,500 implant parts. Dubstep, I'm getting to you for more feedback. You'll be the second last one of the night. This is my longest stream. No, I've done a bunch of 12 and 18-hour streams on Twitch before. VJ Kumar, what's killing you? 8,000. What's the win rate on this? Lowish. Okay, so you're coming up to late game. Deathwalker Stormrack is good. What do you have for implants here? Implants are good enough. Level 5 on all of them. Compound Beam Revoker combo. Again, you're getting a stun from the Surge. Like, personally, I would commit one way or another. Either go all in on the compound beams or go all in on the Revokers. Mixing them up, you're giving up damage in the form of implants. Why does the win rate matter? It's an indication of how well the player is doing. If somebody has a win rate of like 95% and at a glance their hanger is, well, I'll just be blunt, their hanger looks stupid, but they're rocking an 8, like a 90, 95% win rate, I'm gonna double, triple, quadruple check to see either they're a complete mecharena prodigy or they're totally cheating. VJ, the review for your captain, I just did it again, like 5 minutes ago. I said you're killing me, and then I did a speed run through your captain. The big takeaway is they shouldn't be using Disc Launcher 8. Yell at them. Tell them to stop. And yell at them for wasting their resources. Do better. See, I remember those details. That's funny. Okay. Where are we? Stalker with Gemini. Again, if you the damage bonus from Predator. The damage bonus from Predator Drive you can activate whenever you want. So you shoot your Geminis, you cycle them one after the other, not both at the same time. And if it looks like all 4 bolts are going to hit, boom, you hit Predator Drive and start giggling. Because your opponents, well, minus their mods and having no penetration, but if they have no mods, they're cooked. They're finished. Citadel with Revoker, this is fine. You're a little light on the energy though. Like it's rank 4. You know, I think you're getting a lot of power from these Four-star mech seems a little light for 8K. But you do have legendary pilots, never mind. Oh, you got Eclipse, nice. And last but not least, Orion Railgun. Again, Railgun and EM have had their day. They just don't hold up anymore. They just don't hold up anymore. You can make, if you're up against players and players only all the time, this is fine. This will work. EM's on a bigger map, but when you're Yeah, Gemini Orion's the way to go. Hands down. Hands down. Nomad Customs is totally different. Nomad Customs, you'll clean house with railguns in your Orion. Yeah, when your opponent has no mods, it's totally different. When your opponent has mods, it's just not good enough. Next, hacker. Are you really a hacker? Don't hack me, bro. I've definitely seen this. Mimicker Gemini I like. Vortex Revorker. Vortorker? Vorksorker? Huh. Vortex Revoker. I am... Mecharena Xenon Gaming. Maybe. Thanks for the sub. Guys. Red one is Lam. I have your ID already. Mr. Red One, Nul Hack, where are you? 95, you're new? Okay. Mech Arena Xenon Gaming, what's your ID? And you're going to be the last one for real. Cube, I already got you. I think the rebalance is perfectly fine. I don't think it was all entirely necessary. I don't think that Charge Rocket needed a damage boost. I'm fine with everything else. I actually like it. Citadel Revoker is good. Vortex Revoker is fine where you are, but I would be looking at replacing this mech really soon. Like, don't rank it up, don't level it up anymore. Get rid of Vortex soon. But that's my recommendation. If it's working for you, of course, keep playing with it. I'm just saying most people don't use it much later. Stormrack Orion is also completely fine, and Compound Beam Hemlock. If I was going to make some suggestions, I would move the Stormrack to the Hemlock. I would move the Compound Beam to the Mimicker, and the Geminis over to the Orion, but that's just me. The 6 and 8 on Vortex is because the 10s are over here. Yeah, you should be running 2 8s. What are you doing? It was probably a carryover from before. Yeah, good catch. Bro, you have a Revoker 8s. Put 2 of them on here. Assassin. 8K, just the start of endgame. Do I have any problems like I can't move my mech? View when in hangar? Yeah. Welcome back, MRX. Okay, Charge Rocket Outlaw, love it. Stormrack Deathwalker, love it. Revoker Citadel, love it. More Revokers, love it. Gemini Orion, why am I looking at this? This hangar is perfect. No, seriously, I like this hanger. This is solid. Arnav, I already have your hanger, and I will probably look at it. I would do... Either one works, Aqua. Geminis are the superior weapon. 16 energy strike rockets do real damage. But in general, the Geminis will probably do better work for you on most maps. Assassin. We saw. I really like that hanger. Spidey. Good win rate, lots of power, coming up on end of the game, soon to be competitive. Lacewing Stormrack is good, soon to be nerfed. The Blizzfrost Compound, I prefer this build. It's one of my favorite builds for Blizzfrost. Deathwalker Stormrack is good. Surge Burrow Beam is good, especially if you know how to cheat, and Nomad Revoker. This is solid. Let's take a look at your implants. Fire rate and mag size. Yeah, the damage should be the third one you get. Oh, there's nothing wrong with Nomad Revokers. Nothing wrong with this. Kill now. You thought I skipped this one, didn't you? I didn't. Gemini Orion, 4-star perfect. Hellfire Blizzfrost, there's an achievement for it. Yeah, if you're completely free to play, let's skip the hate for other streamers and content creators. Unless they literally did something to you. MRX, have fun again. Thanks again for dropping by. Blizzfrost Hellfire, again, there's a... Oh, he hates it because he's been clear on this. He hates it because way too many people glaze it. It's more about the mech itself isn't all that. Yeah. People like it because it's one of the first strong mechs that do good damage on a dash. It's fun, it's a powerful feeling, but I don't see... Yeah, Dubstep, I've got you. Yeah, you wanted more feedback on it. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Jailbreak, Opa. Okay. Compound Beam on Surge, I prefer this. Deathwalker Stormrock, I like this. Citadel Burrow Beam, also fine. This hanger is perfectly fine. Why so many P2W have to ruin any game? Otherwise, there is no game. Ha! I owned him. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. We're gonna look at Slingshot. A max slingshot is 67,000 health. I don't own one of these. What time is it? It's 4:20. Oh, I see what you did. You got me. Don't do drugs. The maxed out slingshot versus the rank 4 kill shot are very, 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 very similar. Guess what's a lot cheaper to get and rank up and have fun with earlier on and retire it right before you get Surge and Eclipse? So that's the answer. Like, that's the real objective answer. Is the slingshot is kind of better. Kind of better. Kind of. Because it's cheaper to get, cheaper to rank up, cheaper to equip. You get to use it earlier on. And by the time you're looking at this Gear Hub 6 mech, you're one step away from Surge and Eclipse. So why the heck are you not using it? And yes, Galaxy MD, both are a complete waste of resources when you can invest in legendaries. You get some of these free early, but that's not an excuse to rank it up, because ranking up still costs acoins. Ultimately, I think it comes down to how fast, how quickly you want to advance your hangar, what's fun for you, and what your goals are. Anyone that says this is the only way to play the game, this is streamlined the best way to play the game, without taking any context, without taking anything else into consideration, is probably full of crap. Probably. Am I trying to help Ruffles? I'm saying I understand his position. How much money have I used in my account? Around 5 grand, I think. Now, that sounds like a ridiculous amount, but I did very well in some sponsorships when I was on Twitch. Even though my average viewership was low, they really liked my raw stats for my cooking content. So that generated a bunch. Plus, the people that tuned in while I was running the sponsorships, a bunch of them went pretty far with their accounts. So I kind of made out like a bandit. I know people that have spent multi-tens of thousands of dollars on the game, and I'm talking Canadian. Those other people, they're using US dollars, which is a lot more. The game, end game, is kind of prohibitively expensive, and I think it's kind of ridiculous. What do I think about Parasite? Yes, I saw that. It's a strong mech. It's not S tier, but it's really strong in a Hangar Showdown. In a 1v1, if you're careful, you can clean house with it, especially against dumb bots. What do you mean, how rich? Bro, I went to university for 14 years. Do you think I have a good job or a bad job? I'll put all of this another way. Every one of my hobbies pays for itself. Every one of my hobbies. My 40K addiction, my models, my paints and everything have paid for themselves. My mecharena has paid for itself. My cooking has paid for itself. Everything has paid for itself. It's one of my goals in life. It's not about being like super cheap. I just wanted my hobbies to pay for themselves. That's why Chef's the GOAT. No, that's why I'm dumb. How many matches played? 30,000, give or take. Okay, back to more Hangar review. The nice thing about when I was doing my live streams for cooking, my groceries became tax deductible, which is kind of ridiculous. And because I cook with alcohol, my alcohol purchases were completely tax deductible. In general, I don't drink. I might have 6 drinks a year, tops, and it's very, very social. Don't encourage drinking. Paint taste testing, heck yeah. That was one of my funnest streams. God, that tasted bad. I do not recommend it. I give it 1 star on Yelp. Do not do a paint taste test. So I'm waiting for the day that I get audited, so I can show, here's all the streams where I use that alcohol in my cooking. Because everything is tracked to the penny. And I do claim my tips as well. Like I'm very much a stickler for the rules. Like when I was getting tips from viewers on when I was on Twitch, I claimed all of it. It's super easy to hide that money. It's super easy. But that's not the way I roll. I live in Canada. I was born way up north, and then shortly after that, I went to Greece for a few years, and then came back and learned English, which is a horrible language. And I've been here, yeah, I've been in Canada ever since. Jailbreak. I think yes, I already have you. Okay, next. So even though I basically grew up in North America, English is technically not my first language, and when I get really tired, I slip out of English. And sometimes it's not always to Greek, which is weird. OMR 34. Yay. How's the weather in Canada? Well, Canada is a massive country, so the weather's all over the place. Where I live, first 2 weeks of January, it gets down to around minus 40 Celsius. Same with Fahrenheit in the cold snap. And a few weeks ago, we were over 40 Celsius. We were 49 with the humidex, and we had multiple tornado warnings. So the weather where I live it's actually insane. It's actually insane. Like it goes from minus 40 Fahrenheit to like 110. No, it was like 116, 115 Fahrenheit. Okay, Orion Tetra rifle. Tetra on Orion is overkill, which is the best kill. Overdriver Aegis works. Compound beam seeker. If you have a reliable way to charge this up and seek and start off with a stun, could be really good, but I don't like it. Revoker 8's the way to go on this. Ember on Surge, interesting. You know, I just noticed you're at 4K. I take most of that back. This is all good. By the time you get to 6K, you probably don't want compound beams on your Seeker. You'll probably want to move those to your Surge. And you'll want to move these Ember guns. You know what? Why don't you just switch these around right now? That's what I do. Stormrack 12 and 6, love it. Give it a try, see if you like it. I mean, worst case is you can send me hate mail and say you were wrong, but I'd give it a try. You know, I'm done with the entire Transformers franchise. Missile Rack and Endgame, unplayable. Arnav, I'm getting to you in a bit. Okay, next. We have an oldie but a goodie. Klee. decent. %63-ish. It's decent. It's good. Late swing with Savant is that's fine. Okay, so where someone is at end of mid game. Silver Gaming, what's your ID again? Just want to make sure I can tell you where. You don't need to spend money though. Like, it's not a race. It's not a race to the end game, and not everyone is going to get to end game, and not everyone should get to end game, because to get to end game, you're either, well, you can't really do it anymore as a free player because of the change to tournament. Before the change to tournament in February, you could get to end game in like 3 years if you ground tournament like a fiend. If you were constantly getting that 1200 acoins for winning Grandmaster 1, yeah, staying in mid game, like I had the most fun when I was at 16 energy. And Zulu and I lamented many times when we were grinding through late game that the game was more fun at 16 energy. And the game for me only became fun again when I was in end game. So for that like 7 to 15,000 power range, I didn't like it all that much. Again, it's not a race. Ignore fear of missing out. What do I think about Plarium gives people the beta version of Mecharena to play new features without actually make progress on the stable version? What, you mean access to the test server? I think people that have access to the test server, for the most part, are some of the smartest and sexiest people alive. I think everyone should listen to people that have access to the test server. And one of these days, I will log into test server. I've had access for like, I don't know, 7 months. But I still haven't logged in. Okay. Silver Gaming, thank you. Why do I have that as my do not call number? Yeah, you're coming up right away. Do not call. It depends what you want out of the game, and not to get too philosophical, but I'm always happy to. No, you're not allowed to stream test server stuff. You get booted from the program for doing that. Like, I wouldn't even record stuff from the test server to put on a recorded video later, because I'm terrified of breaking the rules. Because the last thing I want to do is misread something because my language chip isn't working properly. Did Mecharena gift me anything? Well, I didn't get a cool Lancer model last year, which was fine because I wasn't in the content creator program. You can ask around with content creators if they get anything. I'm not allowed to say if we get anything. It's not hard to figure it out. I think some content creators just come out and say that there's like stuff that they get. I have no idea what they're talking about. Well, you can do test server videos with within certain parameters. There's no difference for what Ruffles is allowed to do and what I'm allowed to do. Galaxy is also an official content creator. They are not going to add more epic or rare mechs. Pasha was very clear on that last year. It's a budget reason. The test server is it's a different instance, like it's a different copy of Mecharena that has the stuff that hasn't been released yet, like the Ghost, possibly Byform Mech, new features, new nerfs, buffs, whatever. That's the test bed for the game. So content creators are allowed, and there's other playtesters, I believe, that have access to it. And we're supposed to report on stuff that we found there. Normal players don't have access to it, and it's not an elitist thing. It's a hard to manage thing, and they don't want, like, we're all under an NDA, so we can get into actual trouble if we release stuff too early. Well, VJ, the one thing, Aqua, I have no idea how you sign up as a playtester. I think if you had, if you were an endgame player and you had a history, a track record of reporting bugs and good feedback to Plarium, and you had experience in other games as a beta tester, you could probably ask them or just volunteer and say, hey, if you're looking for another person to beta test or be on the test server and report things, here's my CV, like here's my resume of why I'm one of the greatest bug hunters on the planet. They might consider that. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Don't quote me on that. But if you really, really, really wanted access, that's what I would look at doing. I don't know if they would actually sue because they'd have a hard time showing material damages of leaked information, but I would definitely get kicked out of the program and have my accounts deleted, I'm sure. Galaxy MD is great at hunting bugs. But does he know how to do the rail jump on Skyship? Savant versus Gemini. Gemini. So on some maps with some shorter terrain, Savants are better, but in general, Gemini are superior weapon. What did I say? Doing the rail jump on Skyship. Instead of going to the start of the rail and, you know, working your way along it, you can just get close to the middle part of the map and just jump over the rail. Thermal Lance versus Stasis Beam, lobotomy. Just no more misery, pure bliss. That one's easy. Stasis Beam, actually, I think is the superior weapon. Just because it sets up better, keeps your opponent in the open longer. I know the Thermal Lance triggers weakness. People tend to get more upset about being slowed down. RPG or Stormrack. All the RPGs are bad. Well, as far as beggars go, I have the easiest solution. I just ban them. Jack Rapid MA, welcome back. I get rid of the spam and I get rid of the beggars instantly because I think it's bad for the vibe of the channel. If I lose a couple of subs over it, I really don't care. I don't do this for the fat stacks of mad cash that other content creators get. I have money. Not enough to get another Lambo, but I do okay at my day job. Killshot versus Ruffles. You know, if I had the kind of relationship with Ruffles where we could banter with each other, I'd engage with that. BMP, sure. Any of the people from APX, sure. But I'm going to leave Ruffles alone on that. Okay. Cryo launcher kill shot. Again, this works. It's really interesting as a mobile weapons platform, but you're coming up to retiring your kill shot very soon. So by the time you hit 7K, 8K tops, you're done with this build. Eclipse Overdriver, not bad. I'm not going to get into the comparison of other content creators. You guys can't bait me into drama. Savant or Strike Rocket? I think Savants are better. I think they're better. Like at 12 energy, Strike Rockets just don't hit hard enough. They're good on a very, very few maps. And that's that for this hanger. Next on the list, we have silver. I hope you're paying attention. Revorker Surge, good. Gemini Orion, good. Deathwalker Stormrack with Neymar, good. You gotta get rid of this Rosa. You're coming up to late game. You should be all epic or better pilots. Get rid of this Samson. Get rid of this Panther. And I know. Disruptor 16s hit like a ton of brick houses or whatever. Jailbreak already got you like 15 times. Just so you know. Like, this will do damage. I just don't like Panther. Guardian with Savants. Now, for all of the crapping on rare Pokemons, here's a great example of a weapon that hits really, really, really hard. Hits really hard. And you can make some work. You can do some work with it. Orion or Hemlock? Orion all day long. Do I love these? No, but I mean, for budget reasons, Guardian with Savant 16 is okay. Next hanger, Stalker with Gemini. That's funny. We've gone over the reasons why it's funny. Deathwalker, yeah, Blockhorn, Stormrack is also fine. I was grouping with someone in tournament and she was rocking a Blockhorn with Stormrack, getting a lot of kills. Like, got number one over me a couple of times over a week. So, I mean, that was okay. Solus, I personally don't like Solus because, well, for one, I'm immune to the blind effect. I don't know if you guys have seen the videos. Yeah, I'm completely immune to it. So I think it's just a bad mech. For everyone else, it's okay. I mean, the speed boost is interesting. The duration and everything else is interesting. With Savant, it's not bad. It's not bad. And of course, Surge with Revorkers is good. I don't mind Solus with Savant. I actually like the indirect firing. And last and definitely least, get rid of these disc launchers, purge this thing with fire. It's a heretic. Burn it. Deathwalker Stormracks are good. Surge Gemini, fun. Citadel Revoker, fun. Solus Stormrack, less fun. I like Arachnos. Like, if you dip the legs, like if you deep fry them and then dip them in chocolate, they're okay, I guess. I don't know. Rid B. Yeah, normally for crabs, it's all about the garlic butter. And all those other weird water spiders. So, Deathwalker Stormrack, 22 energy, that's fine. Ooh. Whoa. So, mid-game, a bunch of rare pilots with some serious bling here. This seems so mismatched. Okay. Citadel Compound Beam, good. Like it. Surge Revoker, good. Like it. What do you have on here for implants? Damage and duration? Nah. Maybe, you know, at this power, the duration is probably not a bad call. It's not a bad call. Legendary duration? Ah, it's not bad. Gemini Orion. This is a kind of a disgusting hanger for 5K. I totally approve. Blissfrost Overdriver is not bad. You got the speed and the mitigation, so you can stay in the open and not get squished too badly. This hanger is perfectly fine. I like it. Doopa doopa doo, doopa doopa doo. Masconius. Why does repeater kill shot work for you at 7.2k? Because it's good damage output? Because you're smarter than your opponents? Because you invested heavily in the mods? Oh, Galaxy MD said the mech specific implant for Citadel doesn't work. The cooldown implant doesn't work. Well, that's kind of crappy poopy. I'm sure that's going to get fixed. Yeah, I don't do the gimmicky play a game with these restrictions. I'm gonna do, if I ever get around to playing that format again, Hanger Showdown silly videos with epic music, or like tournament review or math analysis for stuff. Usually more information or pure analysis for the most part. Like even the silly Hanger Showdown videos that I used to make, there was interesting content in there. Hanger, yeah. Galaxy almost got me. Is Hornet 12 worth buying? I think it is. Your mileage may vary. You need the legendary Venom implant. You absolutely need that. I have a set of 16s and I have a set of 8s that I'm almost maxed. Aqua, enjoy lunch. Make sure to stay hydrated. If I stop using Redox after the buff disappears, which I probably will, I'm very likely going to run 2 sets of Hornets because I have 2 sets of the implants. So it's probably going to be Lacewing and I don't know what else. Biform, let's see what happens. Maybe that's the right weapon for it. Or Ghost, whatever. I don't even know if the codename Ghost Mech is Biform. I really don't know. I don't want to look it up in case I'm right. I don't want to look it up in case I'm wrong. I'm just going to be completely oblivious. Yeah, Redox is going to be mostly I think it'll still see some play. And I think the right weapons for it are going to be either Charge Rocket or Hornet. Redox is not going to be worth getting, I don't think. I would recommend getting something else. Okay. Hanger. By the way, good win rate. Really good win rate. Very good win rate. It's going to be 8 hours and 10 minutes. That's ridiculous. Maybe. Okay, Seeker Burrow Beam is good. I do think that Revokers or Repeaters, like anything with a fast damage output is better. The reason I don't like Burrow Beam with Seeker is there's the spin up time. Yeah, is the spin up time, and if you get disrupted at all, you might not be hitting your opponent. At least with Revokers, you're going to get a couple of hits off. It's been 7 hours. It's going to be 8 hours in 10 minutes. Okay, back to the review. But burrow beam at this power, burrow beams on Seeker are going to be absolutely lethal. And which we have on Val. Warp cooldown and a bunch of damage, sure. Revoker on Citadel is good. Disruptors on Orion. Again, this is the third time tonight that we've seen this. You can make it work. You can make these work, and if somebody's hiding, if they're turtling, if they're not popping their head out, so you can hit them with Hunter's Mark, you can punish them pretty severely. Face cam's disappearing while I'm getting rid of this hair that's tickling my nose. Hemlock with Gemini is okay. It's not the best combination, but I think it's not a bad place for it. Personally, I would swap these around. I would put the Gemini on the Orion, and I'd move the Disruptors over to the Hemlock. VJ, thanks for hanging out. You enjoy your lunch. You enjoy your supper. And Surge with Revoker, always a classic, always good. Next, somebody wanted even more feedback. Dubstep. Here we go. Oh, you're in Europopia. Got it. Okay. XB Dubstep. We have clips with Tetra Rifle. If you're a good sniper on the go, you can make this work. And Tetra Rifle doesn't have a damage drop off, it just has a max range of 130, and there's no difference if you're close or far. So as long as your accuracy is really good, you can make this thing sing and dance and do all sorts of damage. Mimicker with podguns. Let me check those energies. Something seems a little wrong here. Arnav, I am coming up to you. You're 3 away. Mimicker. We see a 20 here. When we add up these two 8s, we get a 16. 20 is bigger than 16, so do not, in general, upgrade without having weapons ready to go. That's my recommendation, is you get your weapons ready and then upgrade your mag. Are you in queue? I don't think so. I will correct that. Huh. Okay. So it'd be nice if you had more pew pew on here, like a pod 12 to go with the 8. Beggars can't be choosers, and I know you're in mid-game, and I know that this is going to be devastating for your opponents. Can I see the sun? No. Nope. Yeah, this is almost empty. When it's empty, I have to pull the plug. Okay. Deathwalker Overdriver is fine. Again, I prefer Storm Racks or something with area damage. Oracles. Interesting. On Outlaw, it's kind of funny because you get to reveal seeing through the wall to everyone, not just yourself. Because Outlaws already get to be cheaty faces and target things that they really shouldn't. So as the ultimate support annoying mech, I've thought about this build. I don't think I'd ever run it because oracles don't do enough damage. But I see the utility in it. Jailbreak, I am 100% sure I've confirmed with you that you are on the list. And you're coming up soon. I'll be lucky if I get 6. And last but not least, Nomad Revorker. This is fine. Here's the secret tech with the RPG-2 and the thermal lances. Oof. Nasty. King Master from BMP. Ooh, the original one. Stormrock Deathwalker. Burrowbeam Citadel. Repeater. Killshot. Oh, here's the Killshot Repeater at 7,300, 7,400. Wow, now that's a good hanger. No, this is fine. I don't like Storms on Redeemer, just because of the interaction. I don't like most weapons with Redeemer, actually. EMs used to be fantastic. Podguns are the best. And everything else is kind of garbage. Okay, that's not fair. Geminis are good on basically everything in the game. Savants do okay on Redeemer, and I love the base speed on Redeemer. And of course, Mimicker. This is a good hanger. I'm not sure you can credit your wins to your kill shot with Repeater, because the rest of your hanger is really, really solid. But if your opponents are not running good mods, you're gonna shred them with your Repeater. I think we have King Master in here. I only write down the numbers. I don't put down the name of people. I'm toying with the idea of making a plugin. I don't know if YouTube gives me the access to the API, where people could click a button to submit their number for review. And then I could have like an on-screen queue. I have to check the YouTube to see if I'm allowed to do that. It's really handy having a degree in computer science, because you can do stuff. No. I'd want the players to be able to submit. Just click a button and type in their number. Yeah, I know there's bots, but I mean, I'd want something on screen for me. And also record people's that I'm banning, so I can grab their YouTube profile and make sure they're banned forever. That would be one of the real reasons. Okay, next. Red one. We have good. low 60s for win rate. That's perfectly fine. 10,000. So you're coming up at the end of late game. No, I'm good. I'm good. Citadel Gemini. Again, I don't like the long range weapon on the close range mech. Revoker Surge is good. Stormrock Deathwalker is good. Compound Beam on Outlaw. I would just swap these weapons out if you have you do have the energy for it. Don't. Almost. You need. Do you have Compound 8s lying around? Or just finish off your Citadel. I mean, it's only 72 blueprints. And a Rhine with Overdriver. Well, you know what I would do here? Yeah, I don't know. This might sound crazy, but swap the Geminis with the Overdrivers. I'm just saying. Give it a try. Cosmic entity, like Galactus. Ooh, nice skins. I totally approve of the properly themed skins. Lacewing Savant, good. Surge Repeater, also fine. Compound Beam Deathwalker, you've heard me bring this up a million times. Citadel Compound Beam is fine, and Outlaw with Hornets. Yeah, this is all good, especially for mid game. You're gonna be cleaning house with this. The one thing that this build is lacking is actual range. Al Tribunal, welcome. A jailbreak. You know, I was literally on yours next, but you've mentioned this 148,000 times. So I don't know if I need to send you to the back of the bus or not. I mean, the back of the line. Back of the bus. That's just horrible. I hope you guys are giving me good Yelp reviews for this. So I'm working overtime. Okay. Jailbreak. Here we go. Outlaw Charge Rockets versus Lacewing Hornets. Outlaw Charge Rockets. Easily. If I see the same request on the screen more than twice, that person gets banned. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear. Great win rate over here for Mr. Jailbreak. Senor Break. Yeah, Nomad Hellfire. I've seen this. It's good. I was down on. I was down on Hellfires for the longest time. Then they got a much needed buff, and now they're good. And I'm gonna say it again. If I see your message more than twice on the same screen, that's spamming, and I don't want to see it on my channel. Vortex, Charge Rockets. Do you even need the speed? Do you need to get there faster? You might want to get out of there faster. Yeah, this is okay. I can get behind this. Yeah, I do like that skin. Dragonheart. Surge with Repeater is fine. It's not the best, especially at this power, but it still works. Mimicker Stormrack is good. I've always liked Mimicker. It's a really fun mech. I don't know what they need to do to make it better other than remove Surge and Eclipse. I think if those two mechs didn't exist, we would see more Mimickers. Nomad Hellfire? How is that good? Okay, I'll give you the serious answer. First of all, it's on theme because it's got the Phoenix skin and it's setting everything on fire. Secondly, Nomad's dash does a bunch of damage. And you can set things on fire. Third, after you hit one thing, you can dash away after your target is on fire. During all of that, you've got 60% mitigation. Like, I'm not saying it's a great combo. I'm saying it's definitely playable. Play-Doh, bro. I hate saying no to my fellow sort of expats. I would keep using Storm Racks on your Deathwalker. Because you want those bigger charge rockets on your Outlaw if you have one, and if you don't, you should get one. Deathwalker Storm Rack it's going to be fine after. I don't think it's in danger of disappearing. And last but not least, Savant on Blockhorn. This is really good. I mean, there's a reason this build has such a good win rate. Should you invest in Hellfire? Well, only you know if you want to start or prevent or stop forest fires. Hellfire isn't a meta weapon. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm saying it's not meta. Sorry about that, I thought I had you guys muted. Throat's getting kind of dry. That was rude of me, and I apologize. Hellboy, speaking of setting things on fire. Again, good win rate. We've already seen you. What are we doing? Deathwalker Stormrack is good. Gemini Hemlock, I've gone over this. I'm not a fan of the combo. Of course it's effective, but there's better places for Gemini and there's better weapons for Hemlock. Eclipse Revoker is good. Surge is better with it. Both of these are fine. You can tell it's an older player, and I'm not going to say budget, but older player because of the two Neymars. Are suppressors worth it? I think so. I think so. And Outlaw with Hornets, again, aggressive build. Well, I guess I had to review them again because they spammed the channel with it. The most important thing, though, is the venom damage. I don't see venom damage implant, and that is the most important thing. Tribunal. $62-ish. Citadel Revoker is fine. Gemini Ryan is fine. Blitzfrost Stormrack is fine. Charge Rocket Nomad. That's funny. Like, you're gonna get to capture mid before any other mech in the known universe can, which is fine, I guess. And once you get to mid, then what? So yeah, you get to the mid. Maybe you have enough time to capture it and get the heck out of there. You probably do. And then what? Like, if you can just dash around and hit and run, that's fine. But personally, I think there's a better place to put charge rockets. But if you're making this work, keep making it work. And late swing with quasher, yeah, absolutely fine. I like this, actually. I do like this. This is kind of crazy. Yeah, you hit and run. You hit and run a lot. Well, Blissfrost has an achievement for Hellfires. What's good for Hemlock? Like, Stormracks are the natural one. You can do cute stuff with pods. You can do cute stuff with disruptors. I think storms are probably the best use. Best thing on Hemlock. Okay, Citadel Revoker, Gemini Orion, Stormrock Blissfrost. We've already seen these. What's going on? Vortex with Compound. That's okay. Blissfrost Revoker is okay. Nomad Revoker, that's more reasonable. And Citadel Revoker is fine. And last but not least, wait a minute, we have two of these. Yeah. That's funny. Sigma PGMA. Is that Sigma Pigma? %. Eclipse Charge Rocket, that's interesting. On a mech with 29 speed, that's kind of redonkulous. 28. It's kind of ridiculous. Is it necessary? Not really. Is it effective? Probably. Like, you're going to get somewhere in a hurry. You're going to have a really good opportunity to hunt down. Yeah, you're going to have a chance to hunt down outlaws. So just for that, this is good. Deathwalker Stormrack is good. Seeker Repeater is perfectly fine. Do you have the damage and mech? Citadel Compound is good, and Mimicker with Podguns. I like it. I like it. Yeah, Eclipse Charge Rocket seems kind of silly. It seems maybe overkill. Except with Phase Cloak on, you're gonna have a really good chance of hunting down any outlaw you need to and blow to smithereens. And for that, 2 thumbs up. Last and hopefully not least, John 01. Did I miss anyone? You have 30 seconds to let me know. John 01. Free to play. I'm not sure why you had... Do you have a pay to win account as well? Black Hacker. What's your ID? People are wrong about Blizz charges, Eclipse charges, Nomad charges. What are they wrong about? Charge rockets go on almost every mech in the game. which is why I think they need to be nerfed. Well, I don't think it's the best combo. I think it's an effective. Thanks, Black Hacker. Gotcha. That's a really old ID. Yeah, it's 5:15 in the morning. Well, it's not the best combo. They're good combos, but the weapon itself is kind of broken. So mid-game, again, the hybrid compound beam with Revoker. I know people have said that it's really good and I need to try it. I'm a purist and I don't think, well, for starters, we need a close or a beam pilot instead of we have a heavy pilot. If you're gonna fire up the triple compound beam implants, why not just run the 2 compound beams? And again, don't upgrade your mechs without having weapons ready. Charge rocket to get a 5,000% speed buff instead of 100. I think that sounds reasonable. Yeah, I think a 50 times speed boost would be good. Again, Seeker with, no, like pick one weapon or the other. Black Hacker, you've asked a few times. I already said I'm going to. Don't worry, I'll get to you. Relax. Surge with Revokers is fine. Mimicker Hornets, again, we have a 20 energy Mimicker with 16 energy of Hornets. I'm not sure that I would ever run the Hornet magazine size. I would run Reload, of course, and the Hornet Venom first. Again, it's an irrelevant comment. You're at 5,000 power. Your hangar's overkill for most of what you're gonna see. And Salvor Gemini, I've mentioned before, Senor Galaxy MD as a miracle worker with this build. It's really solid. Just make sure to stay out of trouble and be mindful of your surroundings, young Padawan. Make sure that you are not susceptible to being jumped by a Seeker, and you'll do just fine with this. I'm surprised your win rate's not a lot higher. I'm guessing that you recently made some upgrades. But I would definitely steer clear of the hybrid builds here. I think Mr. Bottle Opener has been opening bottles for, it's coming on like 28, 29 years now. He's a seasoned veteran of the bottle cap wars of 2012. Okay. And last, for a damn long time. Player 831296. Oh, hasn't been on for a week. Now this is interesting because this ID is absolutely ancient, and this ancient account has played 7 battles. Al, I already checked your account, didn't I? Are you sure? How many accounts am I checking? Why can't we escape 6-7? Yeah, it's a fantastic question. Okay, let's check out the hangar. Okay, Paragon with no arms. And a Lancer with similar arms. Did he do this for a 6-7 joke on an account that's 6 years old? Like, for real 5? I think so. I approve of the long con here. Soul Reaper. Okay, here we go. Coming on 9k power, so we're coming up on late game. We have 1 Neymar, Guardian Stormrack, Orion Railgun, again, I'm not a fan of Orion Railgun. It'll work at this power, maybe, but not for very long. Seeker Repeater is fine. What do we have here? Range, cooldown, range and damage, that's fine. Killshot disc launchers, nope. Should not be using disc launchers. And Marinder, nope. You signed a contract. You agreed. You swore a blood oath that if you had the same thing on screen more than twice, that not only do I get to ban you, I get your firstborn. If and only if I think it's worth having. So if your firstborn isn't good at doing yard work, I don't want it. Sorry, Maninder. I approve of the gold futurist skin, but no. Need to purge this with fire. And last but not least, maybe it is least, Panther with the disruptor again. Again, if people can protect you, if people can keep you safe, even with your stasis barrier up, 92,000 hit points is nothing. Yeah, Panthers are just way too fragile. That's Italian for fragile. Disruptor 16 will hit very hard. You can make some work out of this, but the second people focus any attention your way, or if the map that you're on has any elevation, you're cooked. Yeah. You wanted me to review the hangar. Does this slider work? Okay. August 17th. So your account is like 5 years and 6 days old since tournament started. Nice. I guess it's an old account. Bot 97. The first 96 were complete failures. Let's see if the 97th one is the winning one. Nice win rate. Coming up on late game, we have Surge Burrow Beam. I hope you know how to abuse the geometry, the wireframes, and the hitboxes. Revokers are fine on Blissfrost, Stormracks on Deathwalker. Citadel with Revokers also good. You're got like old school stuff here, which is, and compound beam on eclipse. This is perfectly fine. You are lacking a little bit in range, except for the Deathwalker is fine. Yeah, this is all great for pushing. And this whole hanger is push, push, push. Hold W for win. I approve. I approve. I like this hanger. And this looks fun. My friends, I'm gonna pull the plug there. It's only been 8.5 hours. If you want to see another 8.5 hour stream, too bad. But please do like, share, subscribe. Send donos if you can, so I can buy another Lambo, because I'm desperately needing one in my life. And what else do we have? Yes, I will find out in the next 2 weeks. I will make an announcement in the next, in the next 2 weeks if the acoin giveaway next one is 5K or 8K. It's probably going to be 8K, which means lots of really, really tricky math puzzles. Can I see the sun? No, not yet. Not for another hour. I hope you guys had fun. I had fun. That's all I got. Opa.